Hello, chat. Hello. Ooh, wow, that's weird. Hello. There we go. Hi, guys. Welcome. We got Connor Grubb day 2 and day 3. Welcome back, everybody. We got day 1 done yesterday. If you guys don't remember Connor Grubb's story, he is a police officer in suburban Columbus, Ohio. And while he was out helping a lady get her car unlocked because she locked her keys in her car, Takaya Young came running out of the Kroger with a bunch of stolen alcohol, about $600 worth. And the Kroger people are yelling at the cops, stop that woman. And, Connor did what a cop does, tries to stop the shoplifter. And as he tries to stop her, she decides the most intelligent decision is to drive her fucking car into him and try to drive away as he's trying to arrest her. So at that point, Connor Grubb fires a shot, kills her. One shot, one kill. Very effective, accuracy 100%. And Connor has been charged with murder, manslaughter, and felonious assault. He had initially been charged with the death of Takaya's unborn child, but they dropped all of that, and it was just being the murder and manslaughter for her. So, if you guys don't remember, we're going to watch it again real quick. Here is the body cam of that whole incident here. It's very quick. It's super quick, the part we need to watch. It's super fast, and yeah, man, it's not... life comes at you fast here. Life comes at you fast. So you can see they're helping... This guy's already helping pop the door open on the car. And in the meantime, this is Takaya Young getting into her car with stolen alcohol. And here we go.
I take to 29, 3705 Managua, 3705. A female is hallucinating. Too much of a loss for attend.
Out of the car.
Now, this is Connor Grubb's body cam. That's his sergeant trying to yell at her.
Out of the car. Out of the car.
Mm-hmm. 7 back in the service, 1828.
Get out of the car. Then get out. No, then get out.
Get out of the car.
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 Shots fired.
Shots fired. Stop.
That's literally the whole incident, chat. That's the whole incident. That's how fast it happened. Yeah, did that lady have her car unlocked? I don't think so. And Kung Fu Fish says, to be fair, if you live in any state where you can get charged for you defending yourself, then you absolutely deserve it. Move. To be fair, that can happen in any state. This happened in Ohio. I mean, here's the bigger thing. The idea you will not possibly face prosecution. Who's being naive? Who's being naive? I mean, we've seen that now in a couple different states. George Zimmerman lived in Florida, and he still got prosecuted. Like, it doesn't take much to get prosecuted. So if they think you did something wrong, and you're even if it's just a political issue, you could still get prosecuted. So while I understand you're saying that, it's not as though this was in like New York or something. This is in Ohio, and this is just saying here. It seems cut and dry that he was in the right. I think their argument is that he put himself in danger, but the state has not fully articulated their case yet. They also made it sound like in their opening, there was some sort of issue that maybe his report didn't match what happened 100%. So I think they're trying to get him for like lying, but it's not clear everything that happens here. Yes, if you live at if you live in like Massachusetts, yeah, it could definitely happen there. So yeah, that's kind of where we are. And so far, the other officers from his department have said, no, he had no time to react. Basically, he did everything right. So it's very weird where they're going to go from this. Will you cover the retrial of Meade? Send me a link for it. I might. So, and yes, we covered this yesterday with his lieutenant who came in and testified. It is the policy of the Blendon Township Police Department that if somebody's under arrest, you cannot let them leave. You have to stop them and effectuate arrest. So he was already following policy. He was following his rules. So we're gonna get to this all right here. So, Jason Mead, I think it will be on the same channel, I think. Okay, yeah, then I'm interested. I think I should be able to cover it. We may have to cover it later in the day, but yeah, we could do that. This girl was a politician's daughter. Okay, well, that might be part of it as well. I didn't know her political connection, but yeah, if you kill somebody and you kill the governor's daughter, guess what? You're in trouble. So, yeah, we'll find out. That's the risk you have. That's the risk you have. So, that is kind of where we are with this, and we're going to start day 2 now. And Kung Fu Fish says, "Gringos, I'm starting a race war, chat. This is great. We started a race war. Gringos, keep moving. This is a great Hispanic neighborhood." Oh, yeah. Funny stuff. 4M470, how you doing? It says, when will the Ricada name disappear? You know how it disappears? You ignore it. That's the easiest way to do it. There's no other way. Good to see you, by the way. Kanseki. Yes, technically it's a 200% accuracy because he got a 2 for 1. Yes. Double kill. And then Matty B says, yes, but McLaren got out Ferrari. Yes. I woke up this morning and I saw that and I'm like, God, that's great. You know, McLaren failed the race inspections on both cars. Good job, McLaren. Good job. We're already starting off on a great day. So. Oh, Jason Mead has the same lawyers? Well, that's good. That's good. Play the Max Verstappen song. I don't actually have it. I don't know what that is. But we're not... This is not a Max... This was never a Max Verstappen channel. Oh, no. This is a Tifosi channel. We are fans of the Scuderia here. The only people who like horses more than us are Vaush and Shank Uger. Rowan Cowart for 5 subs. Thank you, Rowan. Getting us off started, getting us off strong. Thank you. Getting a woo for that. All right, guys. So, yes, suffer Max. Yes, I want him to suffer. Maddie B says it's Super Max chat. No, it's not. I will nuke the chat for that happens. Oh, no. Yes, little Judge. Yes, that's right now. Woo. Stephen Cooper has been a member for 23 months. Says, I'm going to burn a gray flag in your front yard. Oh, Scott Wade says, I feel bad for Yuki. Yeah, I do too, but I don't know. I kind of feel like that guy's peaked and what he could do at this point. Vodka Blood for 5 subs. Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go. Brother Council just had Alan Jackson on. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And guys, if you've never watched Brother Council, I highly recommend him. I really like his presentation style. I really like it a lot. Guy also out of Detroit. You can't hate Detroit. But yeah, take a look. Take a look at his channel. I think you guys will like it. I like how he does stuff. Yeah, besides Alan Jackson and the Karen Reed trial, they have that other case out in California. Aria Jacobs got me all the documents for that. We're going to start looking at that here coming up. The DUI case outside of Stanford there. Should be interesting because it's like, what actually happened there? Oh, what's the guy's name? Yeah, Zachary Katz. Yeah, it's a little interesting how that all shook out. So he looks like he ended up not Zachary Katz. What's the guy? What's the guy that's currently going on right now? Shoot, what's his name? I forget his name right now, but it's something to look at here. We're gonna get into that. That's one I wanted to get into. Rowan Coward's been married 15 months. Says, "Go away, graybacks." Oh, Everett Scott says VTuber mode is on. Yes, it is. I just watched him restreaming the Casey Anthony trial. I didn't realize that was available to watch, but yeah, I remember watching that live. I remember watching the verdict. I was interning in a prosecutor's office, and they all were like, they all agreed it was a bullshit case. So, Fraser Bonham, yes, thank you, Guy Vermected. Thank you. Or Fraser Mike or Bomb, yeah, there we go. So General Clyde will make the Graybacks howl. Yes, he will. Oh, you guys are something else. All right, chat. It is time to move along here. It is time to get going. So let's get day 2 and 3 started in Connor Grubb's trial. So let's switch over to that, and we're all set to go. And here we go. Hold on. Did I put in the... I gotta put the sound on. All right. There we go, chat. We're going at a little bit of a higher speed rate. If it's too loud or it's too fast, let me know. We'll skip ahead here and see what we can get to. Here we go.
You ready? Yes, sir. Next matter, 24 CR 4561, State of Ohio versus Connor Grubb. Counsel, do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury? All right, good jury.
Chat, it looks like they fixed the audio today, chat, which is good.
Perjury, your testimony in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I did.
Now remember, they're bringing in all the firefighters. They're bringing in everything that happened. They're waving the bloody shirt, as it's called. You know, they're showing it was blood and guts, and this woman died, and she bled everywhere, and it's also horrible. I don't believe in court or lawyers, so I can't watch a stream due to religious reasons. Well, okay. But this is them just showing, like, oh, it was so awful. This poor woman was bleeding and she got shot. Was it a firefight? No, it was one shot. He shot through the windshield once and killed her. So here we go.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, can you tell us your full name, please?
Nicholas Paul Adkins,
How do you spell your last name?
ADKINS,
And sir, where are you currently employed?
Westerville Fire Department.
At Fire Department? How long have you been employed with Westerville Fire Department?
At this point, 2.5 years.
And what's your position there, sir?
Firefighter, paramedic.
Prior to your employment with Westerville Fire Department, do you have any previous experience as a paramedic?
Yeah, I was full-time Hamilton Township for 15 years.
Does Westerville Fire Department, sir, cover calls that would occur in Blendon Township?
Yes,
As a result of that, do you have occasion to come into contact with Blendon Township police officers?
yes,
I'm assuming as well as Westerville police officers. Having said that, do you know an officer by the name of Connor Grubb?
No.
Do you know an officer by the name of Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
No.
And from what you've told us, you've been with Westerville Fire Department 2.5 years. I take it that you would have started with Westerville Fire Department just shortly before this incident occurred, which is August of 2023.
yes, I was hired 2 months prior to this incident.
2 months prior. Okay. I want to direct your attention, sir, if I may, back to the date of Thursday, August 24th of 2023. First off, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen were you actually on duty that day?
Yes,
And when you say you're on duty, do you do you work particular shifts or hours when you're on duty?
Yeah, 24 hours on, 48 hours off.
And do you have particular assignments?
We rotate, but we were either on the engine or the medic at the station that I was at.
Okay. And on this particular day, the 24th of August, 2023, when you were on duty, what was your assignment that day?
I was the lead medic on Medic 112.
Medic 112. While you were on duty that day, sir, can you tell us, did you have occasion to be dispatched or asked to go out to a Kroger location out on Sunbury Road?
Yes.
How did that come about?
We were on a run previously, and when we weren't back in service, our battalion chief that was on another run suggested that we head the direction of this current run.
Was that at that Kroger?
Yes.
Did you, and let me ask you, you're on a medic, is that right? And is that an ambulance essentially?
Yes.
Are you with anyone else on that medic?
Yes.
And who is that?
Todd Grooms.
Todd Grooms.
Yes.
You head in direction of the Kroger, if I understand what you're telling
Yes.
us. Do you actually make it to the Kroger?
No, while en route to Kroger, we were dispatched by our dispatchers to go to a different location,
And what location were you asked to go to instead of Kroger?
Blendon Township Police Department,
And did they tell you why they were asking you to go there?
for an officer that was involved to meet us there.
So, Mr. Mayor, I apologize so much. May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, guys, I'm not sure why we're approaching at this point. But yes, Jefferson, you're asking a question. How much repetitive testimony got nixed? Probably not that much. You generally are given a wide latitude to try a case as you see fit. You're allowed to present what you present. You generally won't get away with that bringing up stuff's repetitive or, you're duplicating testimony until you get to like trial and they're doing it. But yes, this is all not relevant. But remember, this witness is going to say, well, here's my story. And part of what you have to do for a jury is you have to show, well, where does my story begin? My story begins with, I got a call. So in a way, yeah, it's repetitive, but that's how they want to present it. And Sleazy said, it's good to see you, by the way, Sleazy. Trials like this are what makes me not care about minorities at all. Well, oof. Good job, Takaya. Nobody cares now. All right. And guys, you talking about Jose Baez. Remember, Jose Baez was the attorney on the Dr. Husel trial as well. So, yep, been busy.
What you had to say, I apologize, Mr. Atkins.
You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize, Mr. Atkins. And you were telling us, and if you can speak up so everybody can hear what you had to say, I believe you were telling us when we left off that you were asked to not go to Kroger's any further, but to kind of reroute, if you will, to the Blendon Township Police Department.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And the reason being that they wanted you to meet with an officer that was somehow involved in the incident.
Yes.
Did you then, I guess, turn around the ambulance and go to Blendon Township then?
We had not passed the new dispatch location yet, so we just pulled in there as we were headed that direction.
Okay. When you arrived at Blendon Township Police Department in the medic, where did you go, sir?
In the front parking lot, we just staged,
When you say staged, what do you mean by that?
just sit and wait.
You didn't get out of medic and go into the police department or anything like that. Why is that? Why are you staging as opposed to just going inside or anything of that nature?
It's locked up. There's no one there, usually.
The officer was not there at the time that you all arrived in the medic. What's the next thing that happened then?
Approximately 5 minutes later, the sheriff's car pulled up with the officer in the back or in the front. I don't know, not sure, but
A sheriff's cruiser pulls up with the officer inside. And do they exit the cruiser?
yes,
When I say they, I'm assuming there's not only the officer that you're going to be looking at, but also a sheriff's deputy who's driving that cruiser. And where do they go when they exit the cruiser?
they walk over to the ambulance.
So are you and your partner, Mr. Grooms, inside of the ambulance?
Yes,
And when I say that, I'm envisioning an ambulance like we see on TV, okay, that has the back doors that open up and you can kind of step up into it.
Right.
Is that where you and your partner are located?
we were on the outside of the truck, and we just told him that once he was walking to walk up into the back of the truck.
Did the officer have any problems walking from the sheriff's cruiser to the ambulance?
No.
Did he have any problems stepping up into the back of the ambulance? No question. Once he was in the back of the medic,
Notice why they're doing that, because they're saying, well, okay, he might have thought he was going to get hurt, but did he get hurt? They're going to say, actually, did you get hurt? Ha, ha, ha. That's what they're going for. Was he hurt? No. So was it reasonable? What they're going for is no.
Did you ask him what had happened?
Yes.
And what statement did he make to you?
I stated that he was struck by a vehicle below the knees, and he went up onto the hood and then fell off onto the ground.
Did you assess him for injuries?
Yes.
There you go. That's why they're using this. This is now we know what they're saying. His statements clearly don't match the video that he was struck. Okay, well now he's using that gay cop police report speak. I was struck by the vehicle. No, it bumped into you, sir. No, I was struck. No, that's not striking. To a regular person, being struck by something means with force. You weren't really struck. And he also never fell to the ground. You guys saw that. He landed on his feet. So, now, I agree. Some of that is probably adrenaline and not really remembering it 100%. Some of that's cop lying that they do. But that makes sense why they're now going after him. That makes sense. Superior Defense as a Columbus CPD won't pull you over. Oh, okay. So, like, you can speed through Columbus. Okay. I live near Westerville, so this is super close to me. Yes. Eric says, how did he end up in the air to land on his feet? Well, he kind of like jumped a little bit because the car is moving. So he does that. Like we watch people in the Antifa blockings in the road obstructions. They kind of do that hop back or jump up a little bit onto the car. So, yeah. But anyway, Superior, yeah, it's a little, you're almost near Somalia land. Stiller says, is Ohio's law written not to include fear of? No. You have to have a reasonable belief you are facing serious bodily injury or imminent death. You don't have to be experiencing it. You can have a reasonable belief it's about to happen. So, for example, somebody pointing a gun at you, that's already, you have a reasonable belief you're going to experience serious bodily harm or death. You don't have to, the fear of, it's not the, and I'll actually bring it up here. Hold on. Because self-defense is actually, in Ohio, it's not case law. It is case law. It's not statutory. We're kind of weird in that regard. Although our Castle Doctrine is statutory. Our burden of proof issues are statutory. And then the duty to retreat in general that we don't have anymore. That being repealed was statutory here. Let me pull up. Let me pull this up here. We'll just go through it because it's all case law in Ohio, how they list it. And hold on here. I gotta log into my because I pay $13 a month to bar, so I don't get full Lexus, but you get this instead. It's pretty good. So this is and actually we can use this here. So we'll do the 5th district. Hold on here. Let me pull this up. I got to grab the part. Too much shit I have to move out of the way. Yes. Oh, hold on, Chad. We need the deadly force self-defense, but where does a good version of this? Hold on here. Newest. Yeah, here we go. This will work. This one will work here. Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up here. Where the hell is it? There we go. All right, guys. Sorry. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to pull all this shit up. So here is the current state of self-defense in Ohio, especially if you're using deadly force self-defense, because we also have non-deadly self-defense. Technically, you can do both. No, damn it, this is still the wrong one. I need non-deadly. I mean, I do need deadly. Here we go. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Here we go. This is a good example of it. Now we can do this. Yeah, how do you know he's going to rape you if you didn't finish? Well, you don't have to. Diligent says, I prefer Westlaw. I don't like Westlaw. I like Lexus a lot better. And yeah, it's funny is the other side of that area, Columbus goes very quickly into very nice to very bad areas very fast. So here you go. So it says, I don't think Sean defends many murders. Well, all right. So here is, I'm trying to find, so you guys can read it along with me, because this is what it is right now. Wait, where did it all go? I just had it here. Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. I hate this stupid thing. So here's how you can use deadly force as self-defense, okay? You weren't at fault for creating circumstances. You had a reasonable basis to believe, and honestly believed, even if mistaken, that you were in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and you couldn't escape without using the force. So yes, you can be scared, but you have to have a reasonable belief, and even if you're mistaken, you can do it. Now, this is a very, actually, in-depth version of it, and I was trying to find the most recent holding. So there you go. There you go there. You could be in fear of missing out of a Grubb. Yeah, if you weren't killed by the car, yeah, why'd you shoot? Well, that's the thing. You don't have, no state in America says you have to be attacked first. It's always more sympathetic, and it's a lot easier to show I'm defending myself after you've been attacked. But if the bad guy's preparing to hurt you, you have the right to defend yourself still. So it's not that big of a problem here. Like this is more than enough. It's more than enough there. Would I defend somebody like Taylor Business? Sure. Why? Why not? Gina says, I miss Trump looking over your shoulder. We're going to try to get a new one. We'll try to get a new one here. Actually, hold on. Double Nut says, that's not what I've heard about New Jersey. I understand that. Yes, it's always easier to be attacked and then use force, because then it basically absolves you of any second guessing. Jefferson says, some states require you to make more of an effort to escape. Well, yes, that's a duty to retreat. The duty to retreat, it all depends, and every state is very different on that. But if you've already been attacked, there's no state that requires you to then try to escape. But the idea is, yes, you have to, in some states with the duty to retreat, you have to exercise all reasonable attempts to get away from the scene and get out of there. Is it as simple as your back has to be against the wall? Not necessarily, but you are expected to try to make an effort to get away. Yeah, I've been clear since my $30 Amazon Mike days that I defend anyone, yes. Mad says, does a police officer have the duty to escape? No, because they're expected to deal with bad men. The cops really haven't ever had a duty to escape, because like their job is to deal with the bad people. So at least that's the argument I would make if I was defending an officer. Like, you can't expect them to run away. Their job is to deal with evil people. So, but anyways, that's where we're getting to. They're getting to this idea of, well, he wasn't hurt. And you're like, that's where they're going. and that his story didn't line up.
And let me ask you, I guess, first off, did you observe any noticeable visible injuries to his person?
Yes.
And what are we talking about? Where at?
He was bleeding from his elbow and from the back of his hand.
Okay. And you motioned, when you said bleeding from his elbow, I think you motioned to your left elbow. Is that right? Is that the elbow that you observed blood on?
I believe so, yes.
And you also motioned to the back of your left hand.
Yes.
It was his left hand. Did you clean up that blood?
Yes.
And how was that done?
We use solution, just water and bandaging. We wipe it off, clean it down, and then we bandaged it.
Bandage up. Let me show.
I'll turn this up just a bit more, chat. Here we go. Here you go. That may help.
Yeah, I approve, John.
Amen.
Sir, I'm going to show you a photo for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And for the record, and I'll ask permission to publish in a moment, but this is a photograph of the elbow of the exam. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fair and accurate photograph?
Yes.
Permission to publish, John?
You may. Is the elbow on?
Switch over to the computer. Thank you. Officer, we're looking at State's Exhibit 50 up on the screen. Obviously, we're looking at the left elbow area of the officer that you assessed in the back of the medic. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the Band-Aid or the bandage that you would have applied to his elbow?
Yes.
Okay. As well as, I guess, that injury itself is covered up. We can kind of see some, I don't know if that's dried blood or an abrasion underneath. Is that what you would have observed?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than what you talked to us about the elbow and the hand, did the officer complain of any other injuries?
He said he had pain below his knees.
I'm sorry.
Said he had pain below his knees.
Okay. And upon being told that by the officer, did you make any efforts to assess possible injuries on his legs?
Yes, we lifted the pant legs on both legs and then examined the knees, below the knees.
And upon examination, did you make note of any notable injuries to his legs?
We just noticed some redness, but it was nothing notable as far as for our report.
In fact, you didn't note any injuries observed on his legs in your report. Was the officer transported to the hospital for further medical treatment?
No.
As a result of your contact with the officer, did you advise him that he could be transported to the hospital for further medical assessment?
Due to the mechanism of injury, we suggested that he be transported to the hospital.
When you say that, what do you mean by that?
Just because of the severity of the mechanism, getting struck by a vehicle. Correct.
Despite the fact that you're not seeing broken bones,
Correct.
severe injuries, out of a precaution, you recommended, hey, it might be a good idea to go to the hospital.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
No, he declined.
he declined to be transported. When someone declines to be transported or says, look, I don't need any further treatment for whatever reason, do you, as a precaution, whether it's a legal precaution or otherwise, have them sign refusal?
Correct.
When I say that, a statement saying, I understand what you're telling me by refusing to transport.
Correct.
And did the officer actually sign a refusal?
Yes.
Have one touch. Judge, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Adkins. My name is Caitlin Stevens, and I, along with my partner, Mr. Collins, represent Mr. Grubb in this action. If at any time I go too fast or if you don't understand my question, please just let me know and I'll be sure to rephrase. Do you remember what time you got to Blendon Township on August 24th, 2023?
No, I did not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I provided you a copy of your report that you had written to Mr. Brandt while on direct examination? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let the record reflect that I am approaching Mr. Adkins with what has previously been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit E. I'm so sorry, as an element. Mr. Adkins, that is the report that you wrote on August 24th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, it's a fair and accurate copy of what you wrote back in August of 2023, what I'm showing you today, correct?
Yes.
On that report, it states that you were dispatched, or you arrived at Blendon Township, the police department, at 1855, correct?
1840.
1840, and then you observe my client at 1855. You see 1855 anywhere there? Okay.
1845.
Okay, I apologize. You said 1845, which means 6:45 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So, and you were dispatched because you had to follow up with the police officer who was involved in this critical incident, right?
Yes.
You ever responded to somebody being hit by a car before?
Multiple times.
You're aware that cars can cause serious physical injuries, right?
Correct.
And that's why you recommended him to follow up, because of the serious potential injuries that a car can cause when somebody's hit by them, right?
Absolutely.
Part of your job is to assess the individual both physically and take note of observations, correct?
Correct.
You noted on your report that Connor was in high stress, correct?
Correct.
With anxious mannerisms, right? Can you describe those anxious mannerisms for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Post this traumatic incident, you have a response from your adrenaline that creates flushed skin, sweating, sometimes shaking or trembling, just as you would as if you're scared and or, a high stress situation.
And he exhibited those symptoms.
Correct.
You noted that he was high flush in your report also, right?
Yes.
And you noted that he was diaphoretic, correct?
Yes.
Which means he was sweating heavily, right? And you took his blood pressure, correct?
Correct.
And his blood pressure, I believe you noted on your report, was 133/93.
Yes.
Right? That's high, isn't it?
Higher than normal,
And it could be potentially stage 1 hypertension. Is that correct?
potentially.
That means that your heart and your blood vessels are under increased strain and they should be monitored closely, right? That blood pressure can lead to a heart attack, correct?
And probably not that specific blood pressure, but untreated over time, blood pressure can lead to those complications.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination that you didn't note any injuries to his lower extremities in your report. Do you remember telling Mr. Brandt that? But actually, sir, on your report, it's noted, if you look to the top, I believe, right corner, it's noted that he does, in fact, have abrasions to his knees. You would agree with that, right?
If you could show me on here where
Absolutely. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. Oh, this is the page. Secondary pressure, lacration, abrasion.
Thank you.
So you see on your report where you do actually note that he does in fact have abrasions to his lower extremities, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your understanding, like you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary with those injuries being hit by a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It's consistent, right? And based on your training and experience, you recommended and highly suggested that he go to the hospital, right?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atkins. I don't have any further questions at this time. May I approach the witness, Your Honor, and retrieve that exhibit?
You can leave it up there.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
Thank you. Sorry, I just want to make sure the record is clear. Officer Grubb was not having a heart attack when you saw him.
No.
You would have transported him. That was the case.
Correct.
And any abrasions to the knees, you didn't bandage those, did you?
No.
That wasn't necessary.
No.
Abrasions to the knees can be caused by any number of things, can they not?
Correct.
Maybe falling down on the ground or the pavement.
This was below the knees. Highly unlikely unless he fell on top of something.
You talked a little bit about high stress and some observations you made of the officer upon coming into contact with him. And one of the things that was talked about was flush. I assume you're talking about flush skin.
Correct.
And him being sweaty.
Yes.
It's August 24th. Right?
Correct.
Outside.
Yes.
He's got, I think you already told us, his uniform as well as the bulletproof vest on top of that.
Correct.
And he actually has to remove or is in the process of removing when he's walking up to the medic.
Yes.
It's not unusual for someone who has been in a high stress situation to be sweaty.
Correct.
You agree with that? Or flush for that matter. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
His blood pressure was, I think you said, elevated higher.
Yes.
That you described. That's not unusual for someone who is in a high stress situation.
Correct.
In fact, is it fair to say you would expect that?
Yes.
If someone had just shot and killed someone, would you expect to see those types of things?
Yes.
That does not speak to whether the shooting was justified at all. Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, Coach.
You may.
All right, guys. I don't understand. Like, why are we going to redirect on this? It doesn't make any sense to me, Aaron. I agree with you. It's like redirect for what? There's no redirect here that's necessary. But hey, they want to do it. The guy speaking is the prosecutor. The guy that was speaking, the woman was on redirect. So.
Mr. Atkins, thank you.
So, this guy right here is from the prosecution team.
Mr. Atkins, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Nothing for Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Atkins, you can step down. Leave everything up there.
Let's get to the next witness.
Swear affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
A loud, clear voice, please tell us your first and last name. Spell both of them for us.
My name is Cassandra Tackett, and that's CASSANDRA TACKETT.
This is another prosecution witness, chat.
Are you currently working outside of the home?
I am not.
Prior to that role, what position did you have?
I was a special agent with the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, or BCI.
How long had you been a special agent with BCI?
I worked for BCI for just over a year.
What was your position as a special agent specifically?
As a special agent, I was assigned to the crime scene unit within BCI, and there I was responsible for the investigation of a multitude of different felony cases, including the processing of, I believe I had 37 crime scenes that I processed, including 18 homicides or questioned deaths, and then 9 officer-involved critical incidents.
Prior to joining BCI, where did you?
No, chat. Remember, I've brought this up before. In Ohio, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, just like in many states, it's kind of the Attorney General's like actual arm of agents. They are very helpful in assisting locations and departments that don't have a robust, criminal investigation unit. So, for example, Blendon Township, it's 7 officers. They don't have the means to do all this work to investigate a shooting. Besides, they're going to want an outside group anyway. BCI will come in and help. If there's a pretty gruesome murder, they can offer resources and personnel to smaller agencies so they can solve these crimes. So that's why they come in and help.
I worked for the City of Athens, Ohio Police Department, and I worked there as a patrol officer, and then later as a detective with that agency.
So prior to that, did you go to a police academy?
I did. I completed basic Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy at Hocking College in Nelsonville, Ohio.
While you were at Athens City Police Department, did you serve as what I call an evidence technician for the Athens Police Department?
I did not.
When you then began BCI, specifically, when did you start BCI?
I began with BCI in September of 2022.
And at that point, did you specifically join BCI to work as a special agent for crime scene investigations?
Correct.
What was the training? What training did you have before BCI?
Before BCI, I did not have any specialized crime scene training. However,
No, there is no Tangy division, but in Columbus, there is a town called Olentangy. Like, it's a real place. It's a real place. It's on the other side of Columbus, though. But the Olentangy School District. The Olentangy School District. They call it Tangy, I think. But it's a real place, chat. The Olentangy Patriot. The Olentangy School District. So it's not robust. It's robust and tangy. So it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Now, what happens from here? Like, this is like on the other side of the town. So where we're focused at, guys, and like there's the Olentangy School District. There's like, a bunch of Olentangy schools. It's robust. It's very robust, chat. It's very robust. And then, you see Westerville here. We're into Westerville. This is the town where all the firefighters came from because Blendon Township does not have its own fire department. And then down here is Blendon. This is actually, and look, there's a Jersey Mike's right next to it. This is the Kroger right here. So we're kind of like on the other end of the city, across town from everything there. But there's the Olentangy River that runs right through OSU's campus. So, but yeah, she wants to be. She's a Clarice Starling LARPer.
During my year at BCI, I completed a rigorous field training program where another agent was assigned as my field training agent. And so they accompanied me on different cases and kind of, walked me through the processing of crime scenes and the guidelines that BCI had for processing crime scenes. In addition to that, I also completed a 10-week residential training at the University of Tennessee, and that was at the National Forensic Academy. So that was 10 full weeks of nothing but crime scene training.
As of August 24th, 2023, had you completed that training program within BCI?
Yes, I had.
And were you requested to assist in the investigation that happened at the 5991 South Sunbury Road, Kroger?
Yes.
Were you specifically requested to do crime scene investigation or evidence collection?
That is correct.
So the main incident happened at the Kroger. Were you sent to the Kroger?
I was not sent there first.
Where were you sent first?
I was sent to, I believe it was Mount Carmel St. Anne's Hospital
For what purpose?
to collect evidence.
And did you go to St. Anne's Hospital?
I did.
When you got there, did you have any communication with anybody with respect to your duties you were to perform?
Yes. So Special Agent Matthew Austin was assigned as the lead crime scene agent for that case. I was sent to assist Special Agent Austin with that case. He requested that I go to the hospital first because the deceased person had been taken to the hospital. I'm not sure if it was known at the time that they were deceased, but once I got to the hospital, they were found to be deceased.
When you get to the hospital and find out that she was deceased, at that time, was there an identity of her?
There was not. She was unidentified at that time.
Eventually, was identity confirmed?
That is correct.
Is that of Takaya Young?
Yes.
Did you speak to any Franklin County Sheriff's Office deputies at that hospital?
I believe there were 2 stationed outside the room.
And did you learn whether or not the coroner's office had been notified of the death at that time?
At my time of arrival, the coroner's office had not been notified of the death.
Did you request that that be done?
I did.
With respect to evidence collection there at the hospital, what was collected?
I collected, I don't want to speak off turn.
Let me ask in general.
yeah.
Did you collect clothing?
I collected clothing, correct.
And where was the clothing taken from?
It was taken off of the deceased's body.
And did you yourself with assistance from a nurse remove that clothing from the body?
I did. So I had actually spoken to a coroner's investigator on the phone and made sure once she had said that nobody was responding from their office, I asked for permission to remove the evidence from the body.
And did you get that permission?
Yes, I did.
And then did a nurse help you to collect the clothes?
Yes.
When the clothes were collected, were they in a specific condition that they could be immediately packaged and closed up?
No, they were covered in suspected blood stains and were damp.
And because of that, in your training, what do you have to do with those items?
We would typically take those to an evidence dryer to where the blood could be dried and the evidence could be packaged so that way it wouldn't mold or degrade in any sort of way.
Ultimately, were the clothes packaged?
I packaged them, or I'm not certain. I know that I put them in a paper bag and eventually they were turned over to Special Agent Austin.
Prior to being packaged, were they photographed by you?
They were photographed by me, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Hackett, I'm handing you State's Exhibits 46, 47, and 48. Take a look at those 3.
Yep.
Are you familiar with what those 3 photographs show us?
Yes.
And in general, what are they of?
They are of the clothing from the deceased.
Do State's Exhibits 46, 47, 48 fairly and accurately depict the clothing as you saw it when you were in the hospital?
Yes, they do.
Like a published one?
You may-
Please switch up. State's Exhibit 46. Can you explain to us what we see here?
So this is going to be a cut black t-shirt, cut jean shorts, underwear, and 2 pairs of shoes, or a pair of shoes, 2 shoes that were collected from the hospital. And they also have suspected blood stains on them.
State's Exhibit 47.
This would be the cut black t-shirt. And as the next picture is going to show, there is a hole near the Adidas graphic that is on the shirt.
There is a pointer up there.
Oh.
If you can direct to the hole you're referring
Okay,
to.
so I'm referring to this right here.
Now, there's a placard 1 on this shirt. Who placed that there?
I placed that.
For what purpose?
All of the clothing was collected as item 1 for that scene being the hospital.
And you said that the shirt was cut. Is that something that happened prior to you removing it from Takaya Young?
Correct.
You didn't make that cut to remove the shirt.
I did not make that cut.
State's Exhibit 48. Is this a close-up of what you just had circled in State's Exhibit 47?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It is a suspected bullet hole in the black t-shirt.
Did you examine any other part of the shirt to see if there was any other hole from the bullet?
I did. I examined the entire shirt, and this was the only suspected hole that I found.
I believe you left that hospital at about 2300 hours.
Okay.
Where did you go next?
After I left the hospital, I went to the Blendon Township Police Department for the purpose of photographing officers and collecting evidence.
When you got to the police department, Did you know which officers you were going to be photographing?
I did not.
Did you learn that upon arrival at the Blendon Township Police Department?
I did.
Who did you come into contact first with?
Would I be able to reference my report?
Would it refresh your memory to look at a report for that information?
It would, please. Thank you.
Ms. Tackett, I'm going to hand you a report. Take a look at it. Tell me that first of all is your report.
Yes, this is page 1 of my report.
And is this the report that you were referencing, might refresh your memory?
Yes, it is.
Take a look and tell me if your memory is refreshed.
Yes, it is.
And what is the answer then as to who you came into contact with first?
I came into contact with Officer Connor Grubb.
Did you make physical observations of Connor Grubb?
I did.
Did you then take photographs of him?
I did.
So Ms. Tackett, I will now hand you State's Exhibits 49 through 57.
Okay.
Take a look through that stack. Ms. Tackett, are those the photographs you took on August 24, 2023, maybe even going into the 25th?
Yes.
And do all State's Exhibits 49 through 57 fairly and accurately reflect your observations of Connor Grubb
Yes.
at that time?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Starting with State.
I saw it.
Exhibit
That's so
49.
funny
Can
too.
you tell us what this is?
This is probably the first picture I took of Officer Grubb. I observed suspected blood stains on his pants. I observed a Band-Aid on his elbow there that you can see right there. He's wearing his uniform that has police across the front and a name tag. There's a badge.
Now, at the time that you saw Connor Grubb and documented with this photograph, was he still wearing a body-worn camera, or had that been removed?
That had been removed prior to
Are
my.
you aware there was anything else that had been removed that you might have been wearing earlier before you documented him?
Yes, I believe his duty weapon was also removed prior to me photographing him.
Moving on then to State's Exhibit 50. What is this?
This is a photograph of some injuries to the elbow area there.
51.
The same arm, but the inside of the elbow, additional injuries.
State's Exhibit 52.
This is depicting injuries to that hand.
And you're circling what would be the left hand.
It appears that way, yes.
State's Exhibit 53.
This is just the other side of the hands. I don't believe there are any injuries to the palms.
State's Exhibit 54.
This appears to be the right leg. He's wearing gloves due to the suspected bloodstains that were on the pants, and he has some injuries to his knee area right there.
State's Exhibit 55. Is this a close-up of the same leg we just saw in State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, it is.
And you're documenting what?
There's an injury right there to the knee, and then right there below the kneecap.
State's Exhibit 56. Are you moving on then to his left leg here?
Yes, this would be the left leg. Again, there's the suspected bloodstains on the pants, and there are some injuries just below the knee to the shin area.
And then 57, is this again a close-up of the leg we just saw?
It is.
And what were you documenting?
I was documenting these injuries right here below the knee.
Now you mentioned a duty firearm. Did you retrieve that when you were at the Blendon Township Police Department?
I did.
And at this time, I'm going to have you open the box first, and then I think that you're going to come make sure that that's safe.
Okay.
So we're going to do State's Exhibit 59, which is what?
It appears to be a box containing a firearm.
Does it have any ceilings on it?
It does. It has tape, and it has.
This is the first kind of evidence we've seen. So take the box and show the jury. When we say is a box sealed, what are you talking about?
Yes. So there is tape along the opening points of the box, the flaps of the box. So there's tape along all of those points, and then there's also my initials indicating where the tape meets the box. So that way it is able to be seen if it has been tampered with.
So right now, as you hold it,
Yeah, that's a very common tattoo in the Second Amendment community, Spud Gun. It's a very common tattoo. So at least that means he at least appears to be based on this much. Yes, if Karen Reed has taught us anything, yes, he was hit by a car. I agree. This is a weird OnlyFans account. Yes. So here we go. We're getting to the gun. It's not a 320. It's a Glock of some sort.
In your hands,
Yes.
is this box sealed?
It is sealed. Yes,
Now, in your experience as a crime scene investigator, something like a firearm usually sent to a lab.
correct. And based on the additional sticker here and additional markings on the tape, it has been opened and resealed by somebody else.
But now still, it's sealed right now.
Correct.
So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and break the seal and open up that box.
Okay, I'm gonna place some gloves.
Your Honor, for the record, the prosecution made no issues with the custody or anything with regards to the gun.
Would that apply to the casing and projectile?
Would that apply what?
Casing and projectile as well. That would be a later witness. Thank you. Okay, but go ahead and open it.
You still would like me to proceed? Okay.
Remember, they don't have anything but theatrics and emotion here. So that's why they're doing it. Also notice the deputy is right there because the firearm is now in play. And notice she won't swing around the courtroom like the Hannah Reid fucking expert.
These scissors are not spraying.
Oh, she's fighting that. She's fighting it, chat. Chat, she's fighting it. Might sound go out.
That would be, I think, a lot more effective.
Wait, can you guys hear? Hold on,
For the record,
chat.
the deputy is currently.
Kindly.
She's fighting it, chat. She's fighting it. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Headphone got a little disconnected
Open
there.
the box, tell us what's inside.
Okay, so this envelope says that it has 17 cartridges and 1 magazine. This appears to be from the firearms lab. And then if you want to
And
go ahead and check that.
please make sure that's safe.
Okay.
So it's not loaded, can't be shot right now. Is that correct? Thank you so much.
This is going to be a Glock 17 Gen 4 9mm handgun.
And did you also
Base.
photograph that weapon?
I did.
Permission to publish the
You
verdict.
may.
As is published.
He did not have a switchy on it,
This is
chat, but
your picture of the firearm you just showed us.
Yes, it is.
Is it fair and accurate?
chat, he does have those something we've been talking about. I really need to get back to doing here is the Streamlight TLR1. He has the HL, but I have the TLR1. So yes, I understand. Similar taste. Although I'm sure that's a department standard that was allowed.
Yes.
I'm looking up on the screen. You talked about that second envelope that's in there.
Mhm.
Tell us again what is in the envelope.
The large envelope
We'll
contains
get to that,
17
Stacey.
cartridges and 1 magazine.
Go ahead and open that up and make sure that's what's inside.
Okay.
And what have you removed?
I have removed cartridges and 1 magazine.
So looking at State's Exhibit 58, I'm circling something. Is that a magazine?
Yes, it
It's
is.
a magazine you're holding.
Yes, it is.
Now, in the picture 58,
Mhm.
what's inside the magazine?
There are 16 cartridges inside that magazine in the
What's the
photo.
cartridge?
A cartridge is a complete bullet, which contains the casing and the projectile still intact. So this would be an unfired bullet that sits in the firearm.
Okay, Marlene, you had a question or two here as well. These take CR123s. This is not a 9mm. This is not a AA battery. It's actually a smaller battery. It's a 3-volt CR123A. So that's what these are. Notice, chat. This is the Streamlight. This is the Streamlight. The Braun is right here, the Harbor Freight one, which I still, like I said, maybe I'll do the review on this later and record the review. But this is how these are set up. I have some Surefire batteries I could throw in this when I test it officially. So, yeah, these are also with the batteries like night vision systems. You know, there are now night visions that run on AA, but that would CR123s are a standard in military and tactical context. So we got them both right here. Ot lights are great for sewing. 2.0 has an Ot light, and she loves her Ot light a lot there. This is where I insist. Is this where you insist? Yes, I think it should all be done that way. I think it's clear she's just struggling with the box, but yes, overall, like the box is right there. But when the guy, like in the Karen retrial, was like dicking around behind everybody, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Eric, so somebody's asking a question here. Why does the barrel bend up with the slide back? Okay. So and Maddie kind of explained it here a little bit. The barrel tilts a little bit, and the reason is it's part of the operating mechanism. It's called a tilting barrel design. It's a so John Browning, when he made the 1911, kind of came up with the tilting barrel design a little bit. This is a gross simplification of the tilting barrel design on a modern Glock barrel. And I think I can get away with showing this. Let me see here. This might work. Okay. I think we could probably get away with this. I think I can get away with this here. Yeah, I think this will work. I hope YouTube doesn't kill me. All right. So let's try this. All right. So this is the barrel. And inside the barrel goes the bullet. Right here. Okay. Primer and striker hit the back of it. Pew! Bullet goes out the barrel. Okay. From here, how do you cycle the gun? Well, the barrel tilts upwards a little bit. You know how the barrel was facing up this way now? A little bit. Looks like it's broken. Oh, no, it's broken. When it's tilted this way, there are bullets in the magazine that are waiting to get loaded. Okay, there are bullets in the magazine waiting to get loaded. When the barrel is angled down a little bit, it's easier for the bullet to get shoved into the barrel, into the chamber. And then from there, that allows the operation of the firearm. So I wish I could show you on here. I may put something together for locals if you want to for tomorrow. But that is just, it's part of the principle of the action. This thing down here is these things down here are the lugs that the pistol kind of moves along. It also moves along this little lip right here. It moves along this right here. There's part of the gun that operates in that. This whole system right here and right here all serve to help make the barrel tilt as the pistol cycles. So that is how it all operates. That's how it all operates. It's hard to explain without showing you a video, but YouTube will kill us if we show a video. So I'm sorry I can't help you in that, but that's the best I can do. But yeah, Stacy's, getting back to this, Ot Lights 2.0 has an Ot Light. She loves it. Those are expensive as shit, by the way. And Superior Defenses, I prefer the Surefire X300, but Streamlight has more ergonomic switches. They do. It also aids for extraction as well. It does. Buy just in case, yes. Oh. I thought it was like a two-piece barrel or something. You would think that without looking at it, that makes a lot of sense. That's not an uncommon thought. But no, it's just one barrel. And if you Google how does a Glock barrel work, you'll see, like, you could see a picture, like an actual animation of the barrel rotating. So, yes, it also keeps the barrel locked till there's low enough pressure, yes. Yeah, just Google. Yeah, just Google Glock tilting barrel will take care of it. We got to get through 2 days. Yes. But yes, Rowan's correct. That's a good thing. If you Google it in YouTube, you'll find footage of it operating, and they'll be able to show you a lot better. Let's see here. Cecilialisms is saying, didn't the Supreme Court rule the police don't have a duty to protect? Correct. But the police have to perform their job per their department policy. So it's not an issue of protecting the public. They're stopping a criminal. Let's see here. Some guy with cancer. Good to see you, man. Like I said, hope you're hanging in there. It says, who looked this said this case is a winner because they need an eye exam. Well, it sounds like there was some political undertones to it ultimately, and that's why this stuff happens. That's why that happens. Jefferson Post says, this is a good question. Do police carry in court with the court's permission? Generally speaking, if you're an officer and you show up, that's part of you're armed as part of your uniform or your duty. In Ohio, they show up like that. Now, in other states, we've seen the cops show up in a suit and tie. It all depends where you're at. Some places, I think it's highly prejudicial. Like, if we need to show what the officer looked like that day, he could take a picture of himself in his uniform, like outside of court and introduce it as an exhibit. But bringing him in like that, I do think is highly problematic. I do think it gives the unearned air of authority and respect and credibility, but I've never been able to stop it. Stacy has a good question. Could he get his gun back after the trial? If it's his, yes. I assume Blendon Township doesn't issue him a handgun. So, yes, I'm assuming he'll be able to get it back because it's presumably his. Let's see here. It was either try this case to the city burns. Actually, it wasn't that bad. There wasn't a lot of protest on this one. There was more protest to when the girl that was carrying the knife got stabbed. There was more upset about that, but this one didn't really get people mad. So people weren't as fired up here. Then Rowan says, now explain to chat Glock's equestrian division. Yes, Glock, because Gaston Glock's wife liked horses. They had a horse milking division where they bought and sold and brokered out horse sperm. We're not showing you animations on how they do that either. But Glock horse jizz is actually very high quality. We're gonna go back to the trial here.
And for packaging purposes, are these unfired bullets all removed from the gun was packaged?
They are.
And is that now what you're holding in your hand?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then there's this one separate one at the top. Why
Yes.
did you have that separately photographed this firearm?
That indicates that cartridge was found in the chamber of the firearm.
And you have to explain what that means so everybody knows.
So that means the gun was loaded, ready to be fired.
So when you say it's in the chamber, it's moved from this magazine into the gun.
Correct.
Am I very phone?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So tell us then how many bullets were left total inside this firearm?
So there were 17 total in the firearm. The picture indicates that one was missing from the magazine.
And what does that mean? One missing from the
One
magazine?
missing from the magazine would indicate that one was fired.
Go ahead and you can put those. Are those all in the same or substantially the same conditions when you would have packaged them?
I would have packaged them loose in the envelope, and there are less here now. The firearms lab would have conducted their own testing of the firearm. That's why we send extra cartridges with the firearm.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yep. In the envelope. Okay.
And can you put that in right now? I think it's just go ahead and close the box.
Close the box. Okay.
Ms. Tackett, did you also come into contact with a Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, I did.
And did you document him by photograph as well?
Yes, I did document Sergeant Moynihan.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. Or it should be 62, which I've already shown.
Okay.
Are those 3 pictures photographs you took of Sergeant Eric Moynihan, August 24th, maybe into the 25th of 2023?
Yes, they are.
Do they all 3 fairly and accurately depict your observations of Sergeant Moynihan?
Yes, they do.
You may.
Case Exhibit 60 is it Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, it
What were
is.
you documenting by taking this photograph?
I was documenting the condition of his uniform at the time.
And which was what? Just the condition? How it looked?
Yep. So he had, a name tag, and police stated across his vest he was wearing a badge. There was also suspected blood stains on his vest, and as the other pictures will show, there were also suspected blood stains on his pants.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 61, is this still Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, it is. You can see some suspected blood stains on his pants on that thigh area, and then there's additional stains on the knee area of the pants.
State's Exhibit 62.
That would just be a close-up of those suspected blood stains on the knee area of the pants.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 50. When you were making these observations and documenting Officer Connor Grubb,
Mhm.
Did he make any statements about how these injuries were inflicted?
I don't recall who told me about the injuries to his arms, but it was reported to me that he sustained injuries to his arms after breaking out a car window with his flashlight, and then to provide aid to the female that was deceased.
And then when you were talking about his legs,
Yes.
or not talking about them, but when you were documenting his legs,
Mhm.
did anyone, including Connor Grubb, provide any information as to those means?
Yes, he had stated to me that he was struck by the female's vehicle, and that's why he sustained the leg injuries.
Now, you had gained information that there had been broken glass associated with that vehicle.
Correct. It was told to me that a window was broken out.
Did you yourself then ever go out to the Kroger scene?
I did. After I had left the hospital and then documented the officers, I then made my way to the Kroger scene.
Did you perform any evidence collection there?
I did not.
Was there another agent who was assigned to the Kroger scene?
Yes, Special Agent Matthew Austin was the lead agent at that Kroger scene.
Ms. Hackett, we talked about the pictures that you took of Sergeant Eric Moynihan. Did he complain of any injuries that you then would have needed to document?
I did not write in my report that he discussed any injuries.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Hackett. We know each other professionally, correct?
Correct.
I've got some questions for you today based off of Ms. Claypool's questions. If at any time I go too fast or you don't understand the question, please just ask me to rephrase.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to August 24th, 2023. You said you responded to the hospital in Blendon Township, but it was after the fact that the shooting had occurred, correct?
Correct.
And part of your duties at BCI on that day was to photograph Connor and Sergeant Eric Moynihan, correct?
Correct.
And you wanted to document injuries and marks on Connor's body, correct?
Correct.
And you stated on direct examination that you had asked him where those injuries came from, right?
Correct.
And he told you that he was struck by a vehicle, right?
He did.
Now, you took pictures of the injuries on his lower extremities, right?
I did.
And you noted the abrasions on his knees, correct?
I did.
You noticed that there were blood stains on his pants,
Mhm.
but his pants, they weren't ripped, were they?
Not that I observed.
Now, you were also asked to photograph Sergeant Eric Moynihan, right?
Yes.
Why were you asked to photograph Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
He was another officer involved during the incident.
So it's important to gather information from Sergeant Eric Moynihan too, then, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Sergeant Moynihan's pants were not ripped, right?
They did not appear ripped.
But they did have the same blood stains on his pants too, correct?
They both pants on Grubb and Moynihan had suspected blood stains on them.
But Sergeant Eric Moynihan, as you noted or did not note in your report, he didn't have any injuries to his lower extremities, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Special Agent Austin was the lead crime scene person for this case.
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier too that you went to the hospital to gather evidence, right?
Correct.
In those pictures, I didn't see any keys or anything like that. You didn't collect any keys from the hospital, did you?
I did not collect any keys.
Ms. Claypool talked to you a lot about that firearm box being sealed.
Mhm.
If a seal were broken, it would indicate that somebody had been in that piece of evidence, right?
Correct.
In normal, proper protocol and procedure, typically when somebody goes into a piece of evidence, you guys as BCI techs would fill out a sheet indicating, hey, this is the time and this is the place when I did in fact go into that piece of evidence, right?
If it had been sealed previously and then opened, there would be documentation, yes.
And that's important to be thorough in your investigation, right?
Correct.
Because there are chain of custody issues that sometimes arise with pieces of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Claypool also asked about the bullet in the chamber. Do you remember her asking you about those?
I do.
That?
Yep.
That bullet automatically gets loaded in the chamber after a round is fired, correct?
Correct.
Connor didn't have to recock the gun in order for it to go up into the chamber or anything like that, right?
I'm not sure if there were any, firearm mishaps or anything that happened at the scene. That would be something that the firearms,
The firearm technician.
yes, thank you for the words.
But to your knowledge, none of that happened. based on
Correct.
what you've analyzed,
It was not reported to me that there were any mishaps with the firearm.
And so because there were no mishaps with the firearms, or I'll ask him that down the road too, but presumably if there were no mishaps with the firearm, then that bullet would automatically be loaded in the chamber, right?
That is how a firearm would normally operate.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
May.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tackett. I appreciate you being here. I have no further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Thank you.
All right, you can step down, leave everything there.
All right, so Jefferson, you had a question real quick here. Well, Rowan's got another thing here. Vosh is a Glock fan, not sure what division though. Oh no. You hate that vocal fry? Well, she's done. She's done. And Jefferson's saying not a big deal for this trial, but omitting the full chain of custody of that box seems a little freewheeling. Well, nobody's contesting that's the gun. Nobody's nobody. The only thing we're contesting is, did he have a reasonable fear that he was facing death or serious bodily harm? That's the only thing we're arguing about, is whether he had a reasonable and objective fear of serious bodily harm. That's all we're arguing about. The gun is the gun. He pulled the trigger. He did everything. We're not contesting it. So that's why it's not a big deal here. Nobody's contesting that's the gun. And I'm sure there was some discussion ahead of time about, can we cut through some of this? But yeah, the chain of custody in this one is not a big deal here. But Rabbit Six says, if I really had money, I would hire Trump to stand in the back corner. That would be funny if I could do that one day. One day, chat. One day, maybe. One day when I become big. Yeah, the defense would have stipulated all of this, but here's the problem. The prosecutor's not going to want to stipulate to a lot of that because they want to present their case. Seems like a lot more things could have been stipulated to. Remember, if I'm the prosecutor and I want to present it, I don't have to stipulate. The defense could come in and say, Your Honor, we stipulate. Prosecutor can say, we don't. The judge goes, okay, present your case. So, same thing the other way around. If the prosecutor wants to stipulate to something and the defense says, no, we want to introduce it, you don't automatically get to stipulate. The other side can oppose it and say, no, I want to introduce it, and courts are generally going to let you. Now, the courts will understand there's times where you're trying to prove something, but let's say you're fucking around with it. God, my beard is all fluffed up today. Let's say you're fucking around with things. That'll piss off the court at the end of the day. So be careful when you do that. Be careful. So let's move on to the next one.
You may.
We got a sidebar.
Truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone.
Here we go. Another person.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Andrew McClelland, ANDREW, MCCLELLAND.
Mr. McClellan, how are you currently employed and in what capacity?
I'm a forensic scientist, firearms examiner with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation, also known as BCI.
And how long have you been a firearms examiner with BCI?
Since 2012, July of 2012.
And how long total have you spent with BCI?
Since July of 2005.
So what did you do with BCI between 2005 and 2012?
I was a forensic scientist, latent print examiner.
And then during your time with BCI, did you switch from doing prints to firearms?
Yes, I transferred. My transfer was in 2012.
And Mr. McClellan, could you describe what the BCI crime lab is?
BCI, the crime lab specifically, is a crime laboratory whose services are provided to any agencies that need it that don't have their own crime lab within their own police department. We process and examine evidence that is submitted to the laboratory. We will then report upon our findings.
Can agencies from anywhere in Ohio submit evidentiary items to BCI for analysis?
Yes.
And as now a firearms examiner since 2012 at BCI, what are your primary roles and responsibilities with the crime lab?
We examine firearms and firearm-related components. When I say firearm-related components, I mean fired cartridge cases, fired bullets, fired shot shells, shot shell projectiles, slugs, pellets, shot wadding. We can also do operability reports and serial number restoration.
And Mr. McClellan, what type of training, education, and experience and background do you have in order to be a firearms examiner with BCI?
I have a biochemistry degree from Otterbein College, which is now known as Otterbein University. Once I transferred from the latent print section to the firearms section, I underwent a year of on-the-job training, which included numerous written and physical examinations and concluded with a competency test.
Once again, chat, more on-the-job training to be a scientific expert, which is so fucking weird to me still.
Test and a mock trial to testify to the findings of my mock case that we have to create during training.
And have you ever testified in court before related to your capacity as a firearms examiner?
Yes.
How many times would you estimate?
Dozens.
Dozens. And have you been certified as an expert before?
Yes.
In what field have you been certified as an expert?
Both as a latent print examiner and as a firearms examiner.
Your Honor, the state would move to tender Mr. McClellan as an expert in firearms.
He can issue his own opinions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McClellan, is there a way in which a fired bullet or a casing can be compared to a particular gun to determine whether or not the bullet or the casing came from that particular gun?
Yes.
Could you describe how that process occurs?
So when a firearm is discharged, the cartridge that is being discharged by the firearm produces a high pressure spike within the firearm. That pressure will then propel the bullet forward out of the barrel, and it will press the cartridge case back against a part of the firearm known as the breech face. When this discharge occurs, there are microscopic characteristics that are present on the firearm that can get transferred from the firearm onto those fired components at the moment of discharge.
And then what do you do in order to make a comparison to determine if the bullet or a casing came from a particular gun?
If a firearm is submitted, the first step we will do is we will do a physical and visual examination to ensure the firearm is in proper working order. It's not dangerous for us to test fire. We will then test fire the weapon a number of times. This serves two purposes. First, it allows us to say whether or not the firearm was operable as received, meaning it works correctly. And then we will collect those test fires and we will use those in the comparison phase. So the first step of the comparison phase is we will do what's known as a test-to-test comparison. So we'll take two of our test-fired bullets or two of our test-fired cartridge cases and examine them on a comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is two compound microscopes that are joined in one field of view where we can move the stages of each microscope independently to try and line up the characteristics that gun may or may have not reproduced on those fired components. Once we are done with the test-to-test comparison, we will then move to a test-to-evidence comparison. So we'll use one of the test fires that we looked at, and then we'll compare it to any evidence that was submitted, whether it was evidence fired cartridge cases or evidence fired bullets. If we see a similar level of agreement in our test evidence that we saw in our test-to-test, that's when we can say whether or not it was fired, the evidence was fired in that firearm.
So does every single gun, once fired, leave an imprint on the projectile or the casing that is completely unique to that firearm?
It can. It depends on the condition of the firearm and the method the firearm was manufactured, but typically, yes.
And so if you receive a gun and then casings or projectiles to compare whether or not they were fired from that gun, will you yourself fire from the gun so that you have a known sample to compare it with?
Yes, that's the test firing procedure that I outlined that creates the test fires that we use.
And what kind of equipment do you use to do then a microscopic comparison between a known sample of a casing or a projectile and one submitted for analysis?
That would be the comparison microscope where we use it to do both our test-to-test comparisons and our test evidence comparisons.
And Mr. McClellan, is this process of microscopic comparison, is that repeatable and objectively verifiable?
Yes.
And is it based on widely accepted principles in your field?
Yes.
And is the testing designed in a way that reliably implements those principles?
Yes.
And do you actually conduct the test in a way that yields accurate results?
Yes.
And is your testing subject to peer review?
So there's two steps. After I reach my conclusion, I will give all of the work product that I have to a second examiner, and they will do a physical microscope comparison the same way I did to verify my conclusions. Once that is done and I finish my notes and I type my report, all of my work product, my notes, my report, all the statistics that I enter into our system, all of that is then peer reviewed or technically reviewed by another forensic scientist firearms examiner. Once that's complete, it will then go to our supervisor for administrative review.
And Mr. McClellan, were items submitted to you in this case for analysis?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah. Mr. McClellan, I gave you with enough for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 59, State's Exhibit 45, and State's Exhibit 72. Are you able to identify those items from the markings on the outside?
Yes. First of all, this olive green barcode label that's on the edge of the box, that is a barcode label that is affixed to evidence when it is submitted to the laboratory through our evidence receiving department. It will contain the barcode is so that we can scan it and as it moves throughout the laboratory to establish a chain of custody. It will also include the department which submitted it as long as some other demographic information. This neon green label is a make safe label that I affixed to the box, meaning the gun is unloaded in a safe condition when I received it. Additionally, on the front of the box, is a smaller blue handwriting here and a larger black handwriting here. That's my open and seal dates from when I opened the box and then when I sealed the box.
And then do you put your initials or mark the outside when you handle the items?
Yes, so it's on the packaging as well as on the items inside.
And which item does the label indicate that is?
This is States Exhibit 59, which is also BCI item number 2.
Jefferson, I hope this satisfies your concern about the chain of custody. They've now rounded it out.
And what is inside of that?
First of all, there is a manila envelope that states 17 cartridges, 1 mag. I also put the BCI case number, the item number, and my initials on that, and the small blue writing. There's another smaller manila envelope with a yellow barcode label. This is the envelope I created. This contains all of the test fires that I took using this firearm. And then inside the box is the firearm that was submitted. It is zip tied through the barrel to ensure that it is safe and not in a loaded condition.
When these items are first submitted to BCI, what is the process by which BCI takes possession?
So when an agency submits evidence to BCI, it is done through the evidence receiving department. Personnel with the department will come in and physically submit the evidence to our evidence receiving department. They will take all of the case information in and document that in our laboratory information management system, which is what we refer to as LIMS. Once all of the evidence is submitted, the packaging will be barcoded, and then the evidence will be moved to a secure storage location or a vault, until which time an examiner can retrieve that evidence and proceed through the examinations.
And when these items were submitted to BCI, were they in this packaging that they're in now?
Yes.
And when they're first submitted to BCI, then does a unique BCI case number get generated?
Yes.
And is there a BCI label on each of these items?
Yes.
And does that get applied at the time the items are submitted to BCI?
Yes.
And what are the other 2 items that are in there?
So States Exhibit 45 is BCI item number 1. It's a manila envelope. Again, at the bottom of the envelope, you can see my open and seal dates. This envelope contains a fired cartridge casing. And then States Exhibit 72, which is BCI item number 3, again, has my open and seal dates at the bottom. And this contains a fired projectile or a fired bullet.
Does it state were all those items submitted to BCI on August 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And Mr. McClellan, could you open the other 2 items, please?
So BCI item number 3, States Exhibit 72, contained an internal packaging, which is a brown cardboard box. In the BCI item number, the open and seal dates, in which I did open that. I actually repackaged the fired bullet or fired projectile into a small plastic bag just to keep it separate from the original packaging.
There's loads up there.
I'm fine, thank you. And then BCI item number 1, which is States Exhibit 45, contains the 1 fired cartridge case that was submitted. On the side of this cartridge case, the black area is Sharpie that I apply, and then I scribe the case information on it. So BCI case number, the item number, my initials, and I do the same with the bullet. It's just harder to see since it's in that plastic bag.
And Mr. McClellan, are all of those items in the same or substantially similar condition as when they were submitted to BCI?
Yes.
Could you describe the process by which a cartridge casing is ejected from a gun, please?
In a semi-automatic pistol, such as the one that was submitted, when the cartridge is discharged, the top portion of the firearm, which is referred to as the slide, will reciprocate or move to the rear. As it is moving to the rear, it will extract and eject or expel the fired cartridge case from the chamber of that firearm. And then as it moves forward, if there's still ammunition present in the magazine, it will chamber the next round from the magazine.
And Mr. McClellan, what were you asked to do with these items submitted?
When these were submitted, there was a request for comparison between the firearm and the fired cartridge case and fired bullet.
And did you first complete an operability test of the firearm?
Yes, initially the first thing we do is a visual and physical examination to ensure that the firearm is safe to test fire. And then, yes, we do our test firing, which serves the 2 purposes of letting us state that it's operable as well as generating those test fires for the comparison phase.
And what is the process by which you fire the gun from its operable and get samples to test?
At our laboratory, we have what's known as a water recovery tank. So it is a metal tank full of water with a shooting port or hole and a tube, and we will shoot the firearm into that. The water will slow the bullet down so that it doesn't get damaged by hitting anything in the tank. And then there's a netting around that tube in which we shoot that will catch any auto-ejected cartridge cases.
And did you confirm that this firearm was in fact operable?
Yes.
And how many times did you fire it?
I believe it was fired at 6 times.
So then would that have given you 6 projectiles and casings for comparison?
Yes.
And what did you then do after you test fired the weapon?
So once I completed the test firing and operability examination, I move into the microscope comparison phase. So again, the first step is the test comparison of the test fires that I just generated to kind of develop a frame of reference or a fingerprint for that firearm. And then once I complete the test comparison, I move on to the test evidence comparison.
And now, do you compare the casings to the test fired casings to the casing, and then the test fired projectiles to the projectile?
Initially, we do a test to test. So 2 casings to each other that were test fired, and then 2 bullets that were test fired to each other. And then we'll move on to 1 test fired cartridge case to the evidence cartridge case, 1 test fired bullet to the evidence bullet.
And after doing a microscopic comparison in this case, were you able to reach any conclusions?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
Both the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet were fired by the submitted firearm.
And on your report, does it indicate a source identification?
Yes, that's the language that we use in our report to indicate a match.
And what does that mean if it's what level of certainty is that if it's a source identification?
It is to a scientific level of certainty. So we talk about practical certainties and absolute certainties. An absolute certainty was if I were to compare it to every firearm in existence and ones that haven't even been manufactured yet. Obviously, that's not possible. So it's a practical certainty. Based off my training, education, and experience, there was enough agreement in the evidence to the test fire for me to feel comfortable saying that it was fired by that firearm.
And were you able to reach that conclusion to that level of certainty that both the submitted casing and the submitted projectile came from that particular firearm?
Yes.
Now, was there also a portion or a lead fragment of a bullet of the projectile that was submitted?
There was also a very small lead fragment that was submitted. It was such small in such nature that it was what we refer to as unsuitable. There was no information on that small lead fragment to make any kind of conclusion with. So we state that it is unsuitable for any kind of comparison or identification purposes.
And was that along with the projectile that was removed from Dakota Young?
Yes, it was in the brown box in States Exhibit 72, BCI Item 3.
And do you know why there would have been a lead fragment along with the projectile?
It's possible when a bullet strikes anything that it can fragment, and if it's possible that was a fragment from the bullet that was fired.
So the little fragment was not suitable for comparison?
Correct.
But the main portion of the spent projectile along with the casing, you were able to confirm were fired from that particular handgun?
Yes.
Matt Bertrand?
You may.
Mr. McClellan, I'm handing you a mark for identification purposes as States Exhibit 63 through 65. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
And what are those photos?
So while we are doing our comparison phase, we will document by taking photographs of our comparisons, and these are the copies of those photographs that I generated using my comparison microscope camera.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the pictures you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish? Mr. McClellan, this is States Exhibit 63. Could you describe what we're looking at here in States Exhibit 63?
So this is a comparison photograph that I took using the comparison microscope. The left side of the photograph,
Now, chat, remember, this is all they have. So, yes, self-defense is an affirmative defense. Nafix saying, was this not stipulated to? Remember, if the prosecutor won't stipulate, like, both sides have to agree. The prosecution does not have much of a case. So they're introducing all of this with the intent of saying, oh my gosh, they have all these exhibits. He must be guilty. Like, they are using this idea to use this to attack him. They're using this as a psychological warfare to convict him, okay? This is what they're doing. They're padding out their case. So it's not an issue of stipulating. They are fluffing up the system against him right now. That's why they're doing this. That's why they're doing this. Ultimately, guys. Were I in this jury, this drag the dog out pony show would piss me off. Yeah, but you're not the type of person they're looking for in a jury. Remember, they're trying to find people they can manipulate. So, that is what we're doing here. And also, are you guys able to hear it and catch along? I have it set at speed, but let me know if that's too fast. Yeah, the states meaning their word count. They have to fluff it up to get a word count. So kind of like the monetary crimes of Murdoch, kind of, except these still aren't crimes. But yes, they're overwhelming the jury with bullshit. They're overwhelming the jury with bullshit.
You can see down the center of the photograph, there's a thin black line. The left side of that photograph is what I had on the left side of my stage, which is one of the test fires that I generated using the submitted pistol. And the right side of the photograph is the evidence cartridge casing that was submitted on this case. And this picture shows the agreement in what is known as the firing pin aperture shear. I'm sorry, the firing pin aperture shear. And so when the firearm is discharged and the slide reciprocates, depending on the type of firearm, some of that material of the cartridge case can flow back into the opening where the firing pin protrudes through the firearm. And this type of firearm has an unlocking mechanism that it will drop the barrel slightly. And so any of that material that's been flowed back into that hole will get sheared off, kind of like a cheese grater. And so the edge of that hole will create microscopic characteristics that we can look at. And this is just showing the agreement of some of those microscopic characteristics between the test fire and the evidence.
And here's State Exhibit 64. What are we looking at here?
This is, again, a picture I generated using the camera on my comparison microscope. Again, the picture is divided in two, with the left side being my test fire and the right side being the evidence bullet. And this is showing the agreement of some of the barrel engraved striation characteristics that the bullet can pick up from the firearm as the bullet is traveling down the barrel of the firearm.
And then finally, here is State's Exhibit 5. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is a second picture of the same fired bullet. Again, the left side is my test fire. The right side is the evidence bullet. This was just another area of agreement on that bullet. It was a different land impression on the bullet. So I took multiple photographs of areas on that bullet for identification purposes.
I may have a moment.
You may.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Very quickly, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, many.
Mr. McClellan, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Along with Ms. Stevens, we represent Connor Grubb. I had a professor and undergrad at Cornell, Dr. Blanchard, who came up with the KISS method. Have you ever heard the KISS method, the acronym KISS?
I believe I know what you're referring to.
Keep it simple, stupid. I think it was designed for me, so if you would keep it simple here, I'd appreciate it. I think you started about 20 minutes ago for the record, but basically what you did is you took the weapon that was turned over by my client, you compared it to a shell casing that was found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you test fired using other ammunition, and you took that shell casing that was test fired, that matched the shell casing that was at the scene,
Correct.
and that matched those shell casings, both those shell casings said it came from the weapon that was turned over.
Correct.
And you took one bullet that was found and compared it, and it was fired from that gun as well.
Correct.
Confirming that now, the magazine, how many bullets does that magazine hold?
Yeah, I opened the magazine item in.
You may.
18 sound, right?
So the magazine is listed as being a capacity 17 magazine.
And then,
And if you had one in the chamber as well, the full capacity of the firearm would be 18.
so if there were 17 bullets left, that would mean one bullet was spent, correct?
Correct.
Again, confirming that there was one shot from that weapon, and the shell casing that was found at the scene matched that weapon.
Correct.
Thank you very much for keeping it simple. Appreciate it.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, leave everything there.
Yes, sir.
And you can take your time.
Thank you.
And there we go, chat. Like, what was the point of that ultimately? Remember, this is meant to make him look bad. It's meant to convince the jury
Ladies
there's
and
some
gentlemen, we're gonna
there
take our
there.
morning recess. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you by about 15, 20 minutes.
All rise.
Remember, chat, this is all meant to make Connor Grubb look bad. It's all meant to make Connor Grubb look bad. So that's why we're dealing with this now. That's why we're dealing with this as you see it, okay? So let's keep going. Uh-oh, that's going to be a long break. Ooh, it's a long break. It goes and goes and goes. Here we go. Ooh, a 20-minute break, almost half-hour break. Here we go.
Is there anything we room? What we're going to do now, we have another witness, and so we're going to break for lunch. If you guys could be back.
So they're going to take the lunch break. We get no breaks, chat. We get no breaks, but yes, they're used WBNS. Used to be known as TV 55 if you lived in Ohio. We are going to keep going here. So we're on November 12th. Remember, Veterans Day happened. So now we're on to number 2. Second part of the 12th. Here we go. Let me get some closed captioning going, and let's get the speed up on this. And speed. I hate this. You have to refresh every time. It seems like that's YouTube's way of tricking people. It feels like. To make them forced to have to do this. So let's go here.
Swear affirm the opportunity to testify in the case of the truth, truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, pull yourself up close to the microphone. Can you get big inquire?
Good afternoon. Could you please begin by stating your first and last name and spelling it for the record?
My first name is Kyle. Last name is Douglas.
Okay, Chad, I hate this when I try to refresh the Well, let me do it the right way. No, why is it fighting me? Okay, hold on. We got to fix this here. I hate this when it does this. Why are you being gay? Why are you being gay right now? All right, Chad, hold on. I got to refresh everything here. Give me 1 second. All right, we're back. Sorry, chat. Oh no, it's broken. It's not broken, I promise. It's just frustrating. I'm trying to get the setup to work in a way where it's like you make it full screen and now it doesn't, like, it absorbs the whole screen. See, I needed to do this for me. Now we'll speed it up.
Swear affirm the opportunity to testify in the case of the truth, truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat, pull yourself up close to the microphone. Can you get big inquire?
Good afternoon. Could you please begin by stating your first and last name and spelling it for the record?
My first name is Kyle. Last name
Remember, this is another prosecution witness.
is Douglas. Douglass.
Where are you currently employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what is your position with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I'm a special agent.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Yes, I am. I'm currently assigned to the Force Investigations Unit. I was previously assigned to the Special Investigations Unit.
And how long have you been a special agent with the BCI Force Unit?
Less than a year. That would have happened earlier this year.
Was that unit actually newly created?
It was.
Could you explain a little bit about that?
Essentially, the Force Investigations Unit was created to solely investigate officer-involved critical incidents. Prior to the creation of the Force Investigations Unit, the Special Investigations Unit was investigating officer-involved critical incidents as well as other types of investigations.
And did you start with the Force Unit as soon as that unit was developed?
I did.
And were you employed with BCI prior to being in the Force Unit?
I was, yes.
Where were you there then?
I was assigned to the Special Investigations Unit.
And how long did you spend in the Special Investigations Unit with BCI?
That would have been since I was hired by BCI, so from August of 2022 until I think the Force Investigations Unit went into effect January or February of this year.
So how long total have you been a special agent with BCI?
A little over 3 years.
And do you have any prior experience in law enforcement or investigations prior to that?
Prior to working at BCI, I was in investigative capacity of another position within the Attorney General's office with the Healthcare Fraud Unit, where it primarily conducted financial crimes.
And how long did you hold that position?
I was there from February of 2011 until I transitioned to BCI in August of 2022.
So is your career in law enforcement roughly 14 or so years?
Investigations, yes.
Investigations.
Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, could you describe a little bit about what the Bureau of Criminal Investigations is?
The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation is a state-level investigative body that falls under the Ohio Attorney General's office. We conduct a variety of criminal investigations at the state level and are divided into various units that specialize in different things.
And when is it common that Attorney General's office, BCI, will come in and take over an investigation from a local police agency?
When we are requested by that local agency.
And what are the type of scenarios that usually lead to that request?
Well, either, as in this case, an officer-involved critical incident, but we can be requested to conduct other various types of investigations, whether it be some type of violent crime or homicide to public corruption or financial crimes. It's kind of a little bit of everything.
Is it common that BCI will come in as the lead investigative agency for officer-involved shooting incidents?
Yes, that's correct.
And Special Agent Douglas, were you assigned as lead investigator in the shooting death of Takaya Young on August 24th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
At that time, how many officer-involved incidents had you been lead investigator on?
Prior to that incident, I had been assigned as a leading investigator for 4 officer-involved critical incidents.
And on August 24th, 2023, how did you first become notified or involved in that incident?
I was notified by my supervisor at the time.
And where were you when you were notified by your supervisor?
I was at home.
And who is your supervisor, or who was your supervisor at that time?
At the time, it would have been Special Agent Supervisor James Mulford.
And did you go straight to the scene from your home?
I did, yes.
And what information did you have at that time as you were responding to the scene from your home?
Not a lot. I was notified that Blendon Township Police Department was involved in a critical incident at the Kroger parking lot on Sunbury Road. I was told there was a vehicle involved and a female involved, and that's pretty much all I knew prior to arriving to the scene.
And approximately how long would you say it took you to respond to the scene from your home?
I would say probably 30, 40 minutes.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived at 5991 Sunbury Road on August 24th, 2023?
I can't recall the exact time, but I believe it would have been sometime in the 7:00 p.m. hour.
And upon first responding there, what happens first? Who did you first make contact with?
The first contact we will make when we arrive at a scene will be with the local agency, which would have, in this case, would have been Blendon Township Police.
At the time that you first got there, who was in control of the scene?
Blendon Township Police was.
And when you first got there, were other BCI people on scene already?
I can't recall exactly who was there before me, but several of us responded, and we arrived at various times.
And do you recall when you first got to the scene, you said you made contact with somebody from Blendon Township?
I did, yes.
Do you recall who you first spoke with upon arrival?
I can't recall. It might have been the chief. It also might have been one of the lieutenants. I can't recall for sure.
And at that time, did you obtain additional information about what had occurred?
Yes,
Was the defendant, Connor Grubb, still on scene at the time you arrived there?
he was not.
And was Takaya Young still on scene?
She was not.
Are you aware, had she been pronounced deceased by the time you had arrived?
I do not believe before I arrived she had yet been pronounced deceased. I believe we received that information after I had arrived.
And had Takaya Young's identity been determined at the time you arrived?
At the time that I arrived, no.
And do you know when or how that happened?
That would have been done by either in conjunction with the coroner's office or our crime scene unit in determining identification.
Do you know how people at the scene that night learned the identity of the decedent?
I believe I was part of the conversation where we were trying to confirm who she was. As far as exactly how that conversation went, I don't recall.
Did family members of Takaya Young show up to the scene that night?
Yes, they did.
And is that, how were they notified that Takaya was pronounced deceased?
There was a conversation with family members who had come on scene, and I believe that through information we received from the family members, we were able to confirm that it was Takaya Young.
And what law enforcement agencies were present when you got there?
There were several. Besides us in Blendon Township, I believe there was a response from Westerville Police, Mifflin Township, Columbus Police, and Minerva Park, I believe, and the Franklin County Sheriff's Office as well.
And other than you, who else from BCI was there?
It was myself, my supervisor at the time, Jim Mulford, and I believe there were 3 other agents that were involved in our duties the night of the incident, and there as well as two agents from our crime scene unit responded as well.
And when you arrived, did you do a walkthrough of the scene?
We would have received information from Blendon Township as far as when we describe a scene walkthrough. It's where the important events of the incident occurred and where evidence might be located, things of that nature.
So did you receive that type of information soon after arrival?
We did, yes.
And after you made contact with Blendon Township, what did you begin doing in the scene?
So as lead investigator, the night of the incident, my primary responsibility was to kind of coordinate as far as assignments go. Other agents, give them responsibilities, information to gather, because we are a collector of facts. That's our primary function. So I would have coordinated assignments for other agents whether it be to conduct interviews, to canvass for possible video evidence, things of that nature. Myself, I recall receiving information from other officers who were on scene as far as potential witnesses. So my primary responsibility the night of was compiling potential witnesses, identifying them, and determining whether or not they had already been spoken to, needed to be spoken to, whether or not they were still on scene, or if they had been spoken to, if they needed to be followed up with at a later date.
Now that first night on scene, did you personally interview any witnesses?
The night of, I did not.
And were interviewing witnesses, was that one of the assignments you were delegating to other officers?
That's correct, yes.
Were some of the witnesses still present on scene?
Yes, they were.
And were you receiving information from other investigators who were interviewing these witnesses?
I was, yes.
And what type of information were you getting from them?
Just establishing who had been spoken to, general information about what witnesses had stated or said they had seen. I tasked somebody with making contact with the staff at the Kroger to work on getting video surveillance footage.
And was the scene contained or had perimeter been set up by the time you had gotten there?
Yes, it had.
And when you got there, were you made aware of where exactly the incident transpired?
Yes, we were.
So were you able to personally observe the scene?
I was, yes.
And what did you observe?
I observed, we got there, I saw where, a general area of where the incident had occurred. We were notified which parking lot Miss Young's vehicle was initially parked in, and we were explained the path of travel of the vehicle. And when I was there on scene, I observed that the vehicle was still in its final resting place when it came in contact with the wall underneath the awning of the Kroger building.
Did you observe any blood inside or outside of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where did you observe any?
I recall there was blood on the vehicle seat. I also recall seeing blood on the ground near the vehicle in the sidewalk or parking lot area.
And did you go inside of the vehicle?
I did not.
Were you able to see the interior of the vehicle?
I was, yes.
Did you observe anything in the interior of the vehicle?
Yeah, there were various items inside the vehicle.
And did you observe any damage to the vehicle?
I did.
What type of damage did you observe?
It was hard to see the front of the vehicle because of its position, but there was obvious damage to the front of the vehicle. There was also, it was obvious that the front driver's window had been broken, smashed, and there was an apparent bullet hole, a single bullet hole in the vehicle windshield.
Where on the front of the vehicle did you observe damage?
It was on the front. I couldn't say specifically where on the front of the vehicle, and some of that I did not see until after the vehicle had been moved in order for it to be finishing processed by the crime scene agent.
Did you see any damage on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
And do you recall seeing any items outside of the vehicle on the ground?
Yes, I do.
What did you see?
I saw a cloth tote bag, which I believe had blood on it. And while it was processed, it was determined that there were liquor bottles inside of that tote bag.
And where was that located when you arrived at the scene?
It was on the ground, not far from the vehicle.
And did you state that the vehicle was still in the spot where it came to rest after hitting the wall when you first got there?
Yes, it was.
Was it removed from that spot while you were still there?
It was eventually removed from that spot in order for the crime scene agent to finish processing the vehicle, because based on where it was, there were parts and sides of the vehicle that he wasn't able to access based on its position. So in order to finish processing it, it had to be moved.
Where did they first move the vehicle just to complete processing?
They initially just moved it away from the wall, just out in the parking lot, so the crime scene unit could get all the way around the vehicle to photograph and process.
And was the vehicle ultimately towed from the scene?
It was.
Were you still present there when the vehicle was towed?
I was there when the vehicle left the scene, yes.
And where was the vehicle removed to?
I believe it was taken by the sheriff's office. I don't know specifically where it went.
And do you know where the vehicle came to be stored?
They took it back
I know
to the
it
buy here,
eventually
pay here
went to
lot.
The Blendon Township Police Department.
And Special Agent Douglas, did you ever go inside of the Kroger store that first night?
I did not.
Did you obtain surveillance video from the store?
We did. I did not personally, but another agent in my unit did, yes.
And did that agent obtain the video that first night?
Yes,
Did you end up reviewing that Kroger video that night?
I did.
And Special Agent Douglas, were you yourself actually collecting or processing any evidence at the scene?
Not at the scene, no.
Were there other people from BCI to do that?
Yes, that would have been our crime scene unit.
And so does BCI have a whole separate unit for the people who collect and process evidence?
Yes, they do. Yes, that would be the crime scene unit.
And what were they doing on scene?
So they would have been responsible for collecting evidence related to the incident. They would have photographed various parts of the scene, the vehicle. They would have collected, they also are responsible for processing the involved officers, photographing them, and collecting weapons which had allegedly been discharged during the incident.
And what BCI special agents from your evidence unit were present at 5991 Sunbury Road that night?
It was Special Agent Matthew Austin and Special Agent Cassandra Tackett.
And when you were on scene, did you observe a spent casing?
I did. We were notified where the casing was when it was found in the.
Chat, if you guys don't remember, she stole a bunch of bottles of tequila. So no, the Courvoisier jokes, no. It was tequila. It's called Lula Azul. Lula Azul. It's like some decent grade. It's like some mid-grade tequila. But that's what she stole, was tequila. So, for those of you wondering and keeping score at home, it was not Courvoisier. It was tequila.
Parking lot, I believe it had been marked with a cone, a traffic cone.
Had that been located prior to your arrival?
I believe so, yes.
Was it still in the place where it was when you got there?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was that pointed out to you?
It was, yes.
And did you state that had been marked with a placard or a cone?
It was. The crime scene unit would have. It was marked with a cone prior to our arrival. the crime scene unit would have gave it a placard when they processed that piece of evidence.
And do you recall roughly where that casing was located when it was pointed out to you?
It was in the parking lot, somewhere between the front of the store and where Miss Young's vehicle had been originally parked.
And did an evidence technician from BCI end up collecting it that night?
Yes.
And how long do you think you remained on the scene on August 24th?
I believe, I don't know exactly what time we cleared the scene, but it would have been sometime in the early morning. I believe it was around 4 or 5 in the morning by the time we were done.
And in the days immediately following, what were your first steps in the investigation?
So in the days following the incident, as the lead investigator, my responsibilities would include requesting records from Blendon Township Police Department, as well as collecting, making sure video evidence got collected. We requested body worn camera video from Blendon Township for Officer Grubb and for Sergeant Moynihan. And we also followed up with other police officers who responded to the scene, but were not there when the shooting happened. We followed up with them, obtained video from them and statements from them as well. I continue to work on establishing potential witnesses of the shooting incident who had not been spoken to the night of the incident. Other administrative duties would have been collecting training records for Officer Grubb, firearms qualification records as part of that request. I'm sure there were others I'm not mentioning.
And from where did you request training materials for the defendant?
That would have been through the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy, or OPATA.
And what did you receive from OPATA?
We received a record of his status as a peace officer, as well as a curriculum of courses he would have taken while he was in training.
And did you actually receive from OPATA the materials on the various trainings that he would have been through?
We did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Special Agent Douglas, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 68 through 61. 68 through 71.
Are you able to recognize those items?
Yes, I am.
And what are they?
These would have been curriculum we received from OPATA, and these are divided into units and specific topics of the curriculum Officer Grubb would have gone through while he was in the training academy.
And what are the topics of the various exhibits?
Exhibit 68 is titled Handgun, Unit 4, Topic 1. Exhibit 69 is titled Patrol Aspects and Overview, Unit 8, Topic 1. Exhibit 70 is Building Searches, Unit 8, Topic 4. And Exhibit 71 is Stops and Approaches, Unit 8, Topic 5.
And do those actually contain the materials of the courses that the defendant would have gone through?
Yes, yes.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the training materials that you obtained from OPATA?
Yes, they are.
So Special Agent Douglas, in the days following the day of the incident, did you state that you had requested and received the body-worn camera from the involved Blendon Township officers?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up with officers who had responded to the scene in the immediate aftermath of the incident?
Yes, we did.
And did you have them complete a statement? Did you have them do written or verbal statements?
I believe it might have been a mix of both. I believe most of them would have been given us verbal statements. The officers who arrived after the incident had concluded.
And did you also collect those officers' body-worn cameras?
We did, yes.
And the officers that you spoke with who had responded in the immediate aftermath, how did you reach out to or make contact with those officers?
That would have been done through maybe contact that they had made with other agents while they were still on scene. We would have gone through them directly. And those contacts they usually provided their contact information to us.
So the very first night, have you kind of compiled a list of the various officers who had responded to the scene?
Yes.
And then in interviewing them in the days that followed, did you make direct contact with them?
I did not personally, but other BCI agents did, yes.
The BCI agents were conducting interviews.
Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, in the course of your investigation, did you speak or conduct an interview with Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, we did.
When did you speak with Sergeant Moynihan?
I believe the date was October 11th of 2023.
And where was that interview conducted?
It was conducted at the Blendon Township Police Station.
And who all was present for that interview?
It was myself, Special Agent Supervisor Jim Mulford, Sergeant Moynihan, and his attorney from the FOP.
And was that interview written, or was there a written statement, or was it just a verbal interview?
That was a verbal interview.
And was that recorded?
It was audio recorded, yes. Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, why, given that the event was August 24th, why did you not, or were you not able to interview Sergeant Moynihan until October 11th?
It's common practice for BCI to coordinate interviews with involved officers and direct witness officers to a critical incident. It's common practice for us to coordinate those interviews through the Fraternal Order of Police.
And by that, do you mean not officers who responded in the aftermath, but who were present for the incident itself?
That's correct, yes.
And could you just, what is the FOP?
The FOP is the Fraternal Order of Police, which is a union organization which represents law enforcement officers in the state of Ohio.
And also, in the course of your investigation, did you obtain a written statement from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
How was that statement received by you?
It was received via email.
And when did you receive that statement?
I believe the date was October 24th.
You know, chat, and just think about this. How many times would me or you be allowed to write an email statement to somebody if we shot someone? You think the cops going to let us do that? No, cops get special rules. That's bullshit.
2023, we received his written statement.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit 66.
Are you able to identify State Exhibit 66?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
This is the written statement that we received from Officer Grubb.
And is that a fair and accurate and complete copy of the original statement that you had received from the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You can get it up. You may.
And Special Agent Douglas, does the first page and a half or so kind of go through background information about defendant's employment history and uniform he was wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
And does information about the incident itself start on the second page of the statement?
Yes, it does.
We'll jump ahead. Could you please read the statement beginning with the first full paragraph here on page 2?
Yes. Immediately before this incident, I was in the Kroger parking lot, which is located in a shopping plaza at 5991 Sunbury Road. I was assisting a civilian who had locked her keys in her car. The locked car was parked right next to, east of, the handicap space and was parked facing south. I had been attempting to get the car unlocked for probably 4 to 5 minutes when Sergeant Moynihan pulled up. He had also been in the parking lot taking a report on a hit-skip accident. Sergeant Moynihan offered to assist in trying to get the civilian's vehicle unlocked. While I was attempting to get the front driver's side door unlocked, Sergeant Moynihan attempted to put his hand down the rear passenger's side window because the window was opened a few inches. I was in the process of inflating the air wedge to try and open the door when I saw Sergeant Moynihan walk south. A second or two later, I heard Sergeant Moynihan say, "Out of the car," or "Get out of the car." I saw him standing at the driver's side of a black sedan that was backed into a handicap parking spot that was south and west diagonal of the car I was attempting to unlock. He was hitting the driver's side window while telling the driver to get out of the car. I walked over to assist Sergeant Moynihan, and I heard him telling the suspect that they said she stole something and to get out of the car. She was not complying. There was a car parked to the east of the black sedan. I walked between the cars and behind Sergeant Moynihan. Since he was already positioned on the driver's side, I took a position at the front of the stationary black sedan. On the west side of the black sedan, there were several shopping carts and a white female was standing there. There was a black female in the driver's seat who Sergeant Moynihan was continuing to order out of the car, but she was refusing. She was saying something to Sergeant Moynihan, but I could not hear exactly what she was saying. However, based on her refusal to exit the vehicle and the inflection in her voice, I believe she was arguing with him. After Sergeant Moynihan told her multiple times to get out of the car, I drew my weapon and ordered her to get out of the car. She did not, and I again told her to get out of the car. Instead of complying, she accelerated the car towards me. I tried to move to my right, east, to avoid being struck, but the front bumper of the car hit my legs/shins.
Hold on, officer. Do Council want to approach?
Huh. Wonder what they're approaching about here. So she's being loud and black. Well, she was just arguing. He couldn't hear her. He couldn't hear her. Jefferson saying, is hit skip a regional term for hit and run? I mean, we'll say hit and run, but hit skip is kind of like, I've heard it before a bunch. I mean, it's not like a specific thing, but I'll hear it that way at times. So let's see what they're getting into here. Let's see what they're going to start getting into. Let's keep going, chat. He drew his weapon of force out of the car. Yeah, that is a compliance tool as well. He could say, and what they might be trying to argue is, why initially, but remember, we talked about that with the police. They might use their weapons to gain compliance, not necessarily just because they're in fear. Remember that. That's something that was already brought up before. So let's keep going.
When it hit me, I leaned forward and placed my left hand on the hood of the car to brace myself in an effort to not fall to the ground and be run over. Suddenly, my feet were completely off the ground and my waist was on the hood of the car and my body was being carried by the car as she continued accelerating. It was at that moment I fired one round through the windshield. I immediately noticed the car was turning to the right, west, and seemed to slow down. I slid off the driver's side front corner of the car and got my feet back onto the ground. The car continued west towards the Kroger. It veered south along the Kroger and then up onto the sidewalk perimeter of the shopping plaza. The car was not moving very fast, and I ran up to the driver's side while airing shots fired. As soon as I reached the car, I tried to open the driver's side door, but it was locked. The car kept moving until it hit the exterior brick wall of Kroger and stopped. Sergeant Moynihan attempted to break the driver's side window, but was unsuccessful. I struck the window with the end of my flashlight, and I unlocked the driver's side door. I opened the door, and the suspect did not appear to be moving. I could not reach her because there was a pillar next to the open door. I walked around the pillar and tried to get her out of the car. However, her foot was still on the gas pedal. As I attempted to get her out, the car started moving forward again, and I fell to the ground. The car kept moving south, and the suspect fell out of the car onto the sidewalk. Sergeant Moynihan and I secured the suspect, and I aired to make sure medics were being dispatched. I saw the suspect was bleeding, and I ran to my cruiser to retrieve my trauma bag. I placed a seal on the bullet entrance wound, which was in her chest. Sergeant Moynihan and I rolled her over to check for an exit wound, but could not find one. A male approached us and stated he was an ER doctor. We told him we were trying to get her stable and that we had placed a chest seal, and Sergeant Moynihan held pressure on the wound. Additional officers arrived and began securing the scene. Officer support arrived, and I returned to the Blendon Township Police Department. I waited there until BCI agents collected my weapon and photographed me. This ended my involvement in this incident. I initially drew my weapon to provide lethal cover, as the suspect was not complying with Sergeant Moynihan's repeated orders, and I did not know if she had access to any weapons in the vehicle. I fired one round at the suspect. I believe I was approximately 5 to 8 feet from the suspect at the time I fired my weapon. I fired from a position on the hood of the suspect's car, specifically with my waist and left hand on the hood of the suspect's car and my feet off the ground while the vehicle was moving. I fired with a right strong hand grip, and I do not believe I used my sights. The direction of my shot was north at a slightly downward angle because I was on the hood of the car. My backdrop was the interior of the suspect's car. My target was the suspect's center mass. I only fired one shot because I was no longer on the hood of the car. At the time I fired my weapon, I was in fear for my life as the suspect had just struck me with her vehicle. My feet were no longer on the ground, and the top half of my body was on the hood of her car. Immediately before I fired, the suspect had ignored repeated commands to get out of the car, and instead of complying, accelerated her vehicle directly at me and struck me. I do not believe I had any other reasonable alternative to protect my life from the suspect's actions. Once I realized the car was accelerating, I tried to get out of the way, but the suspect's vehicle struck my legs/shin and lifted my feet off the ground, and the suspect was trying to flee with me being carried on the hood of her car. I did have a taser, but a taser would not have been effective because it would not have penetrated the windshield. I fired my weapon because I believed that I was going to be seriously injured or killed by being thrown from the vehicle and or run over. I have now had an opportunity to review the body-worn camera footage of this incident. On the footage, I am able to hear what she was saying to Sergeant Moynihan, but during the incident, I knew she was saying something to him, but did not know exactly what she was saying. I also know now that the white female I saw standing on the passenger side of the suspect's car was the clerk who alerted Sergeant Moynihan to the theft. On the footage, it also appears that the suspect's tires squealed just before she struck me, but I do not specifically recall if I heard this during the incident. I now know the suspect's name is Takaya Young. I did not recognize her, and I do not believe I have ever had any prior encounters, professional or personal, with her. This concludes my statement.
And was that a fair and accurate copy of the statement that was originally provided to you by defendant?
Yes, it is.
And Special Agent Douglas, after receiving that initial statement, did you pose several follow-up questions to defendant?
I did, yes.
And how did you submit those?
I submitted those via email to his attorney.
And did you receive responses from those follow-up questions?
Yes, I did.
How did you receive responses?
Those were also received via email.
And what date did you receive the answers to your follow-up questions?
I believe that was December 4th of 2023.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I am handing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 67. Are you able to identify that item?
Yes.
And what is?
All right, there's a statement here. This sounds like it was written by his lawyer. It was written by his lawyer. There's no way in hell you would offer this statement without having your lawyer type it up for you. Yes, 100% written by his lawyer. 100%. Am I watching and do? I'm watching and I'm trying to do. I got something I'm working on, but I am also watching.
This is a copy of the email that I received with answers to the follow-up questions we asked Officer Grubb.
And how many questions did you pose?
3.
And can you please read your questions and the follow-up answers?
Yeah. Number 1, was Young being detained or under arrest? Was she free to leave? And the answer was, Young was not free to leave as she was being detained pursuant to the theft allegations from the Kroger employee. As a result of her continued refusal to comply with orders to exit her vehicle, the detention turned into an arrest. Question number 2 was Young's vehicle running before you moved in front of it? And the answer was, when I initially stepped in front of the vehicle, I knew the vehicle was stationary and I believe the vehicle.
And right now, guys, it's 100% legitimate. I initially was detaining her, and then from there, when she refused to get out of the car, she's now doing what's called obstructing official business. So the cops are giving her, the cops are trying to do their job, and she's now officially obstructing them. She is now under arrest for that offense. So even if it turns out she wasn't shoplifting, she would still be charged with obstructing official business. So yes, there is something else she would be liable for there, as far as it's concerned. So he's not incorrect. She would still be liable for a different offense. And obstructing official business is a misdemeanor. Is really not that big a deal. So just get out of the fucking car. It's not that hard, chat. It's not that hard. So.
To be parked. I do not recall if the vehicle was running when I stepped in front of it. And then the third question was, what was your purpose or reason for standing in front of the vehicle? And the answer was, I positioned myself in front of the vehicle for 3 reasons. First, to convey to Young that she was in fact being detained and not free to leave the scene. Second, to provide cover to Sergeant Moynihan as he was positioned on the driver's side of the vehicle and Young was in the driver's seat. I did not know if she had access to a weapon inside the vehicle, and if she did, I would need to provide lethal cover to Sergeant Moynihan. Third, with Sergeant Moynihan on the driver's side and the female on the passenger side, as well as other civilians in the busy parking lot, the front of the vehicle was the best position from a tactical standpoint to avoid crossfire.
Was that a fair and accurate copy of the answers you received from defendant as to your follow-up questions?
Yes, sir.
And Special Agent Douglas, the scene where this incident occurred on August 24th, 2023, 5991 South Sunbury Road, is that location in Blendon Township, Franklin County, Ohio?
Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, during the original statement you received from defendant or in his answers to the follow-up questions, does the defendant ever state that he shot and killed Takaya Young?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading speculation.
Council approach? Just you guys.
Everett says, no one will convince me she wasn't sticking booze in her purse. Well, hey, funny you should ask. We have that. I think Scott rustled this up for us, but hey, guess what? We have this on camera. Or if her walking into the store, that's her right there. Last 20 minutes of her dumb fucking life. So here you go. She's figuring out how she's going to cure cancer when she gets back to the lab tonight. And here you go. Watch her at work, chat. No, she's making eye contact with the camera the whole time. But there you go. Yes, the alcohol was to clean the lab instruments. Yep. As you can see, guys, it really is. These are little stores built up with inside the store. So it's where you wander around and get your liquor. I was getting real tired, chat. The fatigue is real. Yep. She's loading up for the holidays. I'm not sure what holiday it is. She take a bottle of Jaeger? I don't know. Yes. Her unborn son was thirsty, chat! They were thirsty. Did she take a bottle of Jaeger? I don't know if she did. I don't know if she took some Jaeger. I don't know. Is it really that easy to steal that alcohol? She ain't even, Yeah, I mean, if you're good, you could steal, but it's hard to steal in a store like this. You're better off at it's better if they steal at liquor store than going to the grocery stores. They got too much security. She was trying to party like it was the last day of her life. Yep, $590 worth of booze. Yep, she did it for the culture. And those are her girlfriends that came in with her to help steal. And they all go out together as a group, and they all get caught. And this is where they get caught. So... she got all those money for all that weave. And there she go. There she go, chat. There she go. So. Joseph Pan says, I'll be 17 years sober if I make it. You will make it. You will make it, man. I have faith in you. You've done it this far. I know everybody in your life is proud of you for what you've done so far. Keep it up. Life is less chaotic today. Hey, one day at a time. You are doing good. Proud of you for this so much so far. And another 20 some odd days, I'll be proud of you still, man. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. So, do they face heavier sentences when they do it as a group? Not really. It's still the same misdemeanor. So no. Not at all. Yeah. Buck Talkie, yep. www. Dubs. Dub City, boss man. So, it's a RICO theft. Yeah, there is no conspiracy like that, not at this level. There is a RICO, like participating in organized criminal activity statute that can be used, but not for here. Not for here, you guys. Not for here. So that's not what it's meant for. So yeah. So what did her friends get? I don't think. Where did her friends go? Well, they ain't sticking around. They fucking took off their own way. Fuck sticking around. Consequences are for chumps. So
Shot and killed Coyote Young.
here we go. Prosecution's still going.
Special Agent Douglas, in defendant's original statement or his answers to your follow-up questions, does he ever state that he had shot and killed Coyote Young out of fear that Sergeant Moynihan was under threat of serious harm or death?
I don't believe so.
And does he ever state that he shot and killed Coyote Young out of a fear that anyone else in the parking lot was under threat of serious harm or death?
In his statement, I don't think so.
Fun to have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
The prosecutor lead.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Douglas.
Good afternoon, sir.
Before we know each other,
Yes, sir.
appreciate you being here. Please call me Mark. Don't call me sir, okay?
I'll do my best.
I want to pick up where the prosecutor left off, okay? You still have my client's statement up there?
I do.
If you'd be so kind and read page 1 to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. May I have the Elmo, please?
Page 1 of his Officer Grubb's original statement.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't believe the prosecutor had read that, correct? Had you read that?
Statement of Officer.
One second, I'm sorry. Let me get this.
You gotta focus it.
No, it's supposed to be auto-focusing. You can see it right here.
Why did it freeze?
It freeze. Yeah. Let me try clearing it.
And while they're doing that, sir, I may interrupt you in times and then bring you back. So it goes quicker.
There we go.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cook.
Ready? Sure. Statement of Officer Connor Grubb, badge number 292. This statement is regarding my involvement in an incident that occurred on Thursday, August 24th, 2023, between approximately 6:20 p.m. and 6:45 p.m. in Blendon Township, Franklin County, Ohio. I am voluntarily providing this statement.
Can I interrupt you there, Special Agent?
Yes, sir.
The word voluntary is there, so that means it's not required to give you any statement whatsoever. correct?
That's correct.
And voluntary means he's doing that of his own free will, and there's a requirement, and you can't force him to give any type of statement.
That's correct.
Thank you. If you could continue, please.
I am voluntarily providing this statement as part of the investigation being conducted by the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, BCI, into this matter. My date of hire as a full-time police officer with the Blendon Township Police Department is February 21st, 2019. Prior to that, I have been a part-time officer with Blendon Township PD since January 2019. My regular assignment is patrol second shift. My regular duty hours are 3 p.m. until 11 p.m. My regular days off are Friday and Saturday. I earned my Ohio Peace Officer Training certification from the Delaware Area Career Center in November 2018. I do not have any law enforcement experience prior to joining Blendon Township PD. I do not have any uses of force that have been found outside of policy. I served in the United States Marine Corps from 2013 to 2017. I attained the rank of Sergeant E5. I received an honorable discharge.
That's not
On the
bad,
date of
getting
this
to
incident,
sergeant.
I was
in 4
wearing my
years.
standard Blendon Township PD uniform, consisting of a black short sleeve shirt with Blendon Township police patches on both shoulders and olive green BDU or battle dress uniform pants. I was also wearing an external carrier that said police on the front, and my badge was attached to it. I had my body worn camera BWC mounted on the outside of my vest carrier, and it was activated during this incident. I was carrying my township issued Glock 17 9mm service weapon, which was loaded with township issued ammunition. I am current in my range qualifications with this weapon. I was not carrying a backup firearm. I was not working with a.
Well, there we go, chat. Everything is issued by the township. There we go. That's impressive. Everything's all issued. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you guys don't understand, I was an E5 as well. Yeah, but he got E5 after 4 years, and like that's not easy to do. He was pretty good if he got 4. He did 4 and out, and he got an E5. You know, especially making sergeant in the Marines. That's not easy. Surprised he wasn't like an E4, be terminally lanced. So, and as you guys heard, the Delaware Career Center, that's like a community college setting where he got his police academy training. So that's why you heard that there. Yeah, E5 is incredibly fast. Yeah, I believe so. So, Raven A is saying some cops have to buy their guns. Well, that depends where you're at. Some places make you purchase your firearm and give you a list. Some places provide it. It's all up to the place. Yeah, they can't use the bullshit of you. Why'd you use this other weapon or guns? Because it was all provided to them. Correct. That defeats a lot of it. Or he could say, I bought off the list my department gave me, which also helps defeat those claims. Like, I went off the list I was given. So, I went off the list I was given. There's nothing else I could do. So, here we go. Let's keep rolling.
Partner. I was in Cruiser 9.
And if you'll just be so kind as to read the top paragraph, because I believe that's the only thing the prosecutor didn't have you read.
I do not wear glasses or contacts, and my uncorrected vision is good. I do not wear hearing aids, and my hearing is good. I do not suffer from any disabilities. I was not taking any medication, prescription, or over-the-counter that could impact the performance of my duties. I had not consumed any alcohol in the 24 hours before this incident. I had not worked any special duty or overtime in the 24 hours prior to this incident. I arrived at the start of my shift well rested.
Thank you very much, Special Agent Douglas. And would you like me to call you Special Agent or Agent Douglas? What do you prefer?
Whatever you prefer.
Thank you for that. So I want to talk to you, again, the prosecutor talked about some timing issues. We have worked on other cases together, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were aware at the time, after this, that I was involved in another type of critical incident, correct?
That's correct.
And perhaps that was the reason for some of the delays in getting your statement and things like that, correct?
Yes,
As we were trying.
that's correct.
Now, I want to talk to you in general about this team. And you said a phrase, and I want to make sure I have it right. You are the collector of facts.
That's right. Yes,
So this elite team was started at the Attorney General's office at BCI because you guys investigate use of force all over the state, correct?
that's correct.
And you could be called to Toledo, you could be called to Cleveland, you could be called to Cincinnati, Columbus, and everywhere, right?
Yes,
So this team that's assembled, it's a specially designed unit to specifically respond to officer-involved critical incidents, correct?
that's correct. Yes,
And all the people on your team, with the exception of the crime scene search people, they're trained in use of force concepts, correct?
I can't say for certain. I will say that other agents that responded to the scene that participated in the initial investigation and some of the supplemental investigation were not assigned to SIU or what is now FIU.
But you as the leader of that team, you've been trained in that. And what I'm getting at, Special Agent Douglas, is this isn't a homicide unit, right?
No, the FIU, no, it is not.
This isn't a drug thing or anything like that. This is an elite group that responds to officer-involved critical incidents, correct?
That's correct.
And because of that, you as lead officer and other people who are on the team, you guys are trained in Fourth Amendment aspects, correct? Of uses of force.
Trained in,
You're aware of Graham v. Connor.
yes,
You're aware of the three items that you're supposed to look at when assessing an officer-involved critical incident, correct? Versus Graham v. Connor.
I can't say with certainty that every agent receives that training.
I'm not asking if every agent did. I'm asking if you did in order to be on this team, to be a lead special agent on this team.
We receive training to conduct these incidents. That's a mix of formal training and on the job training.
Absolutely. But a normal homicide detective would not be trained in Graham v. Connor factors, right?
I would assume no.
And you guys came up with a best practices manual, so to speak, that governs the way you guys approach an investigation, right?
As far as a manual goes, I know of the concepts in the manual which you are referring to. Yes.
Correct. And so this is best practices for investigating an officer-involved critical incident. That's prepared, and this was 2021. But that governs what you guys are supposed to do, correct? That's the way you approach these cases.
I know that there are concepts within that manual which are used as guidance for us to conduct our investigations.
Very well said. Much better than I did. Thank you. And the overriding goal is one of transparency, correct?
Yes.
You want to collect all the facts. You're not putting your fingers on a scale one way or another. You're just collecting the facts, collecting the evidence, and conveying that to the powers that be, whoever potentially is going to review the whole entire case file.
That's correct. Yes.
But your goal is to put factual information in your reports and in your summaries, correct?
Yes.
Your goal is not to taint the summary one way or another, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your goal is complete transparency because in these types of cases, they're complex, they're emotional, and everybody's looking at them, right?
Right.
Everybody outside of law enforcement and prosecution defense. And you want to make sure that you do an entirely thorough job so that there are no questions regarding your point of view.
Our job is to collect the facts and conduct a thorough investigation in order to give a better understanding of what happened during the incident.
Absolutely. And part of the training in there is that the officer must be judged on the circumstances at the time of the incident, correct?
Yes.
What he or she knew and what he or she perceived, right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And tell me if these sound familiar. Because it's a Fourth Amendment seizure issue and the Graham factors, you have to take into consideration the severity of the crime at issue, right?
We don't have to take that into consideration. That's for other authorities to determine.
It's a forward. You have to investigate the severity of the crime at issue and present on that, right?
It's a criminal investigation. Yes.
Right. You also have to present on whether or not the suspect was actively resisting or not. You have to investigate that, right?
If that's determined within the evidence that we received, then that would be documented.
You also have to document, based on the evidence that you received, whether or not the suspect posed an immediate threat to the officer, correct?
As part of the investigation, that's, again, if it's anything that is a fact of the case, which is relevant to the incident, yes, we would want to include that in our investigation.
Okay. And when you're gathering that information, it must be judged in light of the facts and circumstances surrounding the officer, what that officer knew at the time.
Yes.
There's no hindsight, there's no after the fact type analysis, right?
Not by us.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So based on your investigation here, everything that you gathered and all the videos that you reviewed and all the statements that you have, it was quite clear that the person in the car was not complying and was resisting arrest, correct? To you, based on your reports.
The information that we received from Officer Grubb and Officer Sergeant Moynihan, they stated that she was resisting.
Well, you watched the video of her in the car, correct?
Yes.
You heard the commands and the request to get out of the car, right?
Yes, I did.
So you physically observed that she was non-compliant, and that's a sign of resisting arrest, correct?
Yes, you can see in the video that she doesn't get out of the car.
And with regards to, there's an issue in Graham whether or not the individual was evading or just trying to flee. It's clear from your investigation and what you reviewed that she was trying to get away, correct?
Based on the information that we gathered, that is what it appeared. That's what it appeared to occur.
Correct. Based on the information that you've gathered, there was no license plate on the car, correct?
I don't believe so. No,
There was no handicap placard in the car, correct?
I don't think so.
And you got the EVS material from inside Kroger, right? You got all the videos from inside Kroger, right?
The highway patrol would have done that, but yes,
But then they sent it to you, correct?
that's correct.
And
Yes,
you reviewed that, correct?
we reviewed it. The science behind that kind of report, I'm not familiar with, but
I'm not going to the science. Don't worry about that. My point is, the buzzers inside of a Kroger, when they go off, she didn't stop then, correct?
in the video that we saw now,
And there's a second set of sensors that goes off. She doesn't stop then, correct?
correct.
And then there's a person running out after her. She doesn't stop, correct?
Miss Young didn't stop. No, she went to her
And
car.
then Sergeant Moynihan's telling her to stop. She won't stop, correct? Based on your investigation, what you've gathered to be turned over.
Sergeant Moynihan can be seen instructing her to get out of the vehicle.
Now, with regards to the offense at hand, you have to look at it from the entirety, meaning you have to also investigate if there are any offenses that the person driving the vehicle potentially could be charged with, correct? Or probable cause, correct?
We typically wouldn't be involved in that unless we were requested to be. What we do want to know is whatever information put Officer Grubb at the scene at the time of the incident.
Absolutely. So you were aware that she had stolen something from right? She was trying to flee. That could be a robbery, correct?
That's what was reported to us. Yes.
And in fact, you issued a search warrant, right, later on?
My be yes.
And basically, tell ladies and gentlemen, jury what a search warrant is and why you use those in these investigations.
A search warrant has to be signed by a judge, and it would contain information giving us probable cause to search whatever, whether it be physical or electronic.
Like electronic, you might be trying to gain records or something like that, right?
Yes.
And so as lead agent on this, you remember, and I think you actually swore this to the judge back on December 5th of 2023, a search warrant for purposes of seizing information. And then you put probable cause in there to investigate robbery and felonious assault and theft as it related to Ms. Young, correct?
Yes, that was the charge that we used to write the search warrant.
So when you swore to that, you're swearing that there was probable cause because you're under oath to the judge, and then the judge signs the warrant, and then you go get the search.
Based on the information we had, yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, based on your investigations, that a car can be a deadly weapon, correct?
It can be, yes.
Depending how there's a charge, if a car doesn't have to hit someone to be charged with an attempt felonious assault, correct?
Can you articulate that a little bit more? I'm sorry.
You're familiar with the Howard Rice, correct?
Yeah.
You're familiar with the level of felony, right?
Yes,
Okay. So a felonious assault is cause or attempt to cause serious physical injury with a deadly weapon, right?
correct.
So that doesn't mean that you actually have to hit the person with a car or shoot the person has to hit the person with a shot. Just attempting that could be the actual charge, correct?
That is my understanding of it, yes.
So the severity of the crime at issue is both, out of the gram is both the charge as well as the potential threat towards the officer, right?
Yes, but the theft itself is not part of the investigation of the critical incident.
One, I agree with you 100%. And that's what people get confused sometimes.
Right.
You're investigating the car and the use of force. That's what you're investigating and gathering information.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about best practices, okay, when you get to the scene in general. Based on this manual and based on your training and experience, it's important to immediately get the officer involved away from the scene, correct?
That's not our responsibility. If the agency determines that's the best practice, then yes, we would not interfere with that.
No, absolutely, but you, in your manual, on page 51, you talk about, yes, it's not your responsibility. I'm sorry if you thought that was my question. My question was, that's a normal standard procedure or best practice at the scene, is you don't want the officer hanging around the scene.
Yes, that's standard, yes.
And that's kind of the best practices. And you've responded, I think you said, to 6 or 7 different critical incidents?
Prior to this incident, I was the lead investigator for 4 prior to this one.
Were you part of a team that responded to other ones?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to observe officers who were involved in the critical incident at the scene? What ones were involved?
in this case or others. At the scene, they are typically not still at the scene.
And I'm asking, have you ever been to one where they are?
I can't say with certainty.
And in your training manual,
I mean, they'd like to say they're not, but yeah, they're basically used when there's a big political issue here. He's being precise. Yeah, I don't. Is he being precise? Yeah, a little bit, but to argue that there's nobody watching over his shoulder right now, I think is a bit disingenuous. So I agree. There's a little bit of him trying to protect his ass here. So, but yeah, fair point, Jefferson. Fair point.
Actually talks about that the officers involved in a traumatic event like this can react differently. Some might shut down, correct?
Yes.
Some might be talking nonstop, correct?
Correct.
Some might get sick, some might be in a daze, some might be in shock, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that you go into knowing that, hey, I'm not going to interview that person right then. And there's no requirement right then because of that type of situation you have to have in the office, right?
Well, our common practice is to coordinate that process through the FOP.
Absolutely understood. And let's go to the next step of an investigation for you. And in this case, so you're at the scene, Connor's gone, other stuff's happening. Your next step is to get as many people potentially identified to be interviewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's important to get those civilian witnesses or other witnesses interviewed as soon as possible, right?
Typically, yes. Especially if there's people that are still at the scene, we want to get those statements while they're still there, obviously.
And it's based on the training in your manual that as time goes on, people's memory fades and they may see social media or may be affected by something, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so part of your best practices is you like to tape record, especially those, you guys like to tape record people as well as take notes of each person you interview, right?
Typically, yes.
And then you write your summaries based on that.
Correct.
FOP, yes, chat.
while you're-
FOP is Fraternal Order of Police. It's kind of like their union. Now, there are a lot of police departments that are in bigger areas that have unions, but there's also like these small departments don't have unions. So they use the Fraternal Order of Police to protect them. Those guys help negotiate, like, collective bargaining agreements and interact with the cities and do stuff with them. So that's a thing they do.
Writing the summaries, you're not trying to change or slant or do anything of that nature. It's just factual. Here's what I was told. Here's what I've seen. Here's what I did, right?
That's correct.
You also try to gather as much video evidence as possible, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you did that. You've got the body worn cameras as well as the Kroger, two views outside, right?
Yes.
And then the views inside, right?
Of the Kroger? Yes.
Okay. And is it common, based on your experience as a special agent officer on this elite team, that very rarely does the video match exactly what the person says in their statement, correct?
It depends. That can vary. It can vary depending on the scenario.
Absolutely. But in terms of even for civilian witnesses or the officers involved, you would expect there to be some inconsistency, right?
There could be, yes.
It doesn't mean that they're lying, right?
Correct.
And the video sees one thing, correct?
Yes.
The mind sees something, correct?
Correct.
And when you remember it, you perceive something, you remember what you perceived, correct?
That's fair. Yes.
And a video camera can't perceive something, it only records and takes pictures of it.
That's correct. Yes.
So that's why it's important, because in Fourth Amendment use of force cases, the first prong is what did the officer perceive an immediate threat, right?
Correct.
That's something you're investigating.
Yes.
But it's important that an officer perceives something that may be different than what the video actually shows in slow motion or frame by frame. Right?
Yes. It could be. Yes.
And you come across that multiple times.
Yes.
And I believe also, based on your training in the manual, if you remember, your best practices manual talks about officer remember things. It's not like a story, but through their sensory gathering, fragments of vision, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. And that can be different than because a video can't give you that, right?
Right.
And so you're looking for that when you're interviewing people and taking statements, correct?
Looking for it. I mean, we're really we want to give the officer an opportunity to say what they remember.
And that's usually the same thing though for witnesses at the scene as well.
Yes.
Because some of the witnesses may be affected emotionally by what they saw and what they heard.
Correct. Yes.
So it goes both ways.
Yes.
Now, when you're gathering evidence, the prosecutor talked about a little bit, chain of custody of evidence is important, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had talked about the car. You weren't sure where the car went from the Kroger, where it was housed. Is that what I understand?
I was not involved in the chain of custody for the car, so I can't say with 100% certainty who or where that chain of custody was.
But you would agree with me the chain of custody of the car is important because depending on data that's retrieved from the car, you need to know who's been in the car, who moved the car, things like that.
Correct. Yes.
Now, you were with us last Wednesday out at the jury, right?
Yes.
And you observed that the car at Blendon Township Police Department where they had it, the seal was broken, right, on the right side passenger door, correct?
I believe that was noted while we were out there. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
I took a picture, right? You don't know how that occurred, right?
I don't.
Okay, but that goes to the chain of custody access. So it sounds like we have a gap from the time that it left the Kroger parking lot, it went somewhere, and then subsequently ended up at Blendon Township.
Correct.
Now, your process is you're getting people interviewed, you're gathering the information from all your other agents, special agents, and then you compile everything, and then you have to write some reports, right?
Yes.
You have to write some summaries, video summaries, investigative summaries, witness statement summaries, right?
Yes.
And again, you're the lead, you're the head of this, right? So there's an initial briefing summary that you wrote on August 24th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And you stayed in there and you write, Young attempted to flee and struck the Blendon Township Police Department officer with her car, right? You wrote that based on what you gathered and what you reviewed on the video, correct?
That's what was reported to us. on the date of the incident.
So did you see that on the video?
I eventually saw what happened in the video, yes. When I wrote that report, I can't say I had seen the video yet.
Very good. Thank you for correcting me. But eventually, you did in fact see the video, and you would agree that the car struck my client.
That's what it appears to have happened in the video, yes.
And you would agree with me that an action is faster than a reaction, correct?
Yes,
And then you did a body worn camera review in October 9th of 2023, correct?
correct.
There, this is your observations now, right?
Yes, the bullet points in that report are my observations.
Well, there you go, Chad. He agrees. It looks like the guy got struck. Ta-da! Done.
Young accelerates towards Grubb. That's your observation.
Yes,
Screeching tires can be heard. That's yours.
that was what I believe to be screeching tires was heard in the video, yes.
And fires one shot, and his left hand was on the hood, right?
Yes, and that can all be, I'm only documenting things that I can see in the video.
100%. You also see that a child can be seen in the crosswalk with a shopping cart nearby to the car, correct?
Yes,
And then number 8 says Young's vehicle appears to strike Grubb, who has his firearm pointed towards Young. The vehicle, her vehicle is angled towards the storefront, and a child is in the path. You wrote those observations, correct?
yes, based on what I saw in the video.
And you write an investigative report on November 17th, 2023, and that's after the October 9th one. And you say Young begins to turn the wheel and accelerate towards Grubb at a rapid speed. Those were your words, right?
Those were my words, correct.
Moynihan grabbed the top of the driver window, right?
Yes,
Okay. And Grubb left his feet with his body on the hood of the Young's vehicle before coming back to the ground. And then Moynihan bumped into him. Those were your words, right?
yes, those are my words.
Grubb announced, shots fired.
Correct.
Now, your investigative report, I'm going to talk about that right now, okay? You also try to help the potential prosecutors of the group determine, there's a lot of witnesses, right?
Yes,
You try to rank maybe priority or people who are more relevant than other people.
yes,
Okay, and that's what this report is for, correct?
correct, yes,
And the first person you summarize is Sergeant Moynihan, right?
yes,
Sergeant Eric Moynihan.
yes,
Most relevant, the overall incident, he's right there in his body-worn camera.
correct.
Jalen Young, most relevant because she was right there, heard the engine roar and accelerate. That's what you indicated.
That was not my report,
That's
but
what was told to you
that's what was told to us.
from her.
Correct.
The prosecutor, and then you were aware that, so you had a written statement from Jalen Young, correct?
I believe so, yes,
And a tape recorded statement.
correct.
And you were aware that the prosecutors had a meeting with her in early October, again, right? You weren't there, but I believe your supervisor was there.
I was not there, but I was aware that it had happened, yes.
And you would have acquired that summary and made it part of your case file.
I did not do that. That would have been somebody else.
The other person was Tanala Young. You ranked this very low. Who is Tanala Young?
I'm sorry.
Tanyla Young.
I believe she was identified as Takaya Young's sister.
Was she one of the other people involved in the theft? Based on a Crime Stoppers tip and things?
I was not part of the theft investigation, but that was a separate investigation.
And so as a group, I'm going to read off some names and you tell me if someone on your team interviewed these people and had a combination of written or oral statements for them. So Robert Arnold,
Yes,
Ken Bliss,
yes,
Leah Sharma,
yes,
Liana Coder,
yes,
David Cooper,
yes.
Teresa Diaga Gianni Tony,
That sounds right, yes. But I recall these. Yes,
Jessica Knox,
yes,
Erica Haig,
yes,
Yakia Hicks,
yes,
Heather Spade / Jablonski that the jury heard from,
yes,
Thomas Jablonski,
yes,
Suzanne Jennings,
yes,
Lorraine Krzeski,
yes.
Parfell Naples,
I don't recall that one, but if you're telling me we did, I believe you.
Tyler Long,
Yes,
Sierra Lowe,
yes,
Joshua Morales,
yes,
Bobby Jean Nitz,
yes,
Miriam Oshira,
yes.
Vanessa Radford,
Again, that I don't immediately recall that name.
and I'll go faster, Crystal Reed, Kendall Sam, Amber Stillings, Chris Weaver.
Most of those names are familiar to me as or being spoken to as a potential witness.
You wouldn't disagree with me if there was a total of 27 civilian witnesses who were interviewed, had some part in this situation, whether it's in the store, in the area, or on the parking lot.
That sounds correct. Yes.
And because you want a complete picture of this, that's why you talk to as many people as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me when at your time, maybe not, that Kroger, that's a busy Kroger in that area, right?
I'm not familiar with that Kroger, but I mean, based on the video, at least at that time of the day, it was fairly busy.
There's people coming and going and cars crossing, and that's the main entrance, right?
Yes.
Based on what you saw.
Correct.
And now, I might use the wrong term. My understanding, did you guys do a Lycra scan over by the car for came to a final point?
That would be a question for the crime scene unit.
Okay. Do you know if they did one back where the initial car was parked, back into the spot?
I can't say with certainty that they did.
Thank you. Special Agent Austin might be able to answer that question.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, part of the investigation.
Let them-
All right, Jay, here we go. Let's see. Here we go.
if you're aware and if you're not, it's my understanding that they did try to ascertain the identity of the other people involved in the theft through facial recognition, right?
That would have been part of the theft investigation, but yes, I believe that that is something they would have done.
Okay. And did you, in your review of the video or anything like that, did you ever see a turn signal that was activated in Ms. Young's car?
I believe there at some point her turn signal was activated. I can't say with certainty without obviously seeing the video again.
But nowhere in your reports did you ever put that you identified a turn signal?
I don't think so.
You did.
Okay.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to mark this for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit Z.
Z as a zebra.
Z as in Z, not being exhibit. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Especially because this is just quite confusing. On there, could you take a look at that form? That's part of your case file. Have you had-
Yes, I recognize this as another agent who was in my unit at the time.
So in that unit, so it looks like a facial reconsideration request form. So facial recognition was requested of the other people. What you're testifying to is you're not sure of the results.
That's correct.
Okay. But that is something that you guys do, and that was done in this case. At least the request was made for that.
That's correct.
Stephen, anything else? Especially, thank you so much. I appreciate your work.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
All right, chat, we're going to skip ahead here. Let's do some time traveling. Here we go. Here we go. More time traveling. Let's.
No.
Those witnesses
Now the state's going to go
Witnesses
with
were
their
identified
round,
at
okay?
the scene. But were those
Redirect.
witnesses to the actual moment of the shooting itself?
Not all of them, no.
Were some of them inside of the store at the
Yes,
time?
yes,
And were some of them too far away to see the incident?
that's correct.
And did some of them simply not see the moment of the shooting?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross, or it was mentioned that Takaya Young was resisting arrest. But on the video, is Takaya Young ever actually told that she's under arrest, or is she told to get out of the car?
I recall hearing her being told to get out of the car.
And there was questions. There were questions about robbery and felonious assault. But at the time, the defendant drew his firearm and put himself at the front of Takaya Young's vehicle. At that time, what crime was under suspicion of being committed?
I can't say.
What was the allegation?
We were told she was being detained as a potential suspect in a theft allegation.
And there were also some questions about felonious assault and the two types of felonious assault, one being when you actually cause serious physical harm to another. Throughout the course of your investigation in this case, was there any indication that the defendant sustained serious physical harm?
I can't speak on that. I couldn't say.
And then the other, did you have any indication that he suffered serious physical harm?
That would depend on your definition of serious physical harm, but that, again, that would not be something I would be involved in determining.
And there was also talk about the other type of felonious assault, which, as the defense attorney said, you wouldn't even have to necessarily hit someone. It involves knowingly attempting to cause physical harm to another. In the video, where is defendant positioned in relation to Takaya Young's vehicle?
In the video, it appears he's standing in front of her vehicle.
Is he on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
I can't say for certain exactly where he was standing.
And did you note in your report that Takaya Young can be seen turning her steering wheel to the right?
I believe it was at some point in the video, her turn signal was activated. Yes,
And Special Agent Douglas, are you a member of the FOP?
I am.
How long have you been a member?
Since I joined the Attorney General's office in 2011.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Think we're quickly.
Special Agent Douglas, you were able to see stuff in the car, watching the video and movements based on slowing it down and frame by frame, correct?
Yes, we have the ability to watch it in slower and not in real time. Yes.
And so if you were, had to make that determination of something going on in the car in 1.6 seconds, not going to be able to be done, correct? Would you agree with me, the human reaction?
I can't say. That would depend on an individual's perception.
Absolutely. So let's go now to this. Is a person who's being ordered out of the car free to go? that are reported on the car, and officers that you are being detained, correct?
She was told that she was not free to leave.
That is detaining, placing someone potentially under arrest, correct? You don't have to say you're under arrest in order for them to comply, correct?
No, you don't.
An officer saying, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car is enough that they're not free to go, correct?
It would be my assumption that I would not be.
Yes, you're not free to go.
If a police officer told me I get out of the car, I would assume that I am not free to leave.
And let's talk now about this. The felonious assault I asked you about is causing or attempt to cause serious physical harm with a dangerous weapon. Are you with me?
Yes,
Okay. The dangerous weapon being a car, correct?
it can be. Yes.
Hypothetically speaking, especially as a Douglas, you're 2 feet in front of a car, and the car you don't believe is a stationary car, right? And it's hypothetical, right?
Okay.
And the car hits you. Is that an attempt to cause harm, any type of harm, with a serious, with a deadly weapon?
It could be perceived that way. Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, Special Agent, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You got everything there. Yeah, lawyers will be able to get it. Councilman approach.
I mean, that's very good answers. Very good. This guy is being very very scummy with his responses here.
Do not discuss this case among your.
So this is it for day 2.
For the evening. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to.
So chat, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go on to day 3. There's some we can watch here today. I don't know how far we'll get tonight, but I think we should make headway while we have a chance to make headway. So this is day 3 here that we're gonna be starting on. Notice we're kind of like day 3. November 13th, we have stuff. There's a little bit more here for, there's day 3. Then there's day 4, which is the 14th. Then there's day 5, and that's it. So day 5 ends pretty quickly. So we could probably do days 4 and 5 here pretty fast. But we are gonna plug ahead tonight.
The witness available.
Yes, Your Honor, he's ready. The system's been tested that he can put slides up as well as they can be shared.
Hold on here, Chad. I hate it when it does.
The witness available.
Yes, Your Honor, he's ready. The system's been tested that he can put slides up as well as they can share. I'm going to with him. She had a case where he got appealed with no return because a video or Zoom witness, they never put on the record that the defendant could actually see and hear that person. So we'd like to do that person.
Okay.
Is that your request?
Yes.
And they got rid of the Chiron, which is good.
Could you can hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you put your picture up there for a sec, or your face, I guess?
Sure.
So here we go,
All right,
Chad.
and for the record, Connor, you can see Mr. Desmulin, correct?
Can.
And you can hear him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Jeffrey, if you will go back to that, the screen with just your name, the judge will bring in the jury and then ask us to call witness, and he's going to explain that we're calling you out of
Okay.
order. And then when I ask for your name, if you'll then come back.
So chat, remember, there are times where you have to call witnesses out of order, logistics and the way the life goes. Sometimes witnesses aren't available. Courts will allow you to call a witness when it's not your turn to allow that opportunity for that witness to be heard. So here we go. Here's an example of that. Here's an example of that. So here we go. Here we go.
Up on the screen. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Understood.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So let's. Also, guys, this is once again, these aren't big courtrooms in the rest of the world. Look how small this courtroom is. This is normal.
4:30. Order. State this is on behalf of the defense. Remember to look into.
Connor Grubb.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And you may inquire.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jeffrey Thor Damelin, and it's spelled D-E-S as in Sam, M-O-U-L-I-N.
And sir, do you want me to call you Jeffrey or doctor?
Jeffrey's fine.
Okay. Jeffrey, I appreciate you modifying your schedule. So ladies and gentlemen, jury know it's about 6:30 your time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where are you located in?
Vancouver, Canada.
Okay. And sir, Jeffrey, could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about yourself and Principal GT Scientific, the company that you work for?
Sure. Let me just help you with that by sharing my screen.
Everybody hear that okay?
Yes. Okay, so I'm the principal at GTD Scientific, and our core competency is biomechanical engineering applied to several areas of practice.
And what areas of practice are those, sir?
Primarily litigation support, research, and training.
And Jeffrey, in order to do that, and what skills or education and work experience have you acquired in order to pontificate or give opinions on those types of issues?
Right. Well, I have 2 degrees in kinesiology, which is the study of human movement, but it also covers the basics of human physiology and injury. And combining that with 2 degrees in engineering gives me the capability to apply engineering principles to understand how injuries occur in humans.
And both of those.
I was also the former, go ahead.
In both of those concepts, when you say 2 degrees, that's where you get the doctorate degrees, correct, as well?
Correct. I have an undergraduate degree, 2 master's degree, and a doctorate in engineering.
And I interrupted you, and I apologize in advance because I may do that a couple times, as this is a bit of an awkward thing. You can't actually see me, correct?
I can hear you very well, and I can see just portion of you, but it's okay. We'll get through it. I'll be sure to.
That's a little
leave
weird
lots
that
of
he
time
can't hear.
between
Like,
the end of your question.
And so, sir, you were talking about the deadliest warrior concept.
Correct. And some people may know me as the former science and engineering host on Viacom's hit show Deadliest Warrior, where I was actually chosen from 1,500 different applicants to test weapons of warriors that actually existed throughout history but never met on the
I
battlefield.
recognize
until that
him
show.
now. That's pretty
It's a lot of
cool.
fun, but for entertainment purposes only.
Thank you. Jeffrey,
That's
with
pretty
regards
cool.
to, what's the background necessary for professional licensing for an engineer and a registered kinesiologist?
Right. The education and background that I just went through garners me the background to become licensed as an engineer here in British Columbia, as well as become a registered kinesiologist with BCAK. And that regulates me to be responsible to the public with my work product.
And can you explain, Jeffrey, why in your field is important the combination of kinesiology and engineering, and how do those 2 fields come into study in your analysis?
Right. Well, biomechanics is not a buzzword. It's actually a play on 2 different disciplines. And it's important to have command of both of those disciplines. So bio meaning a biological system, and mechanics meaning the application of mechanical engineering concepts. And having a strong root in both of those disciplines allows you to apply those engineering principles to the biological systems. And in this case, we apply it to both timing and injury analysis.
Very good. And have you been able to and qualified to give an expert opinions, and if so, or excuse me, opinions with regards to these concepts, and if so, what courts and where?
Yes, sir. Various courts across the United States, as well as the Supreme Courts of both British Columbia and Yukon, as well as the King's Court of Alberta. In the area specifically, biomechanical engineering, incident reconstruction, which includes shooting reconstruction, and of course, biomechanical testing.
And I see that some of your education was both in Canada and in the United States. If you could elaborate on that.
Correct. I have 3 degrees in Canada and 1 from Wayne State University, which is in the state of Michigan.
You realize we're in Columbus, Ohio, right, Jeffrey?
I do. I apologize.
Got
he's like, I don't understand your nonsense.
Yes, sir.
What did we ask you? We gave you some evidence from the prosecutor's file. What did we ask you to look at, determine if you could be helpful in this case?
Yes, you did give me numerous discovery statements and body-worn camera.
And were you able to come to any conclusions based on your review of the discovery and the cameras and the body-worn cameras and the other videos in this situation?
Yes, I was.
What are those conclusions, and could you go over them just in generally with the jury?
Sure. I'll read them verbatim, and they're on the screen now. And the first conclusion was Connor's ability to move out of the travel path of the vehicle. It would not have been possible for Officer Grubb to react quickly enough after sensing continuous forward movement of the Lexus driven by Miss Young to move out of the travel path of the vehicle before his lower body was contacted by its front bumper.
You mentioned the term continuous there. What did you mean by continuous? Why is that important in your analysis?
Well, there's no contention that there was an initial lurch of that vehicle and then it came to a stop. And so I'm talking about the second continuous movement as it accelerated away from its parking position.
Okay. So that we'll go over that in more detail for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but that was part of your analysis in that first conclusion, correct?
Correct.
And what about the second conclusion? If you could go over that with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you made.
And the second conclusion was the risk to Connor of serious injury. So had the Lexus driven by Miss Young reached a speed of 20 miles per hour or higher while Officer Grubb was being carried on its front hood, he would have been at risk of serious injury, including the possibility of bone fractures and traumatic head injury.
Okay, but what, you're not saying that the car was going 20 miles an hour. What if it was less, 16, 12, or something of that nature?
Correct. I'm not saying that it was going. I'm just saying that was as we'll see later on, it was a data point within the Lexus information that I garnered. And so it was conservative in that respect. But even at 10 miles per hour, which is approximately 4.4 meters per second, equivalent to a standing fall, may not cause skull fracture, which is easy to visualize, but in many cases would cause traumatic brain injury.
And that doesn't even take into account if someone trips or falls backwards, the weight of that vehicle could cause other types of serious physical injuries, correct? If one was caught underneath it.
Correct.
You mentioned that you've taken a stand and given opinions in both state and federal courts in the United States, as well as international courts. How many times do you believe you've done that with these concepts in this type of analysis?
Well, it always involves biomechanics, and I'd say approximately a dozen times.
Okay. Have you ever worked for the prosecution on an analysis and given an opinion based on your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Have you worked for the defense attorneys as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've kind of seen it in both angles, correct?
Correct. I assist to the best of my ability on the objective evidence available to me.
And Jeffrey, how much experience do you have consulting on use of force cases involving law enforcement concepts with the biomechanics and kinesiology?
Right now, the practice consists of approximately 80% use of force cases involving police officers, and that almost always involves bodily injury and or homicide of some sort.
Have you testified against police officers or done studies or reports against police officers?
Yes, sir. I've been hired by plaintiffs' attorneys as well.
And so you've also been on the analysis on defending the concepts for police officers and use of force analysis with regards to these issues, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, do you have any patents or trademarks in your line of work?
I do.
Okay. Could you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about those?
I have a patent for a spinal treatment device, specifically for its firmware. Without getting complicated, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And then obviously I trademarked my logo of my company.
And sir, have you been published in peer-reviewed articles in journals of biomechanics?
Yes, sir. Almost exclusively in the area of biomechanics. And of the peer-reviewed articles, there's over 50 now.
Explain to the ladies and the jury, Jeffrey, what peer review means.
A peer review is a process used by scientific journals where similarly qualified people will review your work and deem your work scientifically valid in a blind review to deem it acceptable for publication in that journal.
Okay. And your conclusions today that we're going into details about, they're based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in biomechanical fields, correct?
Correct.
And have you spoken at CLEs or seminars or conferences on biomechanics and kinesiology?
Yes, I do regularly, and the largest one is the Daigle Use of Force Conference, where I do a keynote speech in front of about 1,000 law enforcement members.
Okay. And how about in terms when you are analyzing a situation like this, do you ever have access or do you use research that might be appropriate in a case like this? And if so, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that?
Yes. So this next slide categorizes some of the research out of the 50 that I mentioned that I think are specific to this file. And the first two are in the areas of modeling and police shooting reconstruction, which we'll cover in a minute, injury analysis, and I have other papers on injury analysis, but these ones specifically look at contusions and lacerations that are more specific to this file. And then the others are extracting biomechanics from video evidence, so various forms of photogrammetry.
Okay. Now, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, sir. When you are researching a situation, like what are you actually trying to identify, and what is your main goal, sir, in a case like this, with the information that you were provided?
With the information I was provided is a key caveat, but with the information I was provided, I attempted to get the timing of the event so I could understand whether or not the officer would be able to get out of the way in time or not, and also look at a quantitative look at risk of injury.
Okay, and those go to your conclusions. The timing of the event goes to conclusion number 1, and the risk of injury goes to conclusion number 2.
That is correct.
Okay, and do you have a methodology that you use, and if so, could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I do, and this has been published in both magazine format and scientific literature format, and this is what you're viewing here in this image here, and it always starts with a Kickstarter and case material as provided by the client. Then we go on to define injuries, and in this case, my specific task was looking at the interaction between the vehicle and Officer Grubb, so the defined injuries was more specific to him. Then looking at defined dynamics, where I get a general overview of the information as provided without any analysis. So this is prior to analysis, but it gives you a general outline. And then we go into analysis and try to answer the questions that have been asked. And then we discuss that as it's consistent with independent data, and not just independent data within the case material, but also independent data within literature. And from that, then I have data-driven conclusions showing consistency with that independent data.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And did you follow that methodology in this analysis?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you prepare a report with your findings or opinions, so to speak?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What materials did you use and mainly focus on in order to come up with your opinions?
Well, as you all know, there was a very large amount of material in this file, but I primarily focused on the 4 videos, a general overview of what had happened through the prosecutor summary, and independent research with respect to injuries.
Okay. And how did you analyze the videos? Could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I synchronized them to get the timing of the events.
Can you explain what synchronization is and how you did that, Jeffrey?
Sure. So synchronization is looking at visual cues that are clear within 2 different cameras. So here I'm looking at this child pushing a cart that can be seen just bridging the shadow on the asphalt. So I'll zoom in on this camera and zoom in on that camera. And you can see that the feet are still in the sun and the cart has now moved into the shade, giving a good indication this is the same frame across both views.
Okay, let me interrupt you for a second. So for the record, the view on the left of the screen is the view from the prescription parking lot, correct? From the pharmacy camera. And the other view is the view from behind the situation facing the opposite direction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so you're taking 2 different views, finding one component in there and synchronizing that point. That's the concept that you're doing there?
That is correct.
Now, in general, okay, I'm sorry. You did synchronization as well with the body worn cameras, correct?
Correct.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. And so synchronization of the parking lot video to Officer Grubb's body-worn camera was also done through visual cues, and that was done through the Kroger employee, as you can see standing here, not only through the push phase of her gait cycle, as you can see pushing off with her right leg in both views, but also by counting the number of steps from her original standing position. So I'll just blow those up for you so you can see what I'm talking about. And then despite those visual cues, you can also use audio, and I'll show you what I mean in the next slide.
If I can interrupt you, I apologize. So so the record's clear.
Sure.
On the screen, the left video is Connor Grubb's body-worn camera, and the video on the right is from the view of the Kroger parking lot, right?
Correct.
And both have a view of the Kroger employee out there, and so you're synchronizing when those steps match so that you can have another point to compare body-worn camera to Kroger cameras.
That is correct.
Now, the body-worn camera looks clearer than the Kroger views. Explain that to ladies and gentlemen. Why is that so?
Correct. Well, the Kroger view was, first of all, running at a slower frame rate of 15 frames per second, but it's also of a lower resolution.
So
whereas the body-worn camera is a higher resolution and running at additional frames per second.
my understanding, the body-worn camera is at 30 frames per second, so that's double than what the Kroger is. So are you saying that the body-worn camera is catching more information or more detailed information than the Kroger at the slower rate?
That's generally correct. I would say the body-worn camera has an average of 30 frames per second, as the Axon 3 is known to have a variable frame rate.
All right, what did you do next, sir?
So next, I put together a timeline based on all of this information.
Could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. So what you're looking at here is key events that can be seen through these 4 videos and analyzed biomechanically through objective evidence up to the point of discharge. And so I start at the initial hand contact, which is approximately 2.5 seconds out.
And what do you mean?
The discharge.
I apologize. What do you mean by hand contact, initial hand contact? Is that Officer Grubb's hand on the hood?
It is.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'll stop there.
And we'll see that. No problem. And we'll see that in more detail in just a moment. Then we have the vehicle starts moving continuously, and we can see that. And then there's an impact with Officer Grubb, and then a ongoing carry of Officer Grubb. And then there's this depression of the hood showing mechanical linkage between the officer and the hood of the vehicle, and then finally the discharge of his firearm. But this sync point here is also a good example of, this is actually a point which Officer Moynihan was trying to break the driver's side window with his pocket knife and was unsuccessful, but gave a very clear, definitive audio spike that allowed me to sync up the audio timelines as well.
So Jeffrey, you're also not just doing the 4 videos, body-worn camera from Moynihan, Grubb, as well as the 2 Kroger videos, but you're also using the audio from the body-worn camera between Grubb and Moynihan in order to come up with a sync point, both audio and visual.
Correct.
And what is that point? Is that the line in the graph there, the sync point?
Correct, right here that I'm indicating with my cursor and is labeled sync point.
If you could continue, please. What did you do from there?
Sure. So as you'll see here in the bottom left-hand corner, it's the same image as indicated in the timeline. And this is the frame in which I used to verify that hand contact. This is Officer Moynihan's body-worn camera. This is the point of initial movement of the vehicle. And I've backed it up to 12776 just for some context. And you'll see it lurch forward, okay? But this is the beginning of the continuous movement, okay? I think everyone in the courtroom can see that that's occurring.
Now, you mentioned the term 12776. That's the frame count after that you started with regards to the analysis, correct?
12776 is the frame that you're seeing.
Okay.
From the parking lot video.
Okay. And I apologize. Continue, please, Jeffrey.
It's okay, because the numbers are slightly different in the reports. So I don't want to confuse anyone. So in this image, you're actually seeing the impact. And this is interesting because I want to spend some time here, and I'm just going to loop it. So we see the initial movement as we did before, but then have a look at Officer Grubb. I can tell you as a mechanical engineer that this is the classic movement of a linked mass system. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, think of his body as a series of joints with masses connected to them, okay? And according to Newton's first law, which is just very simply, an object at rest wants to stay at rest. It wants to stay in its position. So what's happening here? You can see that he's not bending forward at the waist. What's happening is he's contacting the front hood with his femurs. What follows is the pelvis. What follows is the lower torso. What follows is the upper torso, and finally his head, all wanting to stay in that initial standing position, okay? And we can see this in one other view.
Continue.
We'll have a look at that later.
Okay. Now, back at that last screen, it indicates, sir, now, so help me understand that, so you're saying that because the body's connected a certain way and there's weight bearing on certain ways, that's how the body responds, because the body doesn't want to be moved, right? The body wants to stay still. Newton's basic law.
And there's no forward movement of the torso indicating him leaning forward. What's happening is the pelvis and the femurs are moving with the vehicle, and the rest of the body is being forced to move with it. There's no forward movement there. It's actually all moving backwards, but just one segment at a time.
And you're basing that, what you believe you're seeing is on the biomechanics and the kinesiology together, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's a time that keeps coming up at 0.47 seconds. What does that mean, Jeffrey?
That's the time to contact, from initial movement to the time of contact.
And to be clear, for the record, this is the initial movement of the second time that the car moves.
Correct. Okay. The initial continuous movement to contact is 7 frames, which works out to be 0.47 seconds.
Now, you indicated his torso stays where it is and mechanically wants to stay at rest. How do you interpret this, this concept, his hand on the hood, and talk about weight bearing and load management?
Right. So obviously his base of support is being moved. And so how does he need to deal with that? He needs to distribute that load somewhere else. And so what we see here, when I loop this video, you can see a very firm depression of the hood of that car, indicating a vertical load being placed down through his left arm, okay? But I would also suggest that there's load being taken up by the knees, the thighs, and the tippy toes.
Why do you say that, sir?
I don't think he'd be able to support all of his weight with his left arm in this position. It's not directly under his weight, but the rest of his body is under a lot of that front portion of the vehicle as it begins to move forward, as we saw in the last video.
Sir, you mentioned earlier about the car carrying him. Can you go over your analysis with regards to that?
Yes, sir. So here's the first view of it. And this is from the parking lot video. the rear portion of the vehicle starts to move forward, and we can see he's getting pushed. Inertia of that torso pushes him forward and towards the A-pillar on the driver's side. And the A-pillar is this pillar here, it just happens to be on the driver's side. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look at that from this view, where we're now looking at the front of the vehicle, and you can see Officer Grubb's left leg and right leg here. As I play this forward, you can see that there's some movement there, but those are clearly not steps, even though this is a low resolution video. And there's one more place that you can actually see this, and that's in Officer Moynihan's video. And I'll draw your attention to the corner left side of the viewing
Guys,
screen when I
Joe,
play this,
that's
and I'll loop it.
That's part of what you have to do. You have to align the timestamps. You have to do all this. This is a very good, effective witness. And also, look, you got that gun pointed right at her. Just bop.
You can just see his right foot there that seems to be gliding across the asphalt in time with the vehicle, indicating that most of his weight is being taken up by the left hand, his hips, his thighs, his knees, and yes, a portion of it with his tippy toes, and perhaps transferring from his tippy toes back and forth, but certainly not stepping.
Sir, if you could go back to the fuzzy one, my technical term, of the view of the carry, I think it was, yes. Now, is in your profession, and so yes, thank you for showing that again. So on that carry, in your profession, are there tools that could have been used by the investigators to perform a more clear analysis there, Jeffrey?
Yes, absolutely. And I would have loved the opportunity to do this, but things like taking a scan of this area of the parking lot, not just where the vehicle was found, could have been used to do things like camera matching, inverse photogrammetry to get a absolutely correct, not only location of the body-worn cameras, but their orientation, which would give us a lot of information about the torso location and orientation of both officers within that scanned space. But you could also do what's called model-based image matching, which is details some of the publications that I showed you earlier, where it's a scientific method to place scaled models over a 2D view in order to place that model or that person in the 3D space. And once you have that, you can start to determine whether his legs, based on where his pelvis is, can his feet actually be on the asphalt. For example, maybe his tippy toes would be able to, but maybe his heels would not.
Understood.
And that's important if you're trying to determine load bearing. And I'm sorry, I walked on you.
No, I walked on you. Jeffrey, so had a proper scan been done at that car area where the picture is, you would have had a little bit more precise, but so you've done the best that you could here, correct?
100%. This is a visual timing analysis.
Now, based on your experience, did you prepare an animation that kind of substitutes for what you just talked about, or gives a better illustration of this? And if so, can you explain it to the jury how you came up with that?
Correct. That's what you're seeing here, and I'll just loop this.
Hold on. There's an objection.
Okay.
Chat, we're going to skip ahead here. Oh, look, now we got a computer game.
Jeffrey, once again, if you could just give the basics to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why you did this and what it illustrates and the calculations that went into it.
Sure. As I previously mentioned, I would have preferred to have the opportunity to use photograph.
For purposes of the jury, this is merely demonstrative. It will not be admitted into evidence.
Okay. I'll explain, and that's what this is doing, actually. This is trying to get the concept.
Arson investigator for $49.99. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Says super late to the party. And Seth Stoughton, we're going to see, yep, is a hack. And he never met a cop he thought did his job right. Yes. I think he got dumped by a badge bunny because he has daddy issues. I agree. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled, guys. We're going to see some people pop up in this that you've seen before on the prosecution side. But thank you for the super chat for $50. Yes, this is very blurry, but it works. Phil says, where'd the other fullbacks go during this? Yeah. So, anyways, yes, guys, this is an example of something that's being used for a demonstrative, but it's not meant to be an exhibit. So here we go.
the load-bearing concept that I was describing earlier. It just gives you a visual aid to that. So if I run this, this is not meant to be camera matching or model-based image matching, but I can tell you that this is a model of the Lexus, and this is a scaled model of Officer Grubb, which is important for some respects because it shows you the contact between the front of the vehicle and his lower limbs. But this generally gives you, this left-hand side generally gives you the view from the parking lot video, and on this right-hand side gives you a general, sense of what I'm trying to convey of what's happening in the pharmacy walk-up video in front of the vehicle.
Thank you, sir. We'll go on to the next. It's my understanding, in your first conclusion, you're indicating he didn't have time to move out of the travel path of the vehicle, correct?
No, sir. And you can see by this close-up, this is just another look at it, where the contact with his knees, and it's important to understand he's scaled here, and that is a model of the vehicle. It's just another look at it. You can see the depression of the hand that I'm trying to convey there. That there's movement, yes, there's toe touching, but there's no real weight bearing or stepping going on there.
Okay. And sir, in regards to he didn't have time to move out, explain the concept of avoidance and how you came up with that aspect.
Sure. So avoidance was taken from Patla et al. 1993. And this study is very interesting because what they measured was the weight captured by both feet, or I should say by one foot, standing still. And as you can see, and as you would expect, when they're standing still, 50% of their body weight is located on one of their feet. And then after giving a visual cue.
Your Honor, objection. This also was not provided to state in the report.
If you can, may I proceed, Your Honor? Jeffrey, we're going to go on this, and if you can, narrow it down to why mathematical in this study comes into play as to why Connor Grubb didn't have time to get out of the way of a Lexus using the math as well as the size of the Lexus and the time frame he had to respond at 0.47 seconds. Explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
Sure. Pala et al. 1993 is actually cited on page 31 of my report. This is a figure. This is figure 2 from that publication that's cited there. And using this information, it gives you not only the reaction time of someone who is young, but it also gives you the time for their ability to transfer the weight and actually lift their foot to take a step. So and that's what this reaction time plus weight transfer time is, only the ability to lift up a foot. Okay, and so the times that we're actually looking at are on this side, which is figure 3 of that same paper that I'm citing on page 31 of my report. And obviously you wouldn't want to, take a front step if a car was coming at you, or take a back step. So I use the numbers from the side step, and I use the youth subjects because they are quicker. And so if I add the reaction time, which is roughly 200 milliseconds, and I add the time to transfer the weight and lift the foot, it's about 330 milliseconds. Adding those two together gives me 530 milliseconds. And we saw earlier that from the start of continuous movement of the vehicle to impact was 0.47 seconds. So in other words, there was no time for Connor to get out of the way in that position.
So what you're saying is, based on the studies and the math that you've done, a younger person would be able to take some type of step, either sideways or the other way, in 0.53 seconds. That's what those two charts add up to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so because 0.47 is less than 0.53, don't go back, sir. Don't go to that one. We'll have another objection. So because of that, sir, 0.53 is greater than 0.47, but 0.53 is to take one step, correct?
Correct. You need 2 steps to get out of the way.
Why do you need 2 steps in this situation to get out of the way?
That leads me to the next slide.
We're not going to go through that slide because there'll be an objection, but maybe proceed, John. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Okay. So what you're seeing here is the model that I created. The Lexus.
Take the slide off just so we can get it.
I'll just go back to this one.
How wide is the Lexus?
Half of it is 91 centimeters, I believe.
So from the center of the car, the hood, to the end of the right side is 91 centimeters, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. So in order to clear 91 centimeters, how many steps would Connor Grubb have to take to avoid the car?
He would have had to take 2 steps because, according to Lee et al., and using his height, his weight, and his age, his step length would have only been 73 centimeters.
Or 2 steps.
Thus requiring 2 steps to bridge the 91 centimeter deficit.
How about, Jeffrey, if the car was turning kind of to the right, or wasn't coming directly at it? Would that affect your change your opinion on avoidance?
It would be minimal. because of the closeness between him and the vehicle, it would be a marginal difference.
Thank you, sir. I want to go, did you have the opportunity to move forward to review some of the pictures and injuries or abrasions that Connor Grubb received?
Yes, sir.
Could you go over those with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And what significance, and what significance they are to you, and how you used engineering or biomechanical issues to analyze those?
Right. So now we get into injury biomechanics, and what Connor is showing you here is some abrasions and scrapes on his, shin and knee area. And so what I'd like to show is that these are in fact consistent with the mechanics, okay, the engineering principles in order to cause these abrasions. Okay, so when you're talking about abrasions, the location is self-evident. And you know that there was a contact between something and his leg at this point. And I showed you earlier that the scaled model and the scaled model of the officer and the scaled model of Lexus shows there to be contact between the lower limbs. And so that is consistent. The direction, we also know, and we saw in the video evidence, that there was tangential motion between Officer Grubb and the front of that vehicle as inertia pushed him towards the A-pillar on the driver's side and eventually off the hood. Now, in order to make this happen, you need a magnitude of that load that is sufficient to cause perpendicular force necessary to cause friction, right? It didn't just glide over without any perpendicular force. We know that there was contact there, and that is consistent with the low velocity impact at initial contact would have given that sufficient perpendicular force necessary to cause the friction that when he moved tangential to the hood of the vehicle and the bumper, it would cause the friction necessary that would be consistent with injuries like this.
So in general, going back to recap conclusion number one, he did not have time because he only had 0.47 seconds till contact, and because of his size and the size of the car and the closeness of theirs, he was not able to take the necessary steps to get out of the way, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, with regards to your second conclusion, you did a injury risk analysis, correct?
I did.
Please explain to the ladies and gentlemen jury how you reached that conclusion.
Okay. With any moving mass, it has a momentum. And it's just very simple. If you think of a weight times its velocity, okay, times its speed, that is its momentum. Okay. And when that object is stopped, either landing on the ground, butting up against a curb, hitting a wall, hitting a parked car, okay, that momentum has to stop, right? And therefore, we need to apply a load to that moving mass in order to stop it. And so that's the calculation that I did. Only using 20 miles per hour as an example, because it was the first data point from the data available for that vehicle, and then multiplying it by his overall weight over a time period of approximately 150 milliseconds, which is actually quite long for an impact, say, against a rigid object, but that's the number we use. And the average of that load turns out to be 5,813 newtons. Now, don't get caught up too much with the units. That's just over 1,000 pounds, but that's average. On an impact like this, the force profile is shaped like a pyramid. And so the average of that pyramid, or I should say the peak of that pyramid, is typically twice the average, okay? And so that's what you're seeing here. The potential, we don't know how he would have landed, we don't know what he would have impacted, but the potential to have over 9,000 newtons of peak load was present at that speed, okay? And this is not just falling from the hood of the car. I think you don't need to be a mechanical engineer to understand that when you're thrown from a vehicle to the car, it's a combination of falling from the hood of the vehicle as well as the speed you've been thrown at, which is equivalent to the speed of the vehicle at the time you leave it, okay? And that's what this potential load is looking at. And now I compare that, I can go to literature, biomechanical literature, that looks at loads necessary to cause specific injuries. And in this slide, you'll see, I look at skull fracture, back of the skull, okay? Is certainly possible for that to happen. Front of the skull, possible for that to happen. And it's also important to understand that with these injuries especially, carries a high risk of morbidity. But also note just how much higher the potential load is to, say, a femur fracture. And if you were to get a bilateral femur fracture, that's considered a serious injury. Okay? And so, go ahead.
So what you're saying there is you did a risk analysis of a potential risk based on the math and based on the car, because the car, it's my understanding, that car can go from 0 to 20 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds. Am I correct on that?
Correct. This is the data I pulled from, and the first data point was 0 to 20 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds, as you see here.
But you're not saying that the car was going 20 miles per hour in that video or anything like that, but that's a data point that you use to illustrate the potential risks.
Correct. But it's also important to know, as we discussed earlier, that even at 10 miles per hour, which would be roughly 4.4 meters per second, that, while the potential of injury there might fall below some of those skull fracture numbers, the potential for serious traumatic brain injury would still be present.
And again, you realize in this case that there was no serious physical injury. You're just giving the ladies and gentlemen jury an assessment of the risk based on this situation that could have happened.
That is correct.
And sir, I want to change a little bit. You've had the opportunity to review Mr. Bauer's reports, correct?
Briefly.
Oh, you, Phil. Be nice. Be nice.
Well, yes.
And there's a situation where you're talking about certain frame numbers, and Mr. Bauer's talking about the same concept of different frame numbers. Can you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen jury why that's not uncommon in these types of analysis?
Right. When you interrogate a file,
You said
there is interrogate, correct. That's just the term of art for forensically valid software that can read various video files. From there, it will provide you the number of frames, and you can look at it either through the metadata, or you can output the images, and it will assign a frame number to those images. And but obviously, with video files that are 15 minutes long and running at 15 frames per second, you get a lot of images. And so the interrogator, the person using the software, will kind of select a segment, if you will, and pull it out. And so there's I suppose, a susceptibility to make errors in that case, or in the sense that frame numbers might be off by a few, but the sequence, I think, is the same. And I don't think we're getting any pushback on either side from what actually happened and the time frame between major events of what happened, although frame numbers can sometimes be slightly different.
Thank you. Jeffrey, could you go back to visual slide number 11 that you put up before with regards to the synchronization of the 4 cameras and the sounds?
This one, oh, sorry.
No, the next one, I'm sorry.
One here?
After that. Yes, that one. So in that chart, sir, again, to go over that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the 2.5 seconds where the initial hand is furthest to the left in green, that's from the time he placed his hand down until the shot occurred, correct?
Correct.
Now, go two over to the yellow with the car. That 1.6 seconds, that's the time that from the continuous movement, right, until the shot.
This one here?
No, the next one over. Body impact. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. That's from the time he was impacted to the time of the discharge, approximately.
So that would be 1.6 seconds to decide whether or not to discharge.
Correct. I think he waited as long as he could.
And sir, both of your conclusions were based on a reasonable degree of biometrical certainty, scientific certainty, as well as kinesiology, correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Jeffrey, that's all the questions I have for you. The government's going to have some questions for you now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's going to be interesting to see how the government challenges this witness. This is a very solid witness, guys. Very solid witness. Phil is trying to say, I'm Phil, but nobody can pronounce my username. I think I've said it, Tayo Toys. Tio Toys. I don't know. Or Tayo Toys, or Tio Toys. I don't know, Phil. I think so. I think I got it. And Jefferson, you brought up how many loads to injure our wife's reputation. Well, remember, Darkside Phil mentions people are being no load losers. So I don't know if they even have any loads. So here we go. Here we go on cross.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
You can see my name now, correct?
No, we still see the chart. There you go.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to take a break. And here we go. Here we go.
I have some questions for you. First, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Damelin.
Demoulin.
And you're in Canada right now, sir?
He's Canadian. He's French. He's Quebecois. He's Tabarnak. Even though he's in British Columbia, he's Tabarnak. And remember, guys, it's being done first thing in the morning, so it's like 6 a.m. in British Columbia. Now he looks like a monster, like he's got burns all on his face.
Yes, ma'am.
There we
You
go.
are from Canada. Have you always lived in Canada?
No, ma'am. I lived in various places throughout the United States, California while I was filming on the show, and then in Michigan. Sorry to say that word again, but in Michigan while I was going to school there.
With respect to your October 8th, 2025 report, can you tell me where in that report is the word avoidance actually show up?
It's actually in a news article in my CV that's attached to that. But as far as the report itself, avoidance does not appear.
Sorry, chat.
So in your report that was provided to the defense, who provided them to us, would you agree you did not have any information in the body of the report about this concept called avoidance, which you testified to today?
No, if you look at page 31 of my report, looking at analysis, it looks like it's the third sentence down. And I quote, a study investigating the time required to lift one leg in response to a visual stimulus found that the average time for young adults was approximately 0.53 seconds for a sidestepping.
My question was,
So-
when did you put the word avoidance in your report?
It was a good way to encapsulate that concept when I was making the presentation for Direct.
And when did you make the slides that you had with this simulation? When were those created?
That would have been most of it yesterday or the day before. It was very, very soon.
So they were not part of your report that was turned over to the defense on October 8th, 2025.
No, on October 8th, no.
Let me go back to your background, sir. In your background, I don't see anywhere that you've listed that part of your experience is in crash data retrieval. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about black boxes from...
Oh, fuck's sake. Now we're like, is it true that you've never done this before? That, like, you know, how many times have you tested a pregnant black woman stealing alcohol, trying to run down a cop in a Kroger parking lot? How many times have you tested that exact data set, sir? None? I rest my case. Clearly incompetent.
like event data recorders from vehicles, I would say that's correct.
And would that also include an electronic data retrieval? You don't list any experience in that in your report?
I typically don't do that. That's done way before we get involved in any files.
So you're not certified in crash data retrieval, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you talked about data from the car that was kind of vague. What were you referring to?
I looked up the VIN and found some acceleration data involving that make and model of vehicle.
So you're not referring to any information from that exact Lexus. You're just looking at something on the internet?
It's specific to that make and model, but not that particular vehicle. That's correct.
I just wanted to make that clear. Also, in your background, you talk about having experience in incident reconstruction, which includes shooting reconstruction. But would you agree that there's nothing listed in your background as to experience in automotive or crash reconstruction?
Oh, no, we do a lot of crash reconstruction, actually. And there's publications in my CV that attest to that.
But you didn't list that as one of the areas specific to this matter on page 5 and 6 of your report, did you?
I believe I did, actually. Let me take a look. First of all, I should point out it is listed in my CV. Second of all, on page 5 and 6, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth publication down on page 5 says combining virtual crash and MADI to reconstruct motor vehicle collision dynamics and assess injury risk to occupants, and that was published in the International Journal of Crashworthiness.
In the area on page 5 where you list additional expertise specific to this matter and you include specific topics, are the words accident or crash reconstruction listed?
Well, reconstruct motor vehicle collision dynamics is exactly what you're speaking of, ma'am, although it's different words, and it was published in the Journal of Crashworthiness, so I think that qualifies.
So you're saying it just shows up in an article that you listed, but not in your specific
That's
bulletin?
a scientific journal, ma'am.
I'm
Not
asking
an article,
you,
it's not a press release, it's not a magazine, sorry, sir.
I'm asking you in the specific bulleted list of experience that you thought applied to this case, you did not list crash or accident reconstruction, did you?
Again, same answer. It would be covered by that scientific publication. It's not a press article. It's not a magazine article. This was peer reviewed by other crashworthiness people, deemed valid and useful to the public who perform vehicle collision dynamics.
So you're saying listing the article covered the topic you chose not to put in the bulleted points of your experience specific to this matter on page 5.
Can you repeat the question?
Are you saying that your answer is you listed it in an article, but would you agree you did not list it specifically in the bulleted points on page 5? As additional expertise specific to this matter include. It's not listed in that bulleted list, is it?
Okay, I see what you're saying. It is listed in that scientific article, but not listed in the above bullet points, but is listed in my CV, which is attached to the report.
Now, you mentioned in your report, and you talked about it today, about relying upon a prosecutor's summary as one of the bits of evidence that you were provided with, evidence or discovery. I just want to be clear. That prosecutor's summary, that is actually a report written by a BCI investigator. Would you agree?
I believe it was, yes.
That's not some report that anybody sitting here at the table provided to you. I just want to make that clear. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I agree. That was case materials that I received from either Mark or Caitlin.
Why do you call him by the first name? Are you friends? I'm waiting for that now. Oh, God, this is so fucking rough.
Am I going to be able to share my screen?
What kind of sandwich did you have? Did you talk to them at all?
Doctor, can you see the slide on the screen with the 4 pictures?
I can.
And I believe that this is the same as what you provided on page 23 of your report. I've just added State's Exhibit stickers to each of the 4 photos. So can you see that that's been added to the photo you used in your report?
Correct, I see that.
Now, when you talked about the injuries sustained to Officer Grubb, would you agree that that is under the section defined injuries, number 6 on page 23 of your report?
It just goes through the defined injuries is just a look at what injuries might become important in the analysis section. But yes, that's where that image is located.
And with respect to your report, you actually just wrote, it is possible that Officer Grubb sustained the scratches as the Lexus turned right and his body slid to the right of the vehicle, causing his legs to scrape against the front of the vehicle. Were those your words, that it is possible?
That's true. It's consistent with the engineering evidence available to me, but there's other ways he could have received those injuries.
And that would include falling to his knees on a sidewalk or pavement, wouldn't it?
Also possible.
And did you see that when you reviewed both the body-worn camera videos of Sergeant Moynihan as well as Officer Grubb? Did you see him fall to his knees?
I saw him kneeling several times.
Okay, so he was kneeling. Did you also see where Officer Grubb went to the ground and had to push himself back up with his hands on his own body-worn camera?
I did see his hands in the glass, yes.
But you didn't include the other possibility of him going down to the ground in your report, did you?
No, I did not.
But you're saying that that is a possible way the injuries to his legs were applied.
It's possible.
Now, continuing on with the pictures that are before the jury and you, in your report, do you specify what area of the leg these injuries are applied to?
They're in the knee and shin area.
And so do we see that in your D, State's Exhibit 55? Do we see this? My cursor's not showing up on the screen, but would you agree in your D, State's Exhibit 55, there are injuries to the knee of Connor Grubb displayed in that photograph?
Yes, I would agree with that. Over the kneecap and over the tibia
And
on the shin.
from the review of the body-worn camera of both Sergeant Moynihan and Officer Connor Grubb, would you agree that Officer Grubb broke out the driver's window that was glass?
Yes, I believe he did.
And would you agree then there was glass on the pavement as a result of that action?
Yes.
Doctor, in your report, You mentioned the video that you used to make your figures. Would you agree that you generally call it the Kroger parking lot surveillance, but within the report, in the figures, you didn't distinguish between the RX walk-up versus the parking lot video?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, so in the figures
Now
themselves.
you can see, can I just answer your question fully? On page 24 in Define Dynamics, first sentence, video from Kroger surveillance cameras of the parking lot and of the pharmacy, and I quote, both of those videos capture the incident. So I have delineated them.
But then when you refer to the figures, you just use Kroger parking lot surveillance. Is that correct? Like, for example, on page 26, figure 5, those pictures are actually from the RX walk-up. Would you agree?
Correct. I would assume that someone viewing that figure would understand it's the RX walk-up if they understood it was from the front of the vehicle.
And since you referenced the page 24, you said that when you analyze the video and you synchronize the video, would that require a software package to accomplish that?
He literally, basically, you're just saying you'd able to see the picture, and if you weren't retarded, you'd understand. Notice she's not showing you the pictures. She's just talking about it. If she wanted to show the pictures, the jury would even understand, wow, this bitch is being disingenuous. But that's not happening right now.
Doesn't always, but it's prudent to use forensically valid interrogation software like Input Ace or Axon Investigate.
And you used Input Ace in this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't you agree that the current version of that software is actually the Axon Investigate?
They purchased that software, yes.
That was back in 2021, they purchased it?
I don't recall the year.
Okay, so Axon then put out a new video software package in 2022. Did you use that in your synchronization in this case?
No, ma'am.
Doctor, on page 25 of your report, you state that Officer Grubb appears to be lifted onto the front hood of the Lexus soon after it begins to move. Would you agree that that wording is subjective?
No, because there's a physical depression of the hood, and that means load is going through his hand in a vertical direction, which would tend to lift him mechanically. So I say seen because it would have been nice to do some other measurements here, but I didn't have that ability. But through kinesiology and engineering terms, there's a vertical load there that would act to lift him. So that's what I'm speaking to. That's what I'm referring to.
So when you are saying
It's not quantitative.
when you were saying that it appears Officer Grubb was lifted onto the front hood of the Lexus, you're basing that on the body-worn camera and Officer Grubb's left hand on the hood?
In that particular sentence, yes, but then obviously I put together the full picture with the other views of what happened, and then of course the animation to kind of communicate the concept.
And that would be the animation you created last night?
I didn't create that last night. That was a few days ago, but maybe even last week. But yeah, it was relatively recent.
And do you understand that that was not turned over to the state of Ohio?
I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of what or when things get turned over.
I think you would agree with me. In your report, you do state more than once that the Lexus was turning to the right. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
And I think
Yeah,
at
nobody's
one point-
disputing that.
At one point, you even said sharply to the right. Would you agree to that?
I would. That's not in dispute.
Now, you did not mention in your report the time when on the videos, Officer Grubb is seen walking in.
Oh my God, that is so funny. He's like, nobody's disputing that bitch. It makes her look like even a bigger fucking asshole. Brilliant work by this guy.
In front of the Lexus, did you?
No, ma'am.
And your starting point then is what?
The hand, as we saw in figure 3 of my report, it starts with the initial hand contact. Those are the major events that I wanted to capture to the point of discharge.
You don't include as a major event then Officer Grubb walking in the front of the car?
No, I don't, because I'm not a police procedures expert. I wouldn't know how to interpret that. It's just a walk to me.
Well, is Officer Grubb walking and then standing in front of the car an event captured by multiple videos that you reviewed?
Yes, that's not in dispute.
And you did not include that in your timing of your report, did you?
No, ma'am.
And then in your report, you talk about this continuous movement. I think the defense attorney today was trying to clarify that. Would you agree that in the videos, the Lexus moves, stops, and then moves again?
Yes, and we did speak on that in direct, I believe.
Okay. Do you touch on that in your report? The stop?
I don't recall. I think where I'm referring to it is where I'm constantly saying continuous forward movement. So I'm clearly talking about the movement that is that ends up hitting him and carrying him, not the initial lurch forward prior to the hand on the hood.
So again, your starting point is not the beginning of the first movement. You started after that.
Yes.
And that would give you a shorter time frame then, wouldn't it?
I suppose, how far back would you like to go? I mean, it would, depending on where you choose to start the analysis, yes.
Let's talk about speed. I think you already conceded this in direct examination. There's no evidence to support that the Lexus reached a speed of 20 miles per hour. Is that correct?
No.
And would you agree that from the original position of the Lexus in the parking spot to where it came to rest against the wall of the Kroger, that car could not have reached 20 miles an hour during that distance, could it?
No, that it very much could have. As I showed, the data that I showed you, it can go from 0 to 20 miles per hour in 1.8 seconds, and it starts moving 2 seconds prior to discharge. So there was time for it to continue because he was still on the hood at the time of discharge.
You're saying he's
So yes,
on the hood. Which video shows him on the hood? Is his
I
torso
would
on the
say a
hood?
combination of all the ones that I showed you during direct that say carry.
Is his torso on the hood of the car in any video that you examined?
It's being supported by his left hand, which is on the hood.
So when you say Officer Grubb is on the hood, you mean his left hand. Is that correct?
His left hand, which is applying a load that's supporting his upper body, as well as other parts of his body like his pelvis and thighs and knees and tippy toes, as I mentioned.
Now, an Officer or Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, would you agree there's no point where you see both of Officer Grubb's feet off the ground?
I think the resolution of the pharmacy walk-up video is just too poor to see that, which is why a scan and model-based image matching of what we do see in the bodywork cameras and in the parking lot camera could detail a lot.
Right,
I don't know what it would
question-
show, but I think it could resolve that.
My question was
Are you gonna walk
about,
over me?
yes, I was talking over you because my question,
Robert, can you finish this question, or?
Just ask another question and don't talk over it.
okay, Your Honor. Doctor, my question was, on Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, can you ever see both of
She's losing control, chat. She's losing control.
Officer Grubb's feet off the ground?
Well, no, because you can only see his right foot at one point.
And you're saying then, even in the RX walk-up video, are you saying that's the video that shows both of Officer Grubb's feet off the ground?
You're mischaracterizing my testimony. I never said that.
Okay, so I'm asking you, can you see on the RX walk-up video both of Officer Grubb's feet off the ground at the same time?
And I was explaining to you before you interrupted me before that no, the resolution of that image is so low that you can't see that. You can see some movement of his legs. You see the tippy toes in one hand, and I think this file would have benefited from a scan in that region, model-based image matching, which wasn't done. And like I said, I don't know what that would resolve, but I think it would have been useful.
Would you agree in your report, you don't have any topics listed as perceptual anticipation?
I don't know what that is.
And that is-
Inside somebody's head, it's not observable.
So you have no training in human performance then, is that correct?
Human factors, yes. The perceptual anticipation, no. And I would say it's not observable. If it's not observable, it's not something that I pay attention to.
That is a massive that is a total
Doctor,
engineering
you
statement. If I
reviewed
can't
the
observe it, I
body-worn
don't
camera
care.
of Officer-
That is a massive, like, that guy's a total engineer. If I can't see it, it doesn't matter. If I can't observe it, who gives a shit? True, if you can't observe it, you can't measure it.
Grubb. Would you agree that Takaya Young is visible in the body-worn camera when Officer Grubb is in front of the car?
Yes, I believe they both saw each other, yes.
And would you agree that, well, is one of the items that you were provided with, would that have been Officer Grubb's typed statement? His what? Typed statement.
There was an enormous amount of materials. I don't recall exactly, but I do recall a statement that either summarized by him or typed by him, stating that he was lifted off of his feet and could see, I believe he said he could see her,
So
if that's what you're getting at.
well, I also want to know, did in that type statement, I'm not sure if you remember reviewing it, didn't Officer Grubb say he was essentially aiming for center mass?
I believe I recall reading that, yes.
And in your review of the Officer Grubb body worn video, would you agree that in order to aim for center mass, the hands of Takaya Young would have been visible to Officer Grubb?
If he knows
Her hands could be behind her back. They could be on the steering wheel. They could be in her lap. Her hands could be on the ceiling. There's a million different ways your hands could be positioned.
Well, let me ask you this to be more fair.
Sure.
In the video of Officer Grubb, did you see Takaya Young's hands on the steering wheel?
I recall seeing one of them. I believe it was the left hand.
Would you also agree that a hand or hands on the steering wheel would have been in the same view as the center mass of Takaya Young?
Maybe getting into shooter perception, and I believe Connor said that he doesn't remember using his sights, which is quite common for a shot that close. So I couldn't say. I think there's a lot going on. There's a gun in the way. There's a moving vehicle. There's moving hands. Whether or not he saw them or not, I don't know.
Okay. But the placement of Takaya Young, her body, and her hands, that is captured on Officer Grubb's body-worn camera. Would you agree with that?
I recall seeing one of the hands, yes.
And is it your testimony that Connor Grubb wasn't actually taking steps to match the car's speed and direction?
No, I don't believe that to be true.
This is not going well. Stop now. Stop now. Don't keep going. This is going great. No, it's not.
I have no further questions.
May I proceed, Your Honor? With the court's permission, I'm going to go from the elbow. Jeffrey, your doctor can see. You can see me, correct?
I can.
Let's start where the prosecutor left off. When you watched the video with body-worn camera of Connor Grubb, how many times did you watch that, doctor?
At least a dozen.
How many times did you slow it down frame by frame?
Actually, not too many. I extracted the frames and looked at the frames frame by frame.
Okay. So you looked at it frame by frame over time, over dozens of situations, correct? Reviewing it, right?
In the analysis, correct.
And you were able to observe things based on those dozens of times looking at it. Connor didn't have that opportunity to look at it a dozen times, did he?
No, sir.
Connor didn't have the opportunity to go frame by frame, did he?
No, sir.
And you have no idea what Connor saw in that situation other than the report he wrote, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you don't even interpret what someone's potential intent might be because you can't observe someone's intent, correct?
I would agree.
You want to set that up to feed him? Ms. Stevens is going to set something up. I'll ask some other questions, okay? While she's doing that.
Okay.
Doctor, does it change your opinion that you used a 2021 technology versus 2022 technology in any way, shape, or form of what you observed based on your expertise and your two conclusions?
No, sir. I have taken many courses using Input ACE. It was a forensically valid tool back then, and so it's a forensically valid tool now. It just happens to have some updated features, I would presume.
Doctor, in terms of why was it so important for you to start your analysis with continuous movement? Explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury again what that means and why you chose that aspect.
Because that would have been the point at which contact occurred. It's conceivable that if someone lurches a car forward and then stops it, that they're going to remain stopped if there's a human in front.
Thank you. Let's do a little wordplay now. It seems like there's wordplay here, okay?
Okay.
Conclusion number one was you indicated that he didn't have time to get out of the way. Does get out of the way also mean sidestepping?
Yes, sir.
Does get out of the way mean avoidance?
Yes, sir.
Does anything in your report or your scientific conclusions have any bearing on the term avoidance versus getting out of the way and things like that, correct?
Correct.
In your world, is a crash reconstructionist the same as a vehicle reconstructionist and the dynamics of it?
Yes, sir.
Do they mean the same thing?
Yes, sir.
How dare you not use the words that the prosecutor used? Are you aware of that, sir? Are you required to use the words the prosecutor uses?
I'm not.
You're the expert in this field, not us, correct?
I'd like to think so, with 15 years of experience in education.
The prosecutor indicated you didn't put all the unlimited possibilities with regards to those injuries on the shins, right?
Right. It was consistent with what I was analyzing,
If you
and I
take
didn't
it,
use the word possible.
if you take it in a vacuum and you say, hey, how can these be caused in and of itself? There could be possibilities of different things, correct?
Of course.
If you add to it the video of him being hit by the car that's on there, as well as his statement that he got hit by the car, do you use your common sense to say, yeah, that's what happened, right?
It's consistent with that information, yes.
And consistency in your analysis and engineering and your expertise is cooperation, correct?
It is. There's,
Cooperation and consistency is not a coincidence, correct, doctor?
if there's 3 requirements to create an injury, and we have multiple videos that confirm that contact, it's a scenario that you can't deny.
Hypothetically, there's a picture of Sergeant Moynihan in this case with blood on his leg. Okay, you with me?
Yes, sir.
There's a picture of Connor Grubb in this case with blood on his leg. Neither of those legs and the fabric is torn on the legs. Okay, are you with me?
I believe that to be Titus blood, yeah.
Hypothetically, Connor Grubb tells people, I got hit in the shin area, right? Hypothetically, they both were kneeling on the glass doing life-saving measures, both Sergeant Moynihan and Connor Grubb. You with me?
I am.
Sergeant Moynihan, hypothetically, was doing life-saving measures 3 or 4 times as long as Connor Grubb in the exact same area with the glass. Are you with me?
I am.
Lo and behold, Sergeant Moynihan has no injuries in his shins. Does that shock you?
It's not surprising. Those pants are thick.
Correct, but Connor Grubb would have them, but Moynihan didn't. The difference in the hypothetical was one got struck by a car, one didn't, right?
Correct.
Yeah, the first and the second, yeah. That one on that. I'm sorry. We're going to share something with you, Doctor. Can you switch to her computer? All right. The prosecutor asked you about Sergeant Moynihan's body-worn camera, right? That view is to the side, correct?
The views to the side?
I mean, the body-worn camera is facing a certain way, right?
Okay, sure.
And I think you said on cross-examination that it wasn't the best view of his feet. On those feet there, do you see some feet in the air or one definitely in the air?
Yeah, she asked me if both feet were in the air at any time through this view, and I didn't recall it, but again, one foot is clearly in the air, the other foot is on the ground, but on the tippy toes, as I discussed.
Let's take a look at that same foot. Where's that foot now, Doctor?
Tippy toes.
How about the next one, Doctor? Off the
That
ground,
appears
right?
off the ground.
Wow.
Off the ground.
So at some point, 2 feet were off the ground, correct?
At some point, I just didn't observe them at the same time.
Understood. Now, you don't comment on the time that the person walked in front of the vehicle and stood there because it doesn't enter into your analysis, correct?
It's not biomechanically meaningful for what I was asked to determine.
And again, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you go over both of your conclusions based on your experience, what you were asked to do, your educational background, and your expertise?
Sure. The first one is about timing and the ability to move out of the travel path of the vehicle. So I'm just going to read verbatim here.
And again, please don't use the word avoidance, okay? Please don't use the word
Objection, Your Honor.
That's a question. Go ahead.
It would not have been possible. It would not have been possible for Officer Grubb to react quickly enough after sensing continuous forward movement of the Lexus driven by Miss Young to move out of the travel path of the vehicle before his lower body was contacted by its front bumper.
So from prior to the bumper contacting him, there was 0.47 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And the study showed that a young person can take a step in 0.53 seconds, correct?
Chat, this is masterful cross right here, just blowing it up. And he didn't even have to do this. I think he was like, he probably knows the jury's smart enough to realize, but he's still going to go ahead and like, I'm going to prove just how retarded they are. And he's going to help me.
Correct, a single step.
And half the width of the Lexus was 91, correct?
Correct.
And so in order to get past 91, you got to take at least 2 different steps based on his side and weight, correct?
Correct, which was 73 centimeters.
So it's not that complicated, right? There wasn't enough time based on the studies and math and the videos for him to get out of the way, correct?
Correct.
And your second opinion, sir?
Is about injury risk analysis.
Mhm.
And I quote, had the Lexus driven by Ms. Takaya Young reached a
Yes.
speed of 20 miles per hour or higher?
Yes,
while
chat. This is the defense witness. They called him out of turn. This is redirect. And they are about to blow the prosecutor's asshole open.
Officer Grubb was being carried on his front hood, he would have been at risk of serious injury, including the possibility of bone fractures and traumatic head injury.
And again, that's a general statement, and you started with 20 miles per hour because that make and model can go from 0 to 20 in 1.8 seconds, right?
Correct.
1.8 seconds fits into all of these equations, correct? And in your time frame that you created, right?
It does. It was possible for that to occur.
But you're not telling the ladies and gentlemen jury that based on any data from the car, that it was going 20 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Even at half of it, or 6 or 8 miles an hour, based on the expertise that you have, there was a possible risk of a serious physical injury, right?
Correct.
Real simple. Yes, being hit by a car that's moving, regardless of the speed, there's a possible risk of serious physical injury, correct?
It's obvious, yes.
Doctor, I appreciate your time, and I thank you for being early for this and accommodating both of our schedules. Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking me out of order. Have a good day.
Hold on.
Okay, so what do you do when somebody's getting the better of you as a witness? You fucking cut your losses at points. Like, if you're not getting what you need, you don't flail. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes you're fucked. It's like a pitcher you can't hit, man. You can't hit him. So you don't keep swinging. So now that he was testimony, can they use any of it to question the remaining prosecutor witnesses? Yeah. Yeah, they can cross-examine. Hey, if we were to tell you X, Y, and Z, sure. But yeah, this guy got fucked. The prosecutor just got fucked hard by this guy. So
Any more questions?
I have no further questions.
All right, now you can go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was amazing.
This case among yourselves, do not permit anyone to discuss it with you in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until.
So there's a break for lunch, chat. Do you guys want to get part 2 of that done today, the 13th? It's another 2 hours, but we can get it done in a little hour and under a little bit more. We could be done by 9. I'm willing to go through this and get it done. We'll finish up day 3 all the way. So here we go. For some reason I have to refresh this. And now we can do playback speeds. Oh, what the hell's going on here? I hate it when it does this shit. All right. Playback speed. Let's slow that down. Wait, what the fuck is going on here? Wait, why is this not slowing down all the way? You could tell who they're related to. So we'll expand this out. We'll put this full blast. Do that. Here we go.
Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
All right, Chad, here we go. All right, well, have a nice night, Vodka Blood. Take care. Try to miss anything else from.
Needs to come around here.
Actually, hold on here. Hold on, chat. We got some super chats I got to get through here. Anonymous says, "Sorry, Sean. The super chat is only for Clyde treats. No model money this time. All right, we'll make sure Clyde gets some beans." Johan saying, "Lady, math is math. It don't matter if it's a car, an airplane, or a bridge, or astrophysics." Correct. Connie Death Squad says, "How does it feel knowing your taxes pay for your salary?" Kind of embarrassing. It's infuriating. Jefferson Post says, answer honestly and cross looks like a dope. Yep. Very true. And then Jack Coleman says, if Grubb didn't say it's coming right for us, he's guilty of sin. Pretty much. Pretty much. He almost also had to scream, I can't move. I'm stuck. So, yeah, here we go, guys. We're moving on now. Let's see what we got now.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury you testify in this case to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat for yourself. Close to the microphone. Sir. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, can you please tell us your full name?
Sure. My name is Dr. Kent Harshbarger, which is Harshbarger.
What are you doing stuff like this?
Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed in a couple different places, but I'm the elected coroner in Montgomery County, Ohio. I'm a forensic pathologist. And then I'm a deputy coroner here in Franklin County, Ohio. And I have a practice where we do contract with coroners typically in Indiana.
How long have you been working as a forensic pathologist, sir?
I graduated from my fellowship in 2001, so over 20 years.
There's my understanding there may be a stipulation.
Absolutely. We stipulate to the quality.
Chat, Montgomery County is Dayton. So Dayton's about an hour away from Columbus. It's about an hour west. And that's where most of, like, if you're in the Cleveland area, Cleveland will do your autopsies. If you're down that way, Dayton or Columbus will do your autopsies because most little towns and little counties don't have coroners that can do it. I think I mentioned before, but the one place I was an assistant prosecutor in, the coroner was a family practitioner, and the state gave him money to put a freezer in his office for a body. And then that way the DAs or out of Dayton, they could come pick up the body and run an autopsy on it. So yeah, that's why it's actually kind of a hard thing here. And notice that the defense could stipulate to his training qualification because it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Yep, he killed her. We fucking agree.
With that, Your Honor, I'd ask the court's permission to have him tendered as an expert in field of forensic pathology.
He can render his opinions.
Thank you. Doctor, I want to direct your attention back to August of 2023. Can you share with us, were you working as a pathologist here in Franklin County at that time?
Yes.
And what was your position in Franklin County at that time?
At that time, I was the chief deputy coroner. So the coroner, the elected official in Franklin County, hired me as the chief deputy. So I was administrating the office and basically running the pathology department, the autopsy suite, and investigation.
As it relates to this particular matter, Dr. Harshbarger, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy or post-mortem procedure on an individual by the name of Takaiyo?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen when and where did that take place?
The exam took place August 25th, 2023 at the Franklin County Forensic Science Center.
During the course of your examination, doctor, did you cause photographs to be taken?
I did, yes.
And would those photographs assist you in your testimony before the jury today?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
You may.
Doctor, I'm going to show you as a group, first off, what have been marked as states exhibits 73 through 80. I'll just ask you to look at those as a group if you would.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
I do, yes.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of the images that were taken during your autopsy of Ms. Young?
They are, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish. And doctor, before we get there, let me ask you, at the time that you came into contact with Ms. Young's body back on August 25th, can you share with us what was her approximate age, height, weight?
21 years, 21 years old, 222 pounds, and 5 feet 7. Yes, 5 feet 7, 67 inches.
That's 5 feet 7 inches?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention, doctor, to first what we're looking at is State's Exhibit 73. What are we looking at in this photograph?
It's one of the photographs we use for, we call it identification. So the case number is in the image, which is hard with the glare, but it's 233617. That's on the label. So most pictures will self-identify with the case number, but it's with her facial features. So it's her at the time of the exam. We haven't done anything. It's just starting. It has medical intervention visible in the image, bandage on the left, breathing tube, cardiac monitor pads, and then the injury will be more clear, but to the left lateral breast.
This is how Ms. Young presented at the coroner's office from the hospital, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
State's 74. Can you share with us, and for the record, I should probably note that we have an image blacked out or blurred for purposes of respect to Ms. Young, but having said that, can you tell us what are we looking at in this image?
State's Exhibit 74 is a camera shot from her left side. So looking at the left forearm, left upper chest, the faces in the image, and with the case number 233617. Along the left arm, and when any forensic pathologist uses dimensions or directions, it's always related to a particular position. It's called the standard anatomic position. If you picture a mannequin looking forward and the hands to the side with the palms forward, all my dimensions or locations are related to that. So you're looking at what would be the posterior medial, the inside pinky side of the left forearm. This is the medial side. I say that because it looks like it's outside, but it's because the arm, when I describe it, is turned palm forward. So there is small abrasions across the medial side of the left forearm in this image, and then the gunshot wound in the lateral left breast is also depicted in the image.
When you describe an injury or injuries as abrasions, doctor, that's a medical term, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by the term abrasion?
Sorry, I should usually do that. Abrasions are classified as what's known as a blunt force injury, so of which there are abrasions and contusions. Contusion is a bruise. An abrasion is when the superficial layers of skin are scraped away or torn away. So they're small superficial injuries of the skin, scraping or scratching basically of the skin, or in this case, embedded in the skin.
I want to ask you, hypothetically speaking, doctor, if Ms. Young is seated in the driver's seat of a vehicle and there's a bullet that comes through the front windshield, would the glass from that bullet through the windshield be consistent with causing these types of injuries?
Yes.
How so?
It's called an intermediate target. When a bullet is traveling and hits an intermediate target, it will accelerate fragments of that intermediate target the same as the bullet. So as it goes through, such as glass, small pieces of glass will fly accelerated with the bullet in the same direction, going out in a cone from that entrance defect. It could also be pieces of the bullet. So any intermediate target can give pieces, or the bullet can strike a fragment, and it's pieces of the bullet.
The fact that the abrasions, albeit from glass or pieces of the bullet or what have you, are on the pinky side of the arm.
Correct.
Does that tell us that the arm would have been facing where the bullet comes through?
Yes, that aspect of the forearm has to be towards the intermediate target.
State's Exhibit 75, doctor. What are we looking at here?
75 is now you're looking straight at the left arm. So it's the lateral left upper arm. This is the focus case numbers in the image for reference. The breast is to the top of the screen, back is to the bottom of the screen. And in the mid aspect of the lateral left upper arm are small abrasions. It's the same type of injury we just talked about.
Again, could be consistent with that particles of glass that you described earlier?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 76, doctor. What are we looking at in this photo?
76 is now a close-up of the gunshot wound itself to the lateral left breast.
And as it relates to the wound we see in 76, were you able to determine what type of wound this was?
Yes, this is a gunshot wound.
And when I say that, I mean, is it an entrance wound, an exit wound?
This is a gunshot wound of entrance.
How are you able to determine that, sir?
There are several ways to determine a gunshot wound of entrance. One is we do x-rays prior to the exam, so I know there's a projectile inside the body, and I know there's only one defect, so it has to be an entrance wound. The other way we look to determine an entrance wound is called a marginal abrasion. As the bullet's traveling, it's spinning, and it strikes the surface of the skin first, so it creates an abrasion, and then it'll penetrate. So every entrance wound should have what's called a marginal abrasion, which is that small rim of pink reddish tissue below the skin, but adjacent to the defect itself. So it'll abrade the skin and then penetrate, which creates a gunshot wound of entrance.
Is this particular wound irregular in shape?
It is a little elongated compared to what you would think of as a round, typical bullet entrance defect, partly because of the breast shape, but also because of the intermediate target. So it's one of two things: the shape and stretching from the breast itself, or the bullets tumbling or spreading out.
Tumbling through the air, are you talking about?
Correct.
What can cause a bullet to tumble?
The intermediate target. So it's, a couple things. One, it's so far out in its distance of travel that it's losing its energy, so it starts to wobble and turn because it's not staying true on its axis, or an intermediate target has disrupted it.
By intermediate target, the windshield.
Right, chat. Hold on. Sorry. Oops.
Car being intermediate target.
Yes.
Did you do an internal examination of this young?
Yes.
And in doing so, can you tell us, doctor, what was the path of travel of the bullet once it entered her chest?
Sure. It is from her. So again, using directions, it's always in reference to her in that position. So it's from her left to right, front to back, and downward. And it goes through the breast soft tissues. It enters the chest through the anterior aspect of left rib 5. It then strikes the heart, goes in the front and out, sort of the left or the right atrial area of the heart. It snicks the esophagus, which is the swallowing tube, and then hits the vessel called the aorta, with the major vessel running along the spine from the top of the heart down, hits the aorta, and then it lodges in the spine at the thoracic vertebra number 10. So T10 is where the bullet lodged.
I want to ask you, Doctor, you mentioned that along its path of travel through Miss Young's body, the bullet struck the heart.
Yes, sir.
I assume that there would be an entry into the heart.
There was an entry and an exit.
And so it passed through the heart.
Yes.
As a result of the bullet passing through Miss Young's heart, can you tell us what type of injury or effect would that have had on her?
Sure. The main effect is bleeding. You have the heart is pumping all the blood in the body, so blood is now able to escape the vascular system. You can have arrhythmias from the tissue damage itself affecting the heart, but most significantly, because you're no longer able to pump blood through the system, you lose blood pressure. You're bleeding loss and you lose blood pressure.
Would that happen rapidly?
It would happen very rapidly.
The injury to the heart, the bullet.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling they couldn't have saved her life absent like it happening on an operating room table, and even then, probably not.
Holes to the heart, would those have been fatal injuries in and of themselves?
Yes.
States 77. Can you orient us where on the body we're looking at here?
Sure. This is State's Exhibit 77. The left arm, we're looking mainly at the upper lateral portion of the left breast, but the left arm is in the bottom right of the image. So it's just, this is the upper edge of the gunshot wound we saw. I'm pointing to the left mid aspect of the image. And above that, we have more abrasions on the breast surface skin itself, as we talked about for the arm, left arm. There's also now abrasions around the entrance wound on the breast, but these contain actual fragments.
When you say fragments, are we talking about fragments of broken glass or fragments of something else?
The fragments of metal, likely the projectile.
When you say the projectile bullet?
Bullet.
Based on your experience, if a bullet passes through a hard object, albeit a windshield or some other intermediate hard object, is it common that the bullet will fragment, or at least portions of the bullet may fragment?
Yes.
Was this, and I think, I want to make sure are we talking about the injury that I'm circling here?
Yes.
I see a metallic thing in the center there.
Yes.
Was that collected at
Yeah.
that time on autopsy, the fragment I'm talking about?
I can't. A fragment was collected. I don't know if it was this fragment.
You mentioned after traveling through the heart, the bullet, I believe you said, and correct me if I misheard you, struck the aorta.
It did exit the heart, esophagus, then aorta.
States it's 78. What are we looking at here?
78 is now, it's part of the internal exam. The heart, lungs have been removed. Part of the autopsy. The aorta is running along the surface of the spine, which is here. Feet are to the right, head is to the left. Aorta defect, so that's a round tube that now is disrupted. You can see the opening, and then the projectile I'll highlight with the pointer is just below that opening in the spine.
When you say projectile, just because we're using different terms, I think I'd use the term bullet. That's the bullet that you just circled, its spine.
Correct, the bullet. Yes.
When the bullet struck the aorta, albeit causing the defect or the hole that we see, what's the result of that?
Same as the heart, blood loss, excuse me, immediate blood loss, and along with that, no longer able to keep blood pressure.
Are we talking about additional blood loss on top of the blood loss that's already occurred through the heart?
Technically, yes, but once you have the hole in the heart, you're not moving blood forward as much as this wound would be fatal, but we also have a defect in the heart. So I can't really say how much blood's moving forward that would come out of the aorta, but yes, this is going to bleed, and this wound is also fatal.
In and of itself?
In and of itself.
I want to ask you, doctor, because you talked about the blood loss, albeit from the heart and or the aorta injuries. Did you determine the total amount of blood loss to Ms. Young?
In a general estimating,
I kind of get the feeling they told them stay the fuck out while we have this witness going. Because we had that issue yesterday. Like I said, I'm sure they told them. Why were they kicked out? Well, because yesterday they did when she got drug out of the car, she's bleeding. They all went, "Oh, my baby!" Ah! Like they fucking did all that theatrical shit they do, and that can influence a jury. So the defense said, like, we can't fucking do that again. I'm sure the judge said, like, okay, fine, don't fucking bring them. Like, if we're gonna show pictures, kick them the fuck out right now. So I have to assume that's what happened. Yeah, because they went, oh, lordy, my baby. That all that shit they do. Yeah, did they bring balloons to court? No, they brought blurred out t-shirts though. So yeah, the judge would have put that on the prosecutor, like, you need to fucking fix it. We're not doing that again. If it happens again, you're in trouble. So I'm sure the prosecutor just went ahead and said, go to sit out in the hall until we fucking tell you it's time. So that's what I'm assuming happened. If I had to guess. Inferno Borealis for $5. Thank you. For $5 says, if you showed me a picture of this guy completely out of context and asked me what he did for a living, my first guess would be a coroner. Yes. He looks like the type of guy who enjoys cutting people open for a living. Very funny. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. Nice pause, too. Hey, my pause game is good some days. Let's keep going.
Type for fashion, there is, at the autopsy, there was still 800 milliliters of blood left in the chest cavity, so around the lung, and there was 100 milliliters estimated around the heart. So 900 milliliters of blood was still in the chest cavity. There was some medical intervention. They didn't document in the record how much blood they recovered, but there was 900 still within the body.
Is that approximately 20% of her blood?
And a typical person, a liter or 1,000 milliliters would be 20% blood volume, which is lethal.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that this blood loss would have occurred very rapidly.
Yes.
Drop in blood pressure associated with it, I'm assuming.
Yes.
As a result of the blood loss and drop in blood pressure, what would that have done to the consciousness of the shooter?
Once blood pressure is lost, consciousness will be lost. And the typical 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds with an aorta injury and heart injury, you're no longer getting blood flow because you don't have blood pressure. And so consciousness is.
Yeah, I mean, of all, like, you can say what you want, chat, but she was out. She was fucking out of the game almost instantly. Jefferson Post says milliliters. Well, it's because there's 5 liters of blood in your body. So that's why they're doing that. But yeah, 1,000 milliliters in blood. Man, you're going to have pneumothorax. You're going to have all kinds of restriction issues in the chest. Yeah, she ain't going to make it. She ain't going to make it. But yeah, that's it. That's it. So, did they put angel wings on her? They probably did on the t-shirts. Yes, Ag's like, listen, chat, 1,000 milliliters is 1 liter. Thank you, science guy. God, it's only like 5 o'clock where you are. Damn.
Lost relatively quickly. The brain needs blood, but it needs it for the energy, not oxygen. It needs it for oxygen, but it's quicker. It needs sugar quicker.
Hi, John.
You become unresponsive, lose
Oh,
consciousness.
fuck you and the
relatively
spider thing.
short
God
period of time.
damn.
10, 15 seconds max.
You mentioned that the bullet doctor came to rest, and we saw it in the photo a few moments ago. Did you say the thoracic spine?
Yes.
As a result of coming to rest, did it actually impact the spine?
The spinal column, the bony aspects of the spine, it would probably at least temporarily injure the spinal cord because of the force. That might be temporary.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, the Dirty Birds are the Falcons. It's like the Lucifer song goes, I want to get you in the George Dome on the 50-yard line with the Dirty Birds. Yeah, the Dirty Birds are the Falcons, not the... Because they're in the Dirty South! Duh! Duh!
I can't say if it's a permanent injury, but the shock wave would at least temporarily.
You know, Ag, we're going to have to take your do-rag away from you. You know, you may be from Louisiana, and you may be the hardest Louisianan ever, but you're losing your black status quick.
Inhibit signals through the spinal cord, in my opinion.
When you say inhibit signals to the spinal cord, is that paralysis?
Yes.
Of what portion of the shield's body?
Everything from the brain connection down past that level, so the legs,
Meaning she would not have been able to move her legs.
temporarily at least.
Lieutenant Dan, I can't feel my legs.
Were you aware at the time of autopsy that the show was pregnant?
Yes.
Did you make observations and examination of the fetus that she was carrying?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 79. Obviously, we're looking at the fetus in this photo. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. Yes, it is.
Were you able to make a determination as to the gestational age of the fetus?
In an estimated fashion. So we, as pathologists, rely on measurements of the fetus, measurements of the placenta weight, the fetus weight, and as I estimated at the time of autopsy, was 25 to 28 weeks.
How was that done? Was it just measurements?
Just measurements. Yeah.
Did you review medical records associated with the pregnancy as well?
Yes.
Did those medical records support a 25 to 28 week gestational age?
Yes. The visit, the only records we could find were a little less than a week prior to this incident, and at that visit, she was felt to be 27 weeks and 2 days.
Were there, based on your examination, any abnormalities as it relates to the development of the fetus in this case?
Not externally or in the placenta that I found.
Based on your examination and observations of the fetus, doctor, were there any signs that the fetus had already died in the womb prior to the shooting incident?
I had no signs of that. That's called maceration. When a fetus would die in utero, instead of using a term, it's less precise, but decomposition, maceration is the term that's used, and this child has no evidence of maceration.
Based on your examination and observations, doctor of the fetus, did you form an opinion as to whether or not to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the fetus would have been viable.
Is my opinion, the fetus would have been viable,
And when we say viable, what does that mean?
able to survive outside the womb, but that's not, this child would need medical support at that young, but could survive outside the womb with medical support.
State's Exhibit 80, Doctor, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
And this is a label, it's the bullet and the fragment that was recovered at the time of autopsy with labeling 233617, the case number and her name. And what I recovered, a bullet from T10 spine with a fragment from left breast surface.
So we can see on the sticker, you've indicated actual locations where each of these items was recovered from the child's body.
Correct.
May I approach you? Doctor, I'm going to hand you what I've ordered in previous market States Exhibit 72. And I'll ask you to take a look at that. It's been previously opened by a prior witness.
Sure.
But first, tell us, do you recognize the markings on it?
Sure. Again, it matches our markings, fire projectile bullet from T10 spine with fragment from left breast surface from autopsy of young, turned over to CST Gill.
I'll ask you to, if there's clips holding it shut, you can remove those clips and just take the contents out, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, can you share with us what have you removed from the envelope?
Inside the envelope is our standard packaging material with the case label number 233617, her name, the same description, same label that's imaged there, and then my signatures on the back of the sample box. Also with the sample, which these were in the box as we packaged them, obviously they've been processed, is the projectile that I recovered from the spine, and then the small fragment from the surface of the left breast.
And the projectile or bullet and the fragments that you removed there, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when they would have been removed from the shelf?
Yes.
Actually put those back in the envelope then, Doctor. Dr. Harshbarger, based on your examination of Nakaya Young, were you able to form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what her cause of death was in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what is your opinion?
Excuse me, gunshot wound of the torso, striking the heart and aorta.
Was there a toxicology screen done of Michelle?
Yes,
What am I
there
paying attention for, Maddie?
Can you tell us what is meant by the term toxicology screen?
Toxicology is testing for substances in the bloodstream, basically.
And the purpose of that is what? Is that something that's done in every office?
It's done routinely in 98% of the cases we.
She was high, Cavassier, and vapes. I bet in her toxicology.
do.
Are you aware of the results of the toxicology?
Yes, I am.
Can you share those with us?
Sure, we've done the screening testing and then the confirmatory testing revealed THC, or the parent compound of marijuana, and then one metabolite of marijuana.
How did I guess, chat? I'm like a wizard.
Albeit marijuana metabolite that you spoke
Wizard.
have any impact on
Wizard.
Doctor, based on your examination, were you able to form an opinion with degree of medical certainty as to what caused the death of the fetus in this case?
Death of the fetus was due to the maternal gunshot wound and then loss of blood flow to the fetus through the placenta.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Fetus, going on a beatus.
An emergency has been reported.
Attention. The prosecutors are faggots. Attention. Fire alarm went off, it sounds like.
Walk the nearest stairway exit and walk down to your assigned re-entry door or main line. Do not use the elevator. Walk the nearest
All
stairway.
right, you guys, we're going to take you out. Take him back down the back stairs, please.
I'm not gonna lie. If I was the defense attorney, the fire alarm got pulled, I'd look at the judge and I'm like, do I really have to leave? I'm not leaving all. I'm not packing all my shit up. So that'd be kind of funny. Although it'd be really funny if I'm in a case and like all the evidence is critical and there really is a fire. You like just grab the prosecutor, like, no, we have to go now. It'll burn. It'll be okay. And all the evidence gets destroyed to fire. And it's like, oh well, I saved your life, bro. Yes. Alarm! Alarm! Your fiance is shouting at you. She's yelling at Clyde. Why are they doing this trial on a submarine? Because we're cool like that in Ohio. Has anyone ever tried that? Set fire to destroy the evidence? I don't know. So let's see what happens. So they take a break. Oh, that's like a half hour. It's about a half hour break. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Just one or two concepts of the injury. Thank you for being here. What do you like better, Franklin County or Montgomery County?
Ooh, not doing that on the record.
All right. So in toxicology, there was some THC or marijuana, and it wasn't a de minimis amount. It wasn't a huge amount, right? It's
Correct.
5.3 mgs per building. Right?
Correct.
Can't tell if it's chronic use, daily use, or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I like talking about this, but I'm going to mess it up. The anatomically correct human being, that was first started by Da Vinci, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's that picture that we see, the drawing of the person like this.
Yes.
So when you do directions, your directions are based on that exam.
Correct.
So when you say left to right, do the left rest, and downwards, right?
Yes.
That means if the person was in this position, okay, if the person was in this position, it would be left to right and downwards, correct?
Yes.
So that would mean the bullet would have to come from this angle.
Yes, more or left. Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, if the person was, but you can't tell, your path isn't based on if the person's bent over, if the person's like this. So in facing you, facing you, the trajectory would have to be from here, not to right now, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm turned this way, then in theory, a little bit this way, then it could come from where you are.
Correct.
If I'm turned this way, then it could come from that angle.
Correct. The relationship has to stay the same, but whatever the body is, that direction has changed.
Absolutely. And then the intermediate issue that you talked about with the windshield, that can change the path of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And so whether a person is like this, it could still be this, left to right from right there, as well as this, left to right from over that way.
Correct.
Okay. And so you can't say the position of the body or where the gunshot came from. You can only follow it from the entrance room and extrapolate out a little bit, and then you go it through the body.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Any regret?
Okay, thank you.
All right, sit down, take your stuff with you, leave all that stuff there.
Notice he has no questions for this guy. Like, bro, I don't got nothing for you. So let's see.
Go through the little maze around here. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I swear. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, loud, clear voice, please tell us your first and last name, spelling both of them.
Matthew Austin, MatheWAustin.
Ms. Claypool, you may want to remove the evidence.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent at BCI, the Bureau for Criminal Investigation.
As a special agent with BCI, are you assigned any specific roles?
Yes, I am a full-time crime scene special agent. That is a full-time assignment. That is my main and really only role at BCI, is to process crime scenes.
How long have you been with BCI?
It will be 6 years this December.
Let's take you backwards. Were you law enforcement prior to joining BCI?
Yes, before working at BCI, I worked at the Ohio University Police Department in Athens, Ohio. I was there for just about 8 years and a detective there for my last 6 years.
After that position at the Athens City,
Ohio University Police Department.
did you go into another police agency, or is that when you went to BCI?
I went from Ohio University Police Department to BCI.
You do crime scene work for BCI. Did you do any of that type of work at your prior employment at the university?
A little bit, but it's pretty apples to oranges. As a detective, you wear lots of hats. In my current role, all I do is process crime scenes.
What is your education?
I have a bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees. Both the masters are from Ohio University.
In what?
Recreation and sociology.
When you joined BCI, was it for the purpose of becoming a crime scene investigator?
Yes,
Did you have training before you joined BCI?
I had some.
Did you receive training after you joined BCI?
Yes, a lot.
Can you tell us about that?
So our on-the-job training, our FTO, lasts about a year. In that time, I spent mentoring under senior agents, learning on the job, as well as attending a variety of training. So within the first year or two, I attended at least 80 hours of specific bloodstain training, at least 80 hours of specific shooting incident reconstruction training. And then somewhere around a year and a half in, I spent 10 weeks at the National Forensic Academy, which is in Tennessee, and that's a full-time residential program.
You use the term FTO. What is that?
Field training officer.
If I could direct your attention to August 24th of 2023, were you employed by BCI at that time?
I was.
And were you called out to the scene at the Kroger located at 4991 South Sunbury Road?
Yes, I was.
For what reason were you sent there?
The preliminary information was pretty brief, but I remember being told that there was an officer involved critical incident or shooting that happened in the Kroger parking lot.
And do you then respond to that Kroger?
I did, yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived at the Kroger?
It was a little bit after or before 9 o'clock in the evening, 9 p.m.
Tell us when you get there, what is the state of the scene as you see it?
So there was a lot of first responders, a lot of police cars, a lot of people in uniform. There were multiple portions of the parking lot, which was a large business district, but included mainly the Kroger and some smaller shops as well, along with a gas station. And there were multiple rings of crime scene tape preventing access to the scene.
What do you do when you first arrive?
Every case is a little bit different. I probably talked with somebody, whether it was a Blendon Township officer or someone else from BCI, just to get a little lay of the land. But really my job is to document and collect, not talk to people. So pretty quickly, I started documenting the scene through photography.
Were there any other BCI crime scene investigators working with you at the Kroger location?
No.
Were there other crime scene investigators assigned to the case?
Yes, we typically do a form of divide and conquer.
And in this case, who was dividing and conquering with you?
Special Agent Cassandra Tackett.
And were you keeping in contact with her whereabouts as you were doing your job at the Kroger?
I don't recall specifics. Usually no. Usually we're both very busy, or sometimes there's 3 or 4 of us. We've got gloves on, we've got equipment. We're usually not pulling gloves on and off just to talk to each other. We'll brief each other when the time is right.
With respect to the scene, you mentioned that you document by photography. So that did happen in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness testimony? Special Agent Austin, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 8 through 39. Take a look through them, let me know when you're done. Know the contents contained within 8 through 39?
Yes, I am.
In general, what is this packet?
They are a sampling of the photographs I took that evening.
And are they all fair and accurate to what your actual observations were on August 24th, 2023?
Yes, they are fair and accurate.
And if I may publish them as you testify, so we can go through these observations.
You may.
Starting with State's Exhibit 8. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing a black 4-door Lexus that is underneath the pedestrian walkway. Just on the very left, you can kind of see the blue door. That was where the Kroger employees would come in and out of for the click list pickup. The pharmacy is to the right of there, which would be north, and the main Kroger entrance is further to the right.
And Special Agent Austin, I believe there should be a laser pointer up there.
Yes.
With a big post-it note that says the button. It might help to direct our attention to some of the things you're talking about. So the click list, can you tell us again where that entrance is in State's Exhibit 8?
Here on the left.
And then when you say the RX, is that walk-up RX window?
Yes, it's not in this photograph, but it was over to the right.
There are some yellow icon placards with numbers on them. What's the purpose of those?
So when I made the decision to collect evidence, they get numbered with a tent or a placard to make shorthand. We also make paper inventories. And so item 2 is shorthand for what item 2 is. This would not be the first photograph taken in the sequence. All the initial photos are before anything gets touched, labeled, or moved. This photograph would be partway through processing. I've identified item 2, which is here, and then item 3, which is over here.
2 being what?
From this picture, you wouldn't know, but item 2 is a collection of first aid supplies, a white sheet, lots of packaging, various medical intervention tools. And then item 3 is a
proper organization,
peach-colored, pink-colored bag with suspected bullet holes, suspected blood stains, and bottles of tequila.
State's Exhibit 9, is this the same Lexus we just saw in State's Exhibit 8?
It is.
And what is it that you're documenting through this photograph?
Again, just telling the story of what the condition of the scene was. This is, again, before I've touched or manipulated the car at all. This is just the angle from the front of the vehicle.
With respect to the vehicle itself, did you note any damage to it?
Yes, I did.
And were there different types of damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you show us in State's Exhibit 9 what damage to this vehicle you observed?
First and foremost, there's a suspected bullet hole on the front driver portion of the windshield. And then it's really obscured by the wall that the car appeared to crash into, but there would be damage to the front and passenger side of the vehicle. Later, the car was moved to examine that side of the car.
With respect to that driver's side window, was it also in a damaged condition?
Yes, the glass here appeared broken out and was not present.
And then below the door that is open, was it open when you first came into contact with the car?
Yes, again, this is prior to me touching, manipulating any portion of the scene.
With respect to what we see on that sidewalk around the driver's side door, in your training experience, what was that suspected to be?
It was suspected blood.
State's Exhibit 10, is this placard to a close-up of what you had described?
Yes, it is. And
And can we see now what you're describing earlier,
yes,
the medical debris?
yes, a lot of different used gloves, different packaging. I'm not a medical expert, so I don't know what that stuff is, but it looks like first aid supplies.
How many crime scenes have you responded to?
Close to 180 or so.
So in your experience, if paramedics are called out to a scene, is it typical that you're going to find left behind medical debris?
I think it depends. Sometimes folks have been deceased for quite a while, and there's not as much. This is indicative of life-saving efforts being provided.
State's Exhibit 11, we have a placard 3 shown to us. What are we seeing?
This is a close-up of that multicolored floral bag that was found next to the Lexus. You can see the red suspected blood stain. You can kind of see some amber-colored glass bottle in there, and then there's suspected bullet holes here and here in the bag as well.
Did you document that closer so that we can get a better look at those defects?
Yes, almost as a rule, our photographs consist of overalls, which are taken from far away to introduce you, a mid-range, and then a close-up. These jump around a little bit, but yes, that is the workflow.
State's Exhibit 12, is this the same bag?
It is the same bag, and that is a close-up of the suspected bullet hole that we were seeing in the previous photograph.
So if I go back to 11, direct us to that hole. Moving forward to 12.
This would be the other suspected bullet hole opposite the one that's surrounded by a blood stain.
And so this is going to be where on the bag?
The top portion, right on the top edge of the bag.
I think for the record, I'm going to misnumber this. It says 12. I believe that's going to be State's Exhibit 13. Sorry, let me show you so we can keep track.
Okay, yes, that's 13.
State's Exhibit 14, we again have the placard 3 in a bag. What have you done?
So this is emptying the bag, kind of doing an inventory photograph. This is what was inside that bag.
And what are they?
5 bottles, 3 of one size and 2 of another size of Lunazul tequila.
And are those caps, were they on the bottles when you removed them from the bag?
Yes, this is exactly how I found it.
State's Exhibit 15, take us through the vantage point from which you're taking this photograph.
So in this photograph, I would be standing next to the driver's side rear door, photographing the ground and inside of the front driver door. You can just make out the brown steering wheel here. So the driver, Miss Young, would have been seated in this area.
And inside that floorboard or the driver's seat area, what did you see?
Like a blue-green broken glass.
And then I think you've already described the sidewalk. What's on the sidewalk? Is that your experience suspected blood?
Yes, there are suspected bloodstains on the pavement underneath this area.
State's Exhibit 16, we've now added a placard to the photograph. Can you just describe what you were documenting in this photograph?
Yes, so this is a mid-range photograph to show the overall location of item 4, which was a cell phone. It was located on the floor, close to the outside of the vehicle, but in the front driver compartment.
Do we again see the glass you described when we have the entire picture up?
Yes, there's this blue-green broken glass, on the floorboard.
State's Exhibit 17, you've placarded a 5 now. Is this still the same driver's seat area?
Yes, it is.
And what were you documenting with 5?
So item 5 was a pink wallet. I mentioned earlier the normal progression of overalls, mids, closes, and then you add a placard. Item 5 was tucked in between the center console and the seat, such that I didn't know what it was until I pulled it out. We do not put things back where we find them. That's like staging. We don't do that. So this is a placard. The evidence has already been removed and collected, but it's to show its overall location. So there was a little pink wallet tucked right here in between that console and seat, which was collected as item 5.
Did you look into that wallet?
Yes.
Was there any identification inside the wallet?
Yes.
For whom?
Takaya Young.
Are we again seeing some of that glass that you've described in the prior 2 pictures?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 18, what have you done?
So at this part of the scene, I am focusing efforts on that suspected bullet hole in the windshield. I have added this white sticker So items get placards and numbers. When we work bullet holes or suspected ballistic impacts, they get numbered as well. Sometimes we have 84 of them in a scene. So giving them a number 1 through 84 makes it a lot easier to talk about the 55th one. There was only one in this case, but this was BE1. So I'm starting to label things and take scaled photographs.
When you say take scale photographs, what does that mean?
There are, I think, other pictures that show close up. This sticker has a ruler on it, which would allow for measurements to be taken if that was a question.
This is exhibit 19.
So this would have happened in time before the previous photograph. This is a mid-range showing that suspected bullet hole before I put the sticker on it.
Always Windows updates are probably on my computer. Okay, there we go. See, this is exhibit 20. It's the same bullet hole that you've been talking about.
Yes, this is the same bullet hole.
And do we see in this photograph that sticker that you've added with the measurement on it?
Correct.
And there is a BE1 on it. So what does that stand for?
Ballistic event 1. That goes back to, again, identifying these areas of impact.
Has anything been added to the car in order to see this gunshot entrance better?
Yes, so this photograph represents quite a bit of work with objectives to both photograph better, which include taping a paper bag on the inside of the windshield so that the marker lines that I drew are visible. And what I'm doing here, or what I did here, was work to obtain angular measurements. So working backwards to try to put a muzzle in line with the suspected bullet hole.
When you say muzzle, what does that mean?
The part of the gun where a bullet comes out of.
You said put a line there. How do you go through this process if this line gets added?
So this picture may not be the best illustrative of it, but that hole is oval shaped. And with oval shapes, whether it be blood or a bullet hole, you can get a direction from that oval. The best way to explain it is if I were to bring a water balloon over here and drop it straight down, it's going to be a generally circular puddle once that balloon pops from a straight down position, if you can picture that. Conversely, if I were to throw that water balloon a certain direction, picture that balloon breaking and that amount of water kind of splashing out. It's not going to be a circle anymore. It's going to be an oval or a line. So anytime we see an oval, you can cut a line through the long portion of that oval, and that tells you the direction that something was either going or coming from. So this being an oval-shaped hole, I took a large ruler or yardstick and basically cut that oval in half. And so that line that's going up and down is a visual representation of the path that the bullet or projectile was traveling. That by itself doesn't really mean anything. It's just a visualization. This other line up here, which I did draw a little too high for you to see, it's in the tint of the windshield, but that is a perfectly flat line measured from two different parts of the windshield. So I don't remember what, but let's say this was 10 inches. This is a straight line 10 inches down from the top corner. The other side of the windshield had the same thing, and that gives us a reference point to measure to. And then this intersection gives us the angle that that projectile was traveling at.
So moving on to 21, what has been added to this photograph that we didn't see in the prior exhibit?
So I have added the 102 degrees. The best way to think about that 102 is if 90 was straight into the car or straight out of the car, we're 12 degrees to the right of that.
And is that to the right? If you're looking at
yes, from this position, 90 would be perfectly straight on. This is a little bit to the right of straight on.
Exhibit 22, are we still talking about the same work that you were doing with that bullet hole?
Yes, so the 78 and the 102, this gets back to high school geometry. They are supplementary angles, which mean the same thing. Those two add up to 180. So if this is flat anywhere, whenever you tell me to stop, these two are going to add up to 180. So the 78 didn't photograph well because it was in the tint. To call it 102 is the same thing. They're both 12 degrees off of straight on.
If I go back to 21, can we see where the 78 would be?
No, and that's why I wrote the 102, but it would be right up here.
23, from what perspective were you taking this photograph?
This is from outside of the vehicle, looking low up into the inside of the windshield. Again, you can see the brown steering wheel partially shown here.
And what were you documenting?
The condition of the inside of the vehicle, anytime we get bullet holes in glass, we are touching them to also give us a clue or an answer as to direction. So this photograph doesn't show it, but as part of this process, I'm putting my fingers on both sides of that glass. The characteristics of this were consistent with the direction of outside to inside.
And then there appears to be some glass along, I would call it dashboard. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You know, was it the same color as what you had seen on the floorboard of the driver's seat?
I don't recall color.
State's Exhibit 24.
This is the inside of the rear driver's side door, so the back seat on the driver's side.
So you've now opened the door, it appears from the beginning pictures.
Correct.
So tell us, when you first saw this Lexus, did you document the outside of it?
Correct.
Did you wait to document the inside of it?
Correct. There was not a search warrant yet. And so following the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, we waited until there was a search warrant obtained before touching the vehicle at all.
And was it Blendon Township Police Department who got that search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And then once you learned that the search warrant had been obtained, did you then search on scene the inside of this vehicle?
Yes, the car was processed.
I love that. Following the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, we waited for a warrant. Okay.
As a part of being there on scene.
So going into 25, are we looking into the back seat of this Lexus?
Yes, I've essentially just rotated to the right, and I'm now shooting the inside of the car.
What have you documented?
There is a Ohio temporary license plate on the seat, and then the rest of the seat's generally clear. There was a lot of items on the floorboard of the vehicle.
Did you or others working with you do anything with that temporary tag number? Did you run it?
That wouldn't be something I did. I don't know if other people did or not.
Then did you look as to what was inside the white basket?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 26, what is this?
That's the contents of that white basket just laid out in the back seat of the vehicle. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9 unopened containers of laundry detergent.
Now I want to be clear because you didn't see all these detergent containers on the back seat when you first looked in the car.
Correct.
And so is this after you removed them from that white tote we saw in a prior picture?
Yes.
And then do you also see that temporary tag as well?
Yes.
27, what is this?
This is temporary tag registration for the vehicle. This was found in the front glove box of the vehicle.
And was it in the purchaser lessee name of Takaya Young?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 28, was this item found within the car?
Yes, these are sonogram pictures that were found somewhere in the front passenger compartment area.
And did those sonogram pictures have any dates or information on them?
Yes, but I can't see from this photograph.
So we'll go to 29. Was there any kind of a date that you see on this particular diagram?
Yes, maybe a couple, but in the top right corner is 08, 23, 2023. And then beneath that 09, 09, 2023. And then this also might be some date code. I'm not real familiar with sonograms.
But you were documenting, that was found in the car.
That was found inside the car.
Okay, and then there were 2 pictures, I think, in the sonograms, but that's short, or three actually. On State's Exhibit 29, the picture that's cut off is at the top. Does it have something listed that says GA 26W2D 112723?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 30. Now, what has happened for you to be able to take this photograph of the front of the Lexus?
A tow truck pulled the car perfectly sideways away from that wall.
Once that was done by the tow truck, what did it allow you to do?
It allowed me to finish basically the same process, starting out working in. I was able to finish my 360 photographs of the exterior of the car and then process and photograph and search the passenger side of the vehicle.
Did you observe any damage to this Lexus that you had not been able to see before it was pulled away from the wall?
Yes, I could not see this corner, which is the front passenger corner, and pretty much all of the passenger side prior to it being moved.
Were there any markings on the Kroger wall near this Lexus?
There was black paint that I would suspect came from this vehicle.
State's Exhibit 31, again, is this after the tow truck has pulled this Lexus away from the wall?
Yes, and this is the door side of the front passenger door.
State's Exhibit 32, still the front passenger compartment?
Yes, this is almost immediately following the door picture, rotate to the left. This is the front passenger seat before I've moved or touched anything.
And what did you observe?
There were 2 bottles of tequila on the passenger seat. There was broken glass on the passenger seat, and then the footwell area was pretty much even with the seat with various items.
Footwell area, so I know what you're talking about. What is that?
Where your feet go, floorboard area. Like the floorboard area is full to the same height as the seat. So I had to do some unloading to figure out what all that stuff was.
There's also a white bag shown here, is that correct?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 33. Okay, we kind of moved to something a little different. Can you explain to us what is State's Exhibit 33? First of all, did you create this?
I did create this, yes.
For what reason?
Really a checks and balances. If you think back to the 102 angle, when I talked about transecting the oval to give us a direction, we have pretty expensive, fancy technology called a laser scanner And if you've ever played golf or bow hunted or used a Hilti tape measure to shoot a measurement, it's a high-speed laser that zing and it tells you that was 12 feet away. We have something that rotates in a 360 and shoots millions of those lasers in a 2-minute period to give us kind of it's called a point cloud, but it's a pixelated series of measurements. I used that on scene to document the scene in case there were any questions about measurements as the investigation moved forward. I also used it to document a rod that I placed over that marker line. So using the software to kind of double check my work, the software came up with a 103 where I got a 102 by hand. So within the tolerable margin of error for shooting work, which is 5 degrees.
And when you say 103, you're talking about 103 degrees.
Yes, 103 degrees, which is shown in the diagram here. And so what this is a top-down bird's eye view of the vehicle. You can see the open door here. This is the windshield. And this cone is a visual representation of that air. So in any shooting reconstruction work, we might have little variances. You might measure something as 2.2 and I might measure it at 2.1. That adds up to a plus or minus 5 degrees, which is a tolerable error rate. And so this cone is plus or minus 5 either direction to account for that variability. The little pink line in the middle is the true measurement of that rod. So this is a visual representation. It's just a different way. The marker line on the windshield is helpful. This is more helpful for showing where the muzzle was likely at the time that the bullet went through the glass.
And using State's Exhibit 33, where would the muzzle have been?
The muzzle would have been somewhere in this purple cone.
And there's another, I just want to make sure we all understand the purple. We see a 103. Is that 103?
That's a 103.
And then this purple here,
That's
this is the arc to get us to the 103.
correct. That's the measurement arc.
All right, State's Exhibit 34. What is this?
So this is a diagram that I created, and it comes from a drone photograph that I took of the scene. I have added some kind of cartoon-esque things to help tell the story. So this is the Kroger. The photograph is real. I have added things like the Blendon Township Cruiser 10. I have added where the Lexus was parked. I made these tags saying the Kroger front entrance is over here. Item 1, which is a 9mm casing, I located in approximately this area. And then the Lexus final position is text that I added. And this is where the vehicle was found near the pharmacy walk-up.
So you mentioned the drone. When did you use the drone in the timeline of your work?
I think in the middle. So cars were here. There were a number of cruisers here. Those have already been measured and photographed and released. But the Lexus is still here and not moved. I think we were waiting for the search warrant when I decided to fly and get some additional photographs.
I do want to ask you, originally, had you noted a different spot for the Lexus to be?
I was going to make a joke
Yes,
there.
so
but I'll
that
let it
evening,
alone.
I was informed by probably a fellow agent or a witness that the black Lexus was parked in the second spot away. So I put these cones here and they show up in a number of my pictures. It was days later as the investigation unfolded that we learned that the Lexus was actually backed into the handicap spot.
And in the spot, you have a car in it. But when you were there on August 24, 2023, did you see any tire marks or skid marks in that first handicap spot?
I did not know.
With respect to, just so we get a perspective here, where's the Cliffless entrance?
It would be to the south of the black Lexus in this area of the photograph.
On State's Exhibit 34, you have one marked. So was there a cone marking a piece of evidence when you would have arrived to process the scene?
Yes, there was.
And then did you document that by photograph?
Yes,
So this is another, I think, of your drone photographs.
that is correct.
At this time, can you see where the cone was with the projectile or the casing?
So the cone would have been removed, but there remains a small yellow placard right next to this light pole.
And then the yellow tape that we're seeing, that was marking out the scene when you arrived.
Correct.
Do you yourself have anything to do with the crime scene tape?
No, the incident probably happened at least 3 hours before I arrived.
So moving on then to 36, another drone photo to give us a perspective. What are you documenting here?
Just the condition of the scene. This would have been, I think this is the same one that the diagram is based off of. So this was without the text and the vehicles that I added.
So we needed that both. So we had the original one. So that's going to be State's Exhibit 36.
Yes, I believe so.
Then I just asked you about the casing and the cone. So I'm going to move on to those photographs. State's Exhibit 37. There's a cone there, a traffic cone. You didn't place it there.
Correct. The cone was there when I arrived.
Did you go to examine what the cone was marking?
Yes.
And what was it marking?
Underneath the cone was a fired cartridge casing.
And what is that?
It is the part of ammunition that the bullet is seated into. It also contains the powder, which creates the explosion, which sends the bullet out of the firearm.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 38. I don't see the cone anymore. What's changed in this photograph?
So the cone likely was placed there by early officers. They saw something of interest, they marked it. We don't work with cones, we work with the numbered placards. So the cone is gone, and I made that item 1, shown with a placard number 1.
Is this a close-up in State's Exhibit 39 of that same placard 1?
Yes, it is.
And what is to the right of placard 1?
A silver-colored 9mm casing.
And in this is the same photo, have I accurately put a red circle around that casing so it can be seen?
Yes.
State's Exhibits 40 on the top left, 41 to the bottom right. What are you documenting here?
Close-ups of that casing.
Okay, so is this the same casing?
It is.
Looking at State's Exhibit 41, when you see the part of the casing that you're photographing, what kind of information is provided visibly?
So to the naked eye, there is writing that anyone could read, and it says Hornady, which is a brand, and 9mm, which is a size. There's also microscopic markings. That's not my area of expertise, but there's a lot of evidentiary value that is invisible to the naked eye.
But visibly, can you see the brand?
Yes, Hornady,
And then the caliber.
9mm.
You can see that in State's Exhibit 40 when you're looking at it laid down on the paper.
Correct.
And where are you taking these pictures? Because I can see paper behind them.
Somewhere in that parking lot. We carry all the supplies to do good work and take good photographs.
Did you do all of your processing photographing of any kind of evidence there at the Kroger?
Related to scene 1, yes, everything I did for that scene was done while there that evening.
So you mentioned scene 1, that's the one that you were going to tell us about today.
Correct.
Was there also a scene 2, I believe, that might have been the hospital?
Yes, Special Agent Hackett would have worked scenes 2 and 3, I believe.
And then scene 3 being the Blendon Township Police Department?
Correct.
Did you go to either of those areas?
I did not.
Did you collect that casing?
I did.
How do you do that?
With gloves, it gets picked up, photographed as you saw, and then sealed in a manila envelope.
All right, so you were out of town a little bit, weren't you?
Yes.
You're probably not used to testifying a little bit later in the trial, would you agree?
I've testified all over the place.
Okay, well, we've already opened State's Exhibit 45. Often my evidence is open now. But go ahead and take a look. Let me know, are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
How do you know that?
So on scene, I would have printed and created the base sticker, which says evidence 1. It is listed as a Hornady 9mm Luger.
I need you to hold up so the jurors can see. There you go.
It states that it's a Hornady 9mm fired case. It lists the date, lists my name, it lists where it was located. I would have then sealed it with clear tape, and these are my initials and the date.
And then in your experience, is there a green label that you know what that is added to the envelope?
Yes, I'm familiar. I don't create them, but I'm familiar with all the other markings on here. So once things get submitted to the lab, which I did in this case, they create these other stickers for their workflow and their chain of custody. When the tech who would have opened it, they would have resealed it. I'm assuming these are their initials and their date. So yeah, I recognize this.
So since it's been opened, go ahead and show us what's inside.
Yes, a nickel finish is typical on duty ammunition. You can use brass cased ammunition. Nickel plated casings, though, they have enhanced reliability. They're smoother. They're more guaranteed to operate. There's less likelihood of a stuck cartridge, like a failure to extract. So it enhances your ability. It increases the combat efficiency of the weapon. So it's more expensive, though. If you ever go and Google, carry or duty ammunition, it's a lot more expensive. So, for example, like in my Glock, I've got, PDX-1 rounds. They sell them by boxes of 20, and they're like $25 a piece. But I'm also buying enhanced reliability and capability for that. So, yes, nickel-plated ammunition is very common for duty weapons. And especially in this situation, like, not every department does it, but Blendon Township gives their guys the best shit possible because they want their guys to survive.
What do you got?
A 9mm casing that says Hornady 9mm.
Is that the same casing you just saw in the photographs?
I assume so, yes.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you would have purchased from the parking lot and put it in?
Yes, but there is black marker on it, which I know is part of the lab process. That was not there.
Was the Lexus eventually towed away?
Yes, it was.
What had happened prior to that? Had you done your work on it?
Yes.
Had you done anything with the paperwork that comes with a search warrant?
So as a part of finishing my administrative duties, I placed an inventory and a copy of the search warrant in the vehicle, which is standard practice anytime I'm leaving a scene, whether the scene is a vehicle or a residence.
At that point, have you completed your work with respect to the vehicle?
Yes,
And were you involved in the tow?
I was not.
As far as BCI was concerned, was BCI planning on storing this vehicle?
No.
Why not?
The evidence or the evidentiary items had already been measured, 3D scanned, photographed, drawn on, collected. There's nothing else I could have done with that car that I didn't do.
And so the tow, was that part of BCI's work?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you come together with Special Agent Tackett so that she could give you any evidence she had collected?
Yes.
And did it happen in the Kroger area?
Yes, she came to scene one at the Kroger as I was finishing. So she helped a little bit, but she also transferred things that she had collected over to my custody.
And would that include clothes from the hospital?
Yes.
And would that include the firearm?
Yes.
You didn't have anything to do with collecting the firearm?
Correct.
However, once you're getting this evidence together, you have the casing, the firearms, and clothes. What do you do with those items?
So when I cleared the Kroger, I went to our headquarters, which is in London, Ohio, and evidence was either locked in a secure locker or things that needed to dry were hung in a secured and locked drying cabinet.
When you say dry, why would the objects need to dry?
In this case, suspected blood, but sometimes rain or dew. If we package things away that are wet, it's going to just mildew and mold.
Once the items were, in your experience, dry, did you then package them?
Yes, then things were finalized, packaged, and either put in our vault for permanent storage, or I sent things to the lab for testing.
Were you also eventually provided with the projectile removed from the autopsy of Ty Young?
Yes, I was.
And with respect to these items, then, what do you do with them?
So really there's two choices. Again, things that need lab testing go to the lab, or things that need just preserved go to our major case vault for safekeeping.
In this case, items that needed to go to the lab, would that include the firearm?
Yes.
The casing?
Yes.
And then that projectile from the autopsy?
Yes.
One moment. I have other questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute recess. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
You can set that for you. Just leave everything up there. You can set that.
All right, chat, hold on here. We need to figure something out. Let's see where we're at. Gotta come back. You know, this is mainly just documenting the crime scene. We're getting to the end. I'm surprised they haven't done a Takia Young, like, spark of life. One of her family members come and say, my dead baby didn't do nothing wrong. I'm surprised we're not there yet. Because this guy offers nothing really for
24 CR 4561, State of Ohio versus Connor Grubb. Do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury?
Not to say, Your Honor.
Okay, let's get the jury.
So let's keep going here.
Unfortunately, I do.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. Yeah. Special Agent Austin, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Any cross-examination?
Briefly, on may I proceed?
May.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Special Agent Austin.
Hello.
Mark Collins, we met before, and just a couple series of questions for you. Go over a couple of photographs that the prosecutor, and then talk about some concepts. Okay. As lead CSSU, so to speak, or crime scene investigator, your job is to get a thorough picture, correct?
Correct.
Gather as much evidence as possible, correct?
Correct.
You're not judging it. You're not trying to say, and this happened or that happened. You're collecting it and trying to preserve it as best as possible.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that one of your, tenets, so to speak, is strictly factual, correct?
Correct.
Complete picture, void of any of opinions, correct?
Correct.
And as part of your responsibilities as lead investigator, forensic investigator, you also prepare a report, right?
Correct.
And you also gathered some information with regards to what, in theory, happened there, right?
Yes.
And in your report, I think you say that allegedly you struck an officer, shot was fired, and then the car went over to the other area, correct?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm not going to show these across. I'm handing what's the mark of identification purposes is F, G, H, and I. These are defendants' exhibits. And take a look at those.
It's a G.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate copies of the pictures that you took at that scene?
Yes, they do.
Madam Powell, may I have the elbow, please? You're already off. I mean, maybe I'll get it this time. Okay. All right. And you took what is marked as defendant's exhibit F, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you had showed a few bottles before. There were some bottles in the car and some other pictures. Explain to ladies, gentlemen of the jury, what you did here.
So if you remember back to the floorboard of the front passenger area was very full, about the same height as the seat. As a part of processing the car, unloaded those items. And this is kind of halfway through unloading and figuring out what all that was. There's a small purse. There's a white bag that had bottles of tequila in it. There was a multicolored backpack, and then a number of other tequila bottles were either loose on the floor. Some might have been in this bag. Some were loose on the seat. But all of these items were from the front passenger area.
Okay. And that's separate from the other bag that had the bullet holes in it through and through. There was also tequila there, correct?
Yes, these are in addition to those 5.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit G?
This is a photograph of the rear passenger seat. This is the Ohio temp tag that I found on that seat.
And that was found on the seat, correct?
Correct.
And the expiration date is August 12th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And defendant's exhibit 14? Or not 14, that's H. Man, oh man. We're letters. Defendant's exhibit H.
I mentioned item 5 being that wallet that was found tucked in between the front driver's seat and the console. This is then like the inventory photograph where the contents of that wallet are laid out for documentation. So this is my placard. This is item 5. And this is what was found in that wallet.
Various money, identifications, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, again, that was staged to get a complete picture. You didn't find those things laying in the car. You found the wallet, and then you took that out to give a complete picture.
Yes, I wouldn't use the word staged, but I took an inventory photograph.
I apologize.
Correct.
An inventory. Okay. Now here, a defendant's exhibit I, what's that a picture of?
I mentioned that the vehicle was towed away from the wall so that I could process the passenger side. This is just kind of storytelling of that flatbed tow truck pulling the vehicle to the side.
Now, you mentioned something on direct, Special Agent Austin, that you had done everything you could have done with the car, right? So then it's kind of hands-on, right?
Correct.
And you did the laser scan under the building at that area, correct?
Correct.
Is it true, sir, you could have gotten the car over, you were aware of where the actual shooting took place, correct?
Correct.
And you could have taken the car and got it over to that spot and done a laser scan there, correct?
No.
Why not?
I would have been guessing where that car was.
You didn't have information from people on the scene as to what spot that car was parked in?
That laser scanner works in the decimal places of millimeters.
Correct.
So I'm not going to put something back based off testimony evidence that could be wrong or could be a guess. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to put things back or stage them.
So you were aware there was Kroger video from multiple angles of where that car was, correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware there was body worn camera angle of where that car was, correct?
That's correct.
And so
I don't blame him. Even then, that camera, he can't put it in the exact same spot. This is actually, I like his statement of, I can't replicate it, so I'm going to take the measurements right away.
you're saying you wouldn't be able to put it back in this general area where that car was to do a laser scan there?
I could have done a general putback, but I'm not going to use a tool that measures multiple decimals of a millimeter after putting something generally back.
I'm not understanding, especially you have a report where you have Lexus parked and you do a reenactment of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You could have put the car there and then measurements could have been taken from the whole cone thing, everything you said, correct? So
Sure.
You do everything you could do with the car. You could have done that, correct?
I could have made up some locations of evidence, yes.
Is that what you did when you just said in the depiction that the car was parked there? You made it up?
I didn't make up that diagram. That's an illustration of general locations. The laser scanner is not a general tool.
Let's talk about the laser scan that you did do under the building with trajectory there, right?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 33, right?
Correct.
And you're saying, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, so can you guys see that up there, mind the way? You're saying that the muzzle has to be somewhere here to here to here to here to here to here in general, correct?
Yes, in that pink or purple cone.
So now hypothetically, sir, if someone's right-handed and has the muzzle in their right hand, okay, that means their body's to the left side of that cone and arrow, correct? If they're firing with their right hand.
That would be a safe assumption.
If they're left-handed, okay, and that would mean that their body would be on the right side of that cone, correct?
Again, that would be a safe assumption. You can shoot in all kinds of positions, but a standard right-hand shooter, the muzzle is going to be on the right half of their body.
And it's such that if I'm on the left side, I'm right-handed, I would have to bend over like that in order to get that same muzzle angle that you're doing right now.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and then hypothetically, if the left hand was on the hood, that would let the person know that the body was on the left side of this cone in that situation, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
If the left hand is in the middle of the hood where you have 103 there, okay? If someone's left hand there and they fire with the muzzle's fired in the right hand, that would mean that their body would be on the left side of the cone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you find any keys for the car?
I don't recall.
I don't see any pictures anywhere of keys mentioned in the inventory. You're in charge of the inventory law, correct? With the evidence collected?
For my scenes, yes.
You processed that scene, and so you have nowhere in the car did you find a key, right?
Not that I remember.
Nowhere in the personal items did you find a key, correct?
I would have to look at Cassie's report to refresh my memory.
I didn't ask about Cassie's report. I asked about the personal items in the car.
Oh, in personal items, no.
I have one here. Okay. Hey, Johnson, Special Agent, thank you very much. Can you redirect?
Yes. Special Agent Austin, you were asked about why you didn't do one of these in the other spot.
Correct.
And you said that, I think you said something about millimeters. Can you explain what you meant when you?
So the Leica scanner is a very precise tool. I'm not going to use that to generalize a location. The aerial diagram with the drone is a general location. It's just the wrong tool for the job.
So even if people told you, hey, the car's parked over there, or a surveillance video showed you where the car might have been parked, would you still be able to use this tool in that original parking spot? Or if you choose?
I could have, yes.
Is that your best practice?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm putting something back as opposed to measuring it in its true as found location.
Actually, did you know that the shot didn't take place over there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you're doing an analysis of something where you know that it didn't take place there, so it's useless, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, an expert testified earlier in the day that had there been a laser scan done with the car placed in there, a more exact calibration could do in terms of the biomechanical dynamics. Are you saying that that's not true, sir, on an accident reconstruction?
I was not subject to that testimony, so I don't know what he's speaking to or she is speaking to.
I'm asking your belief that if an expert testified saying, had one of those been done, my analysis could even been more detailed. Are you saying that that's incorrect?
In my opinion, yes, because I can't be precise on where that car was.
Do you think he can be or she can be precise if the thing isn't done? If the laser scan isn't done, they're going to be less precise, correct?
We don't always get to answer every question we have in the case, and we do not at BCI have a practice of putting things back where someone said it was.
You have video proof of exactly where it was from multiple things. It's not somebody saying, sir, you have access to that and you had access to it and you chose not to do it, correct?
No, I don't believe that video is scaled.
Did you choose not to do a scan at that first scene?
No, I scanned the parking spot, but it was empty. The car was where it was at final rest.
Appreciate your testimony, sir. All right, step down.
Yeah.
Take whatever you brought.
Oh, okay, guys, this is the weakest cross by the defense, but this one doesn't matter because this guy has no bearing on whether or not Connor Grubb was scared. It felt fear, reasonable fear that his life was in danger or that he was risking serious bodily harm. So, like, this guy doesn't matter that much, but you still make some points here. I don't blame him for doing it. This guy is not critical to their case.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our, we're going to break for the day. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. If you can be here by 8:45 tomorrow morning, we'll try and start at 9 o'clock. Press the button. All right, go have a good evening.
All right.
That's it, Chet. There's not a whole lot here to that one. That one is what it is. Like, I wouldn't be, like, I'm not worried about that guy, like, if I'm the defense. Like, there's nothing there. So, there's nothing there, in my opinion. So, if I, like I said, I don't, not a whole lot we have to do with that one. So, like I said, it's just. Yeah. Bodily harm meaning becoming bacon? No. You guys are ridiculous. So, anyways, that's where we are with this. There's not a whole lot of it's sad that Takaya killed her own baby. Are we expecting a chimp out? No, it's too cold outside. Yeah, she was smoking weed and drinking while pregnant. I know, she's not mom of the year. And yes, John Coleman for $2 says, what do you think of my new profile pic? It's disgusting. It sickitates me. Say beer. Yes, guys, I'm going to send you over to Assholes React tonight at 9. You know, these assholes are not quivering or prolapsed, but they will react. And you can react and see them. So I'm going to set that up real quick just so you guys can come over to that. Let's see here. Come on, YouTube. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Let me set this up. So yeah, we only have 2 days left, and it's not even 2 full days, it's like a day and a half. So we'll be done by Thanksgiving, which means we'll have some stuff to do. We'll have some other things to get into, guys. I think there'll be some Trump updates and things we can get into this week. But those are like the big things, is getting through this trial. I want to get through this trial. I hope you guys enjoy it. Hold on here. Why is it not? Well, you guys can't get there, so hold on here. I gotta grab the link for the thing. That fire alarm saved a lot of time, yes. Do they get monetized yet? No, I can't. Yeah, so here you go. Ag's got it right. Come catch these guys in a few minutes. Yep. Starting at 9 p.m., Assholes React. And, yeah. She was shouting Sean, not Clyde, at the firearm part. No, she wasn't. Trust me, I know. But yeah, guys, I mean, this is just more and more like so he said he fell down and he didn't fall down. Ha ha! I think that's all they have on him. I think that's all they have on him at this point. I don't see how this is I don't see how this is a prosecution we're going after. This is pretty pathetic. So this trial is interesting in how weak the case is. It is in that regard. So Quispy is saying, you feel the self-defense is dubious. I feel it's dubious, but I could see him getting convicted because people don't like cops inserting themselves into problems like that. From having watched that video and knowing the car was completely off, and then she turned it on, and then, like, all that happened, yeah, I'm actually supportive of that now. So, I'm actually supportive, given that the car wasn't running. I didn't really understand that part of it. But now I know that, like, she decided to turn her car on and go after him. Yeah, good shoot all day long. Good shoot all day long. Raven saying, how did this work? Who brought charges? Well, we'll bring these up real quick. We'll bring up the clerk of court website. We'll pull up his indictment here. Okay. Okay, find my case. We'll click on the accept. Okay. CONNOR. Search. An indictment. All right. So here we go, Chad. I'm going to bring this up so we can see it here. What happened? So this is Connor Grubb's case out of the Franklin County Clerk of Court. So notice there were a bunch of charges that got dismissed. There were dismissals to a couple different counts of murder. Those were the ones for the baby. And then there were the indictment. Let's get down to the indictment here so you guys can see it. Where is the indictment on this fucker? Prosecutor withdrawn entry order. Motion. Complaint. Where is that multiple pages? Because I don't see it. It's like a docket categories all. Where did his indictment go? I'm looking here. I feel like dark side. I'm like pure on like dark side Phil. Hold on here. I'll bring this up all the way. Prosecutor entry order. What's this? Let me see what this is, chat. Okay, no, that's a withdrawal order. Motion to clear a docket. Where the hell? It's not. There's too much, I think, on here. So let me zoom out and see what I can get here. Okay. Okay, yeah, we got multiple pages here. All right, I think, yeah, oh, there we go. Now I'm getting the page. I couldn't get this to load earlier. All right. Indictment filed. Oh, wait, the indictment's not... That sucks. Hold on. Kind of grab indictment. Let's see here. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't see the indictment. I think this is brought by a special prosecutor. I think this is done by the Attorney General's office, if I had to guess. So it's not normal. This isn't the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office. So I hope that answered your question, Raven Thieves. I don't know how it works. Typically, charges are brought by your county prosecutor. The county prosecutor here, from what I understood, kind of bailed on it. These are special prosecutors. I think these guys are people from the Attorney General's office. So that's there. Were the other two women in the car at the time of the shooting? No, they took a separate car and disappeared. Like, they do this. You show up, you steal as a group, and then you go separate ways. Yeah. Kaitan, Kaitan, how does this work? Yeah, the FOP is paying for his legal representation. And then Accountant Steve says, is it JD worth it if I need credits for a CPA, but I have an interest in law and might pivot there, have a bachelor's in accounting, could do tax law? I mean, it's one way of doing it, but it's a lot of fucking money. So possible. I mean, it's always an option. Is it an economically smart decision? It's something you really need to sit down and think about, because it's a lot of fucking money, man. It's a lot of fucking money. Does the prosecution know how much of a rural Indian end of Diwali festival this all is? Yes. Yes, that is yeah. Raven is saying, so county, are you explaining why the county does it, not the city? It's just the way we are structured in our governance. So the county, the type of court that can hear felony cases and prosecute felony cases is the Court of Common Pleas. At that level, you have a countywide official in charge of prosecuting felony offenses. The city itself can prosecute misdemeanors, but in Ohio, the county is kind of like the direct subunit to the state, and they're in charge of handling all the things. That's where all your county offices are. You know, county collects taxes, the sheriff. Because back in 1803, when Ohio was a state, and even in the 1850s, you didn't have municipalities. You didn't have cities. And that's kind of a thing. Like, you would make subdivisions of counties. You weren't guaranteed to have anything else necessarily. So you might have a rural unincorporated county. Well, you need county officials to oversee that county and administer it. So that's why you have county level government. Also, when you look at a map of Columbus, here's the problem. Sorry there, chat. Franklin County, Ohio. Okay. So this is Franklin County, Ohio, and you're saying like, well, can we have the cities do it? Here's your problem. This is Franklin County, Ohio, okay? Here's all the different towns in it. New Albany, Gahanna, Reynoldsburg, Westerville. Minerva Park has its own police department. Upper Arlington, Hilliard, Galloway, Grove City, Lockbourne, Groveport, Columbus, Dublin, Worthington. These are all towns. These are all cities. Canal Winchester, partially. Think about that. You have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You would have 15 separate entities prosecuting felonies. When Ohio was started, you had a county and that was it. I mean, it makes more sense. It's consolidated, it's centralized. And that's the only political entity the Constitution calls for. So I hope that makes some sense. If it doesn't, let me know. Account Steve says, thanks, one more. So your answer is not like Bronca's blanket, don't go in a law unless you have the passion. Passion is important. Like, you have to want to do it, but it costs a lot of fucking money. I mean, in hindsight, now that I know what I know, would I probably do this again if I was starting all over at 22? No, I don't think I would, just because of the amount of money it cost. Like the amount of debt I had to go into to do this and, all the other shit that went along the way. Probably not, but I'm here now making the best of it. So, I mean, that's kind of why. So, that's not trying to scare you or make you feel bad. But, is what it is there. But I like it. I like it a lot. But, I mean, are there other things that maybe I would have rather have done? I don't know. I mean, like, go pick up a trade or something. Probably have been a lot better and more effective for, your bang for your buck. But, I made this path that I make the most of it and I enjoy it. So, Sean's answer seems pragmatic. Yeah, well. Does Ohio still have any unincorporated land? Yeah, there's still unincorporated areas. I mean, to be incorporated means you're in a city. So all the way, like all this out here is going to be unincorporated. Like all this will be unincorporated. Some of this will probably be unincorporated down here and down here on the edge. Somebody's saying they like the name Plain City. Yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, there's unincorporated areas. Yeah. Erica says, you got this. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just saying, nothing wrong with being honest. EDW Raptor. Oh no, it's broken. Oh no, the Jews got to him. Sean Brennan says the Northwest reporting in. Well, there you go. Lawyers will be replaced by AI. Not until they quit hallucinating shit, man. It's not going to happen. So, Jefferson says, I feel like everywhere in Massachusetts is under a municipality at this point. Well, you also have 400 years of development. We have 200. So, that happens. You have a massive population density as well. And we all know what I'd really like to do at heart. Yes. I would need a Ben Crump type case. I mean, I'm not going to lie, man. You can laugh at Ben Crump, be Ivory Lamar. Them dudes fucking get that bag. So it happens. Did you see the case? No, I didn't know this. Send me a link to that. I'm curious. Torgo, that sounds interesting. A sandwich shop? Yes, I would compete with Darkside Phil and take him out with a sandwich shop. Very, very funny. Very funny. But Accountant Steve, if you have any questions ever, don't be afraid to shoot me an email. I'll be happy to talk to you. So, put a sandwich shop on the train. There we go. See, that's Hannah Montana level best of both worlds stuff right there. Let me tell you what, buddy. Let me tell you what, buddy. All right. Any recommendations for an aftermarket pistol case? I mean, it all depends what you're doing. Just to carry it around? I mean, I would just get something shitty from some hard plastic case. Are you looking for one that you can bolt into your car? Are you looking to bolt it into your nightstand? It all depends what you're doing. It all depends on what you're doing. Like I said, I don't know what you want to do, so. And what would you want to do if you could go back knowing what you know now? I mean, probably stop myself from getting a DUI. Probably be like the biggest one. But, you know, other than that, I mean, I don't know what else I would do. It's hard to tell. I spend too much time thinking about what I need to do, not that what I could do or would have been able to do. So, yeah, shit happens. You got to move on. Yeah, Harbor Freight's got good pistol cases. You can go on Amazon and buy a pistol case. You know, like I said, it all depends what you're doing. You just need to store something so you can throw it in your car and go to the range. Harbor Freight or wherever the hell else in Amazon. You're going to keep it under your pillow. Either says, why would I regret that? Because I can get into Canada probably. I just got to fill out the paperwork, which I need to do. And I might need to talk to Runkle. I might need to retain Canadian counsel to help me deal with the matter, which will be funny. I'll have to talk to him about that. I did a little bit. I'm like, can I retain you as a lawyer to help me get through the border? Yeah, Harbor Freight's going to have this shit on sale for Friday. Yep. Go for it on Friday. You know, I could go back and get Lainey before she's abused. Or Clyde. Like I said, we think Clyde got neglected pretty bad, too. Stacy said, trying to go to Canada? Well, it's never a bad idea to be able to want to go whenever you want. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, it's 9 o'clock. It's time for Assholes React. We got to go. We got to go now. So I will see you guys tomorrow. And we'll finish up day 4 and see if we can get into day 5. And then we'll do the verdicts for Connor Grubb. So thank you guys all for being here. And remember, until next time, chat, just because he shot that lady stealing liquor doesn't mean he's guilty. I still don't think he's guilty. I don't know what the hell they're going to do at this point. I don't know. I don't know how the hell they thought this was a good idea. So good night, chat, and I will talk to you guys later. No, where's the thingy? There.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick hated yelled at?